failed the United States because
How did the Biden-Harris campaign fail the United States? How did their administration fail the U.S.?
I know you pay your bills, right? Like I know you want to go out and buy a new truck, right? What are they doing to help? What have you?
So they passed the Chips and Science Act to bring manufacturings of chips back home here in America. Right now we're producing 0% of the global supply. In 2030 we'll be producing 20. They passed the Inflation Reduction Act, which essentially is investing a lot of money into renewable energy.
Where does that money come from?
I'll get there. To reduce
our
inflation
economy,
in the long term.
It's redistributive, right? Did you know that Biden has the Biden-Harris administration has led to less debt-related spending comparative to Trump?
And it's absolutely hilarious that you're going to clown on Biden-Harris for spending money on things that actually benefit the American people. Meanwhile, $1.9 trillion that Trump added to our national debt was specifically for the benefit of the top 1%. Right, 83% of those tax cuts went to the top 1%, footed a bill of $1.9 trillion on the American taxpayer,
and only increased the economy of 0.02% a year.
Cooked.
The household net worth, I mean, building homes for people, whatnot, I mean, that has declined. The jobs as a whole have declined. I mean,
wait, there have been more jobs in the economy. Unemployment has gone down since Trump's administration.
Yeah, the average unemployment rate under Trump was 6. Right now it's 4.1. So we're actually below Trump's average.
Okay, so you're sitting here saying
I don't know if the average was 6, but like the end of his administration was 6.
Oh, that's probably like also considering like the end of his term.
Okay, so you're saying during COVID, more jobs are obviously going to happen. Everyone was locked in their house.
I don't mind redacting my last statement about the 6% average because that was probably like artificially inflated by the reduction in jobs during the pandemic.
Well, yeah, but like the point is that he's only looking at the administration. Like these things are just correlation causation fallacies, and if you want to run off of that, we can talk about literally all of these things related to Trump and how bad it was.
You're going off of an administration that was under a global pandemic, and
going off an administration that was under global inflation.
I mean, how do you think that was caused? Do you think
gas prices globally, COVID supply chains?
Because COVID didn't shut the world down? I mean,
I think that obviously like the response the world had to that definitely led to inflation. There's corporate greed. There's plenty of issues. The Federal Reserve's response to COVID.
Yeah, do you see how like we're actually stating facts? We're giving you knowledge and we're showing how anything but the Biden-Harris administration caused inflation. Meanwhile, you don't know what policy or executive order they signed into law that impacted inflation, but you just think they did on the basis of your own like biases and feelings. And GG, I appreciate you for the $1.11 Thank you, GG, for the $1.
Well, I mean that's great, but I mean, I work, Monday through Friday. I don't have time to go over facts as much as you, and I mean that's a fact. But
so like, yeah, then you should inform yourself. That's important, especially when we're like electing in someone who's going to impact the lives of hundreds of millions of people.
Right. So important.
But like I said, I'm not only here to learn, but I'm also here to, get your feel on things. But it's just, I don't understand how, these democratic states such as California having a higher tax.
Galaxy, thank you so much funding.
You have New York, higher taxes. I mean, I can't fathom and understand how these states that are democratically ran are being ran. Like right now, in my opinion, I would tell you Florida is the best run state right now. As far as
instead of looking at the democratic,
you say best run state, why would the standards of their economy be significantly lower than the boxing? Thank you so much. Look at their GDP per capita. Look at their median real wages. Like, you understand that you could compare them to other states around the United States, and democratic states are going to rank better in terms of quality of life, access to education, access to housing, access to all of these basic amenities like healthcare and whatnot. Lower rates of poverty.
And then also, I don't even know why you touch on like the higher taxes of states such as California when it's the case that the Biden-Harris administration made it abundantly clear that they only wanted to raise taxes on people making over $400,000 a year. Like you said, you're a middle-class working man, right? They have no intention to make you pay any more in federal taxation.
Okay, I get that, but everything that I'm paying out right now is more.
Because it's literally Trump tax cuts still.
Yeah.
Did you know that?
Then why are people moving out of California? Why are people?
Wait, that's so irrelevant. That is so irrelevant to what you just said. You're paying more in taxes because of the Trump tax cuts. If you want to talk about why are people leaving California, there would be plenty of reasons. It could be related to housing costs, right? Housing costs, right, would relate to how many people have been there in the first place. The reason why the housing prices are so high is because there's a huge level of demand. A lot of people want to live there.
Okay, I understand that. So the housing was also better during the Trump era as far as homes being built.
Yeah, but could you show us how this was caused by Trump, or how Biden assumed office? Like, he made it worse. Like, bro, I don't know how much clearer we could make our issue with what you are saying. Like, you've continued to repeat similar talking points, and we've continued to grant you the same response. Our issue with what you're saying is you're just comparing these data points under Trump's presidency to Biden and Harris's presidency without offering us any explanation on how Biden made it worse or how Trump made it better. But that explanation is very necessary for the reason that other things apart from the sitting U.S. president can impact things such as inflation, impact things such as unemployment, impact things such as interest rates, etc. That's why those things are so important for us to discuss. And yo, Lisa, thank you for the $20.25 on Venmo. I appreciate you. W2025 and W Lisa in that chat for the $20. So can you give us the policy or executive order that Biden Harris signed into law that caused the economy to go to shit? Or similarly, could you give us a policy or executive order that Trump influenced to get passed that made the economy do so well?
Getting at is, okay, so you have COVID, the economy opens back up, Biden gets president. You're going to have more jobs, correct? People are
obviously, dude. Again, what you're not understanding is that we're saying that this is just something that comes back due to the state of the economy, not specifically the president. So you have to indicate policy that would have caused these things. We gave you plenty of policy Biden Harris has passed, specifically that has led to greater levels of jobs for American citizens, or better conditions for American citizens, etc. We gave those to you. Do you want us to restate those? Because you haven't acknowledged those. You haven't given any policy, on the other hand, that would indicate better conditions for people.
Yo, Parker, we're kind of eating right now. This is a fire little duo we got going on.
Yeah, Brew's running away right now. If you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now and we'll bring you up. This guy's just completely running away. I don't know what's going on.
Yo,
what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Hey?
Yeah, how old are you?
31.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes, I am.
Why so?
Many reasons. Do we want to go down the more moral side? And I know you're going to already deflect and talk about his morals as being a what do you use the R word?
Rapist, a racist, a misogynist, a narcissist, a threat to our democracy. What do you want to talk about?
Sure. But just my personal views on things. I mean, we can go down the trans and LGBTQ route, or we can talk about the border, or we can talk about prices. We could talk about one thing I'd like to bring up. And
let's talk about prices. I really want to talk about that one, right?
Let's talk about this.
Can you tell me how the Biden-Harris administration increased prices?
Let's talk about this. I just want to know your guys' feelings on. Okay,
Do you want to answer my question?
You have Biden, who has been. We all know that he's been not in the right state this whole.
Hello, do you hear me? Am I talking to a wall right now? Hello.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Can you answer my question, please, sir?
I'm asking you guys a question.
Okay. So is this like a non-interactable AI?
We're having civil discourse. Okay.
Oh, then why aren't you answering my question, sir?
About prices?
Yeah, how did
things more,
the Biden-Harris administration lead to higher prices?
You're going to say prices aren't controlled by the presidency. You go to the grocery store, prices are higher than they ever have been since 2016.
That doesn't mean that it was caused by the president. So can you give me any argument as to why it was caused by the president? What'd they do?
I'm just going by terms of them being in office at the time.
Oh, so it's just a correlation causation.
So if we want to do that, did you know that Trump's administration net lost jobs?
Oh, do you also know that we saw a 14.8% record high unemployment rate since the Great Depression at the end of his term? Did Trump cause those two things?
Are we
sitting there's 15 million jobs under Biden?
Off facts? Is that what we're doing? Is just sitting off?
Gas prices are more than double.
Wait, that's what you guys were arguing. So again,
No,
all of these,
here's the thing. Prices are up nearly 20%, costing Americans' families over $17,000 per year. The labor force participation
Hey,
rate.
so I like how you actually didn't respond to what me and Parker were saying. Did Trump cause or did Trump not cause the negative net loss in jobs under his presidency and the record high unemployment rate since the Great Depression?
So what you're going to do, you're going to read a fact that you're Googled and you have facts pulled up.
No, I'm playing 2K.
No, you're not.
I'm writing a
I
list.
promise you I'm playing 2K. I'm playing the Pacers right now. I'm winning 55-25. I'm playing my career, and I'm currently hitting a 3 right now. Just hit it.
And I'm writing a list of secret things that I have to send to the director of Jubilee. So we're not really,
Okay.
Anyways, do you want to answer
I
the
just
question?
got a. Oh, I didn't get a steal. Oh, Anthony Davis blocked.
What are you guys' thoughts of us
Okay,
knowing?
hey, buddy. We've asked this question 2 times. I'm not going to ask again. Did Trump cause or did Trump not cause the total net loss in jobs and record high unemployment rate that we saw under his presidency?
You're blaming it's on COVID.
Oh,
so
okay.
now
So
we
now you
introduce
identify
external
outside costs.
variables.
So global pandemic is not the fault of Donald Trump, but global inflation is the fault of the Biden-Harris administration.
Oh, shit.
I never brought up inflation. You just brought up inflation.
Wait, you brought it up and I responded to it.
No, I brought up prices. That's not inflation.
What drives prices up? We call that inflation.
Wait, when you're talking about prices going up, that's literally inflation, sir.
Inflation is
call
down
inflation.
right now, but prices are still high.
Because inflation just denotes
Yeah,
the
do you think
rate
that
of
Trump's going to
change
bring
in
about
price.
deflation? That's not how it works. That would cause a recession.
It's supply chain.
What? Just saying it's supply chain what was that supposed to be?
Yeah, also, could you please tell us about this deflation act that Trump's going to sign into
Yeah,
law? How
what's
is
the
Trump going to
deflation?
drive pricing down?
The Deflation Increasing Act.
Yeah, I'm actually really interested to hear your answer to this question. How is Trump going to make items cost less money at the grocery store?
How is
He's just
Kamala
going to
gonna
be
make-
president. He's just going to be president. Oh,
just
no.
gonna be
If I pivot, they won't understand that I'm pivoting.
if I pivot, they won't see it.
They won't see
Bro.
it coming.
Yeah, this is like me playing hide and seek with my 6-year-old nephew and be like, if I close my eyes,
Ah,
see
peekaboo.
me. Answer the question, buddy. How's Trump going to drive pricings of good at the grocery store down?
How's Kamala?
We don't think she is, because that's not what a president does, right? But
So then why are you asking me that?
because you're saying that he will.
Because you say, yeah, you were arguing that.
I'm saying during his time as president, prices were lower. My
Okay.
life was
Okay,
better.
during Obama's time in president, prices were lower. So when Joe Biden was vice president, right, prices were lower.
Why are you don't know who I voted for in 2008?
Wait, did you vote for Hillary in
Obama.
2016 because under Obama's administration there were lower prices than under Trump? Or
Yeah, I have a
not
question.
Hillary, Biden in 2020.
No.
With that mustache.
Why would you be voting for Trump for the reason that prices were lower under his presidency when you have no justification to assume that if he's reelected, prices will be lower again?
That's not even all the reasons. I'm going by what my life was like when Trump was in office.
With the expectation that it will
Lord.
be like that again. But why do you have that expectation that it will be like that again?
Because I know what the last 4 years is like. I'd like a change from
But
what
you
the
don't
last
know.
4 years are.
But you don't know that Trump caused your life to be so good when he was president, and you don't know that Biden caused your life to be so bad while he's been president. So if you don't have a justified expectation for it to be better again, quote unquote, this would give you absolutely no reason to vote for Trump. So you're gonna have to provide me and Parker with reason why you are justified in assuming that if Trump is reelected, your life will be better again in the context of the economy with figures such as inflation.
Yeah, for
interest
example,
rates,
real
etc.
GDP, like GDP increasing accounting for inflation is higher now than it was under Trump's administration. So would you say that it's preferable to have like now comparative to Trump's administration because it's higher now?
One more time. Sorry, I'm reading.
Yeah,
these
real
times.
GDP is higher now than it was under Trump's administration. So obviously the economy seems to be doing better now as it relates to your own perspective. Did you know that in 2019 real wages were lower than they are now?
Real wages were lower in 2019.
Yeah. That's median wages, by the way. So real median wages were lower than they are now. Not only that, but it is the case that real GDP has gone up by literally since 2019, 2,000 points. Which is almost 10%.
Okay.
It's okay. Gas prices were still lower.
Oh, okay. So you saying gas prices were lower? Okay, gas prices were lower under Obama comparative to Trump. Do you blame Trump for the higher gas prices?
No, but the
Okay,
crude
so
oil.
the same way that you don't blame Trump for the higher gas prices comparative to Obama, you're not going to blame Biden for the higher gas prices comparative to Trump.
Why did they go up as soon as Biden hit? Trump's oil production was up 27%.
And
So
Biden
actually,
is
we have the most oil production in the United States now than at any point in American history, or of
And
any
Biden-
country to ever exist.
and Biden's
Yeah.
administration has approved 50% more drilling permits.
Dude, you're
for
about to say he
here at
just
home in
approved
America than
more
Trump's
when he
administration.
shut half of them down. When
That's
he
Yeah,
not
I
first.
true at
guess
all.
that's
You want to
information.
bet? You want to
Yeah,
bet?
yes,
Let's bet,
yes.
Jordan.
Okay, how
money?
much? How much?
We also can't hear you. You can't see Parker.
Yeah, how much, Jordan?
Well, I don't know what you want me to like say to that to like
How
send
much
you
money do you want to bet? We're asking you to wager money on your BS claim. How much money do you want to wager on your terrible BS horseshit claim? That's the question we're
What
asking.
you're telling me that Biden did not shut down any of the oil refineries?
You particularly made the claim.
Wait,
that he
actually,
shut
you
down
know who
half.
sold one of our oil refineries to the Saudis? Jared
Yeah.
Kushner, the largest oil refinery.
Then also,
Okay.
there's something else I wanted to touch on here, right? Even if it was the case that Biden did shut down some oil refineries, the reason you'd say this is problematic is because it would decrease our nationwide oil supply. However, it's the case that this claim is wrong. And ultimately speaking, when we consider all facts, the U.S. is producing more oil than it ever has been, and is producing more oil than any other country in the world that currently exists or ever has. So this claim
Wait,
ultimately
someone in the chat
fails.
said Harris wants communism. I have to find that comment.
Okay, so then why was it up 27% with Trump?
Why was what up 27%? Which
Crude oil production.
Wait, crude
well-
oil production has gone up under again the Biden-Harris administration. We just explained this.
Like the figure that you're probably referencing is up 27% in comparison to Obama's administration, not to the Biden-Harris administration. Because
Yeah.
if it is in reference to the Biden-Harris administration, well, then it's just literally fucking wrong. You could reference the EIA for this. You could go to EIA's website, right? And
Energy
you could look
Information
at a graph
Administration.
of the oil production here at home in America. We're at an all-time high, baby.
And plus, the investments in renewable energy help decrease energy costs the most. Whereas if there was not investments in renewable energy and just investments in drill, baby, drill, well, then it would be the case that we would have, again, not as low prices as we would if we invest in renewable energies as well. Thank you for the confetti. Thank you so much.
I know, amazing. Some of those monumental legislation in modern U.S. history has been passed at the hand of the Biden-Harris administration, and you will not see it.
And
because
Vice
you
President
activism
Kamala
doesn't
Harris
exist.
specifically was the tie-breaking vote for the Inflation Reduction Act, the largest investment in renewable energy ever.
Amazing, amazing. This is why Harris is so good. Y'all have no reason not
One of
to
the
vote
most
for them.
impactful vice
Okay,
presidents
well,
ever.
The CO2 production was down 11% with Trump. But anyway, why is gas prices more now, even though the crude oil?
Okay, so there's
production is
lower
up?
oil. So there's lower amounts of oil available to the United States internationally. So specifically, OPEC limited their distribution of oil because of a deal that they signed with the United States, with Trump as president of the United States at the time, along with specifically, what's it called? Along with a Russia-Ukraine situation, leading to us getting less Russian oil.
Yes, just decreased global oil supply. Oil is a global market, and we predominantly rely on imports for the oil that we use at the pump for the reason that it's cheaper to import it than to use our own domestic production.
You're claiming
Tap that screen, everyone. Let's get to 1 million likes. Everyone share the live as well, y'all.
So Biden goes into office, the crude oil production is up from Obama. Biden continues to, continue the process, but then he goes to cancel the ones don't quote me, I think it was Alaska.
Yeah, those
I mean,
are
what-
nature reserves. We still produce more oil in the United States than any point in American history. Those are for nature reserves.
But
Yeah,
why would you?
So
guys
you
do
want to
that?
gut
You're
every
so-
nature reserve
you
we have?
love-
Wait. So do you want to gut every nature reserve we have in the United States?
It's also just a bad talking point. Imagine Biden took $5 from you, then gave 50 back. That's like
I
Biden taking away all these.
struggle to understand how you guys live in the economy that we live in, but continue to back it. What I mean,
We're not
No,
backing
we're
the
just
economy.
telling.
We're backing
Wait,
the
what?
presidency.
You understand that there's been global issues, right? Like inflation was a global phenomena. You just saying, "Oh my gosh, inflation in the United States," when inflation in the United States wasn't as bad as plenty of the nations around the world, I think is utterly ridiculous.
But okay, so So we can all agree that politics is pretty much a joke, and none of them, really go through with what they say they're going to.
No, again, politics does work. What you're not understanding is that the president doesn't deal with price instability. It's the Federal Reserve.
Okay, so you don't think the president has any sitting administration in his whole group of people that could really help persuade things?
They could affect them in like
things?
small.
Like, what are you talking about?
I just want to point it out. Like the presidency can affect, like say, like the price of oil, like in a very like small way. All right, and we saw that Biden actually did this. So he filled up our reserves, sold our reserves when the price of oil was at a really high point, and then refilled our reserves when oil was at a lower point, generating $500 million of profit for our country. Right? He is also
actually 26 billion. We calculated it.
Oh, 26 million or billion?
Billion.
Okay, well, I was way off. Right. Then additionally, their administration has approved more drilling permits, so we're at least producing more crude oil at home here in America. And that's about it, man. Like when we have a decreased global oil supply, we are going to see higher prices given the same demand, regardless of who the sitting president is. What I think is absurd is for you to assume that if Trump won 2020 and was our sitting president, that things would be different. Because they wouldn't be different. And I'm going to send this point home by just asking you how Trump would fix our current economy if he was reelected. How would he make gas costs less? How would he make groceries cost less? How would he drive interest rates down? How would he make the housing market better? Answer these very important questions.
Well, as far as just answering those questions as an average American, I don't think that we have those answers due to
the dollar.
Not knowing their.
So you just have blind faith, bro. That's it. You have blind faith in something that's economically infeasible and impossible given the power of our sitting president, and you have no reason to vote for this guy. You just want to because
you're just trying to find a reason. Like I feel like you're just grasping for straws to vote.
No, it's just you guys sit in front of your computer screens with the facts, and I'm sitting here on my phone.
Oh, so we sit here with the facts. You sit there with the feelings, and you want the feelings to preside over the facts, buddy.
You're telling me that Biden has filled the oil reserves, and he has not.
Thank you.
Our oil reserves are not filled right now. They were sold off.
So why are us sitting with the facts bad? Why is that bad?
But I don't know how that's a bad thing. I'm trying to understand your point. I'm trying to understand why you would go Democratic when none of their states.
They're trying to make rich people poor and poor people more comfortable.
What?
That's what Mike Pence said. I'm just like, yeah, what's bad about that?
You told me that the oil reserves were filled back up, because Biden sold them so that way he could attempt to lower gas prices.
Yeah, he literally. So not only did he release some, but he also did something where he released them, selling them, and then he bought them back at a lower price. So he made money for the United States. Hello? Okay. All right. Well,
how do you guys feel about knowing the party knowing the health of the president
the guy left,
for the last year, 2.5 years, and kind of keep it saying he's the strongest he's ever been. We're supporting him. I've never seen him more sharp. And then coming out.
Never seen him more sharp.
That's not what Trump said. That's what your own party said.
So no, I did not say that Biden was super sharp. I said that Biden is in cognitive decline for a very long time. I don't know why we'd attribute me with the rest of the party. The rest of your party doesn't acknowledge that Trump is literally a proven sexual abuser, fraudster, election denier. Thank you so much for the coral.
You can't deflect. The Democrats were saying.
Nathan, how old are you? Nathan, how old are you? All right.
I just really want to know your guys' opinion on that. It's not me coming out.
Opinion on what specifically?
Just the party backing Biden up until a week ago.
Oh, I think that they should have gotten rid of him as it relates to him dropping down like literally a while ago.
See, I agree with that, and I hate the distrust.
Thank you.
That's one thing I guess we can agree on is I don't like the distrust they put in the party for you guys.
I don't think they built distrust. I just think that it's clearly like they changed given like the scenario where they needed to. And I think that there's a lot of hype now for Harris. Now, Tony, how old are you?
I'm 35.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Because when he was president, I had a lot more money, a lot more freedom. Felt Everything just felt more affordable. I was able to go buy groceries and still have money left. What you know?
So how is he going to make it more affordable again? Can you because his tax policy specifically is inflationary. He wants there to be tariffs, 60 to 100% tariffs on China, which would decrease exports from them by 85%, which would cause massive inflation in this country because it would decrease the supply available to the United States. And secondly, he wants to increase tariffs on every good coming into the country by 10%. Tariffs mostly get passed down onto the consumer, so that causes consumer prices to go up, not consumer prices to go down.
I understand, but he's also trying to get rid of income tax for us hardworking folks.
Oh, okay. So if he wants to get rid of income tax and replace it with tariffs, that would cause massive inflation and shift the burden of taxes in the economy to people who make less.
I would still like to see how that works, opposed to what's happening now, where we're giving $165 billion to Ukraine when no one was asked.
No, we gave $107 billion to the Ukrainian government.
That's still too damn
70
much.
billion of that was
could've
weapons and
ended
equipment
homelessness 5
that we
times.
just 70 billion of that was weapons and equipment we just reallocated from our military budget. What you're not understanding is that we've been spending too much on military in the war for a very long time, and that was just a small portion of our military budget. So I don't know why we're hyperfixating on that instead of hyperfixating on the $890 billion military budget that clearly is not helping American citizens and is being spent on
That's just
geopolitical influence around the world.
The iceberg.
I agree with you on that,
I'm
partner.
not getting upset. I'm not accusing anybody of having wrong information or any of that. All I know is this. I pay a lot in taxes. Over 30% of my salary every 2 weeks goes to the government. I have no say in where it's going and how it's going, and that's not fair in of itself.
You do voting.
Say what?
You do when you vote. The thing is, we need to hold our politicians accountable so that there is so we can hold our politicians accountable by using our vote insofar as to get them to be transparent about all of these things. So you know exactly where your money is going. There needs to be vast transparency, not only with the money going to the DoD, but the money going through healthcare, the money going through Social Security, the money going everywhere. Not only would that decrease fraud within our system, but it would also make sure that you know exactly what it's going to benefit. Because there are real things that could benefit in this country, right? But by having federal spending built on things like universal child care, right? The middle class is literally taking advantage of as it relates to child care, pays 20, sometimes 30% of their income on child care.
So
How are they supposed to do that while trying to support a
You're
family?
going to tell me none of these higher prices are attributed to the open border?
Okay, no, I don't think so. Because if you look at, by the way,
So
there's no
all these
open.
people
Listen,
in New York, they're
listen.
getting
There's no. Can you please listen for a
$3,874
second? There's no open borders right now. One thing.
Yes, there is.
Two. Actually, if you want to look at the context of immigration benefits our economy. There's going to be more federal revenue, greater
in New York City.
GDP by 2034 because
live
of
in New
this.
York City.
So all the short-term
Not
costs
to the
associated. Can you
singular.
please stop talking for a second, Tony? All the
right,
short-term
but
costs.
I can't get a point out. I'm not being disrespectful or angry or fighting.
You're talking me
I
off.
just can't get a point out.
Okay.
Every time I start to make a valid point and I just start to touch on the topic, you grab the baton and you just keep running with it for like 1,000 yards. Give me a
Okay,
chance.
go for it. Go for it. What do you want to say, Tony?
Oh, so what I want to say is this. I live in New York City, and I'm seeing people are making comments here saying I need a new job. Listen, when you get taxed on
No,
your
don't
income,
fucking talk to the
I
chat.
don't-
Talk to me, sir.
Well, I am talking to you. I don't
Okay,
have
don't reference the chat. Reference what I just said.
What did you just say?
You don't even know. You don't even know.
We were talking about immigration, and then I said
Yeah,
something
yeah.
about someone.
And what
in
did
the
I say
chat.
about immigration?
You said that it's not affecting us, that it's going to help us, and it's not helping us.
You didn't listen to anything. It absolutely does affect us, but it benefits us in a positive way long term. All the short term costs associated with immigration are heavily outweighed by the long term costs or long term benefits. Specifically, the Congressional Budget Office, a nonpartisan committee, specifically indicated there'd be $7 trillion more in the economy by 2034, mostly due to immigration. $1 trillion more in federal revenues, which helps with the insolvency of Social Security, Medicare, and other types of programs that we care about, and our debt.
So let me ask you something. For my job and many millions of Americans, we were forced to take a vaccine to keep our job. And somehow, all the immigrants that are coming in don't have to take a vaccine.
Yeah, so you understand that was during a pandemic, right? And then secondly, yes, they do actually have to take vaccines. You know that, right? As it relates to this, in order to go through the legal process, right? Because it is the case that there are specific vaccines that are mandated to come into the country. That's already the case. Secondly, I don't care about mandating vaccines for people who come to the country. I have no issues with mandating vaccines with people coming to the country.
And I see, we here in New York, I can't.
And secondly, wait, you care about mandated vaccines? Wait, you care about?
I only care about it because if it was forced on me, an American citizen that was born and raised here.
How do you feel about abortion access?
Abortion access should be free to whoever needs it. That's
okay. So you understand that Trump has been quite literally undermining that system?
Well, he likes the minute there's a sign of life, he wants to keep it going, and he feels like you're murdering the child. I understand his point of view.
No, what he says specifically is it should be left up to the states. Not only does that allow for late-term abortion, but it is the case that specifically it restricts women in plenty of states from being able to access to abortion. It restricts rape victims in plenty of states from being able to access to abortion. It does not provide federal protections for them. It leads to some women dying in certain states because of their state's abortion laws, because they don't provide exceptions. That is disgusting. That is abhorrent. That should not be happening in 2024, a modern society. Vote for President Harris. Let's codify Roe versus Wade. Let's bring back women's access to abortion protected federally.
There's also a couple other things that it leads to that Parker didn't just touch on there, such as the idea that it leads to higher rates of poverty, lower rates of income, lower rates of education, and lower qualities of life for the individuals that live in pro-life in areas with pro-life legislation, specifically for the reason that pro-life legislation destroys the family unit and it shifts the focus of building a family out of desire while being financially ready to support kids because you want to, and that's why like a woman may support a pregnancy, and it shifts the focus instead to these young 18, 19, 20-year-old boys and girls engaging in intercourse with no, desire to have children and create a family. Although the state will then force the woman to give her bodily resources to another individual for 9 months to maintain pregnancy, forcing a child upon them. It forces unwanted children into unready households. It's a travesty, and especially because you said there should be free there should be free access to abortion for all. How would you not be able to see this grave travesty for exactly what it is?
I understand what you're saying. I agree completely. But I remember him saying in one of his speeches that he wants to leave it up to the individual states.
Yeah, that's what I just said, dude. Tony, did you listen to me?
Yeah, that's what we just said.
I did listen to you, bro. I did listen to you. But I was trying to catch everything that you had said, and then he jumped in.
I'm sorry.
I was listening to him as well.
Okay, so we did say he left it up to the states, which also restricted tens of millions of women's access to abortion. It restricted plenty of women who have been raped from being able to access to abortion, or little girls from being able to get access to abortion. Right, that's definitely a huge issue. Okay, and leaving that up to the states only exacerbates these issues and allows for them to do late-term abortion in certain states, which again is very unlikely and rare to occur. But the whole issue that they were bringing up as it relates to like late-term abortion is allowed if you leave it up to the states, not if Roe versus Wade is protected.
Understood. I'm not an expert on that subject. I just know about the cost that's choking out many of us civilians here in NYC. I can't speak for every state, every city. I can only speak about the nightmare that's happening here.
Yeah. So again, I don't see how this means that we should vote for Trump specifically, because Trump specifically hasn't helped with that. And Nalisa, thank you so much. I didn't see this earlier. Thank you for the $20.25. Thank you so much, Nalisa. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
If anyone watching the lives wants to support either myself or Parker, we both have our Venmos, Cash Apps, PayPals in the bio.
Tony, do you believe the 2020 election was stolen?
I do believe that. I'm not sure.
Okay, so how do you feel about him undermining our democracy when it was the safest election in recorded history?
I believe it's the same as when Hillary Clinton undermined it when he beat Hillary.
False.
He said the same thing for 4 years, and that's not false.
She didn't try to get her vice president to not certify the election results. She's not running for president again. She didn't specifically get tens of millions of people to believe the election was stolen for years.
Well, she said it in her own individual speeches on college campuses and various.
We're recognizing that Hillary Clinton either questioned or outright denied the results of the election. However, what we're recognizing here as well is that Trump did it to a further extent, right? Because Hillary conceded after a handful
and we're not
of
voting for Hillary
when there's evidence provided that she was incorrect. Meanwhile, Donald Trump hasn't conceded to this day after being proved wrong by 60 courts, including 17 courts with judges that he appointed, as well as Parker's point stands quite clear.
Well, what has Kamala done that makes her so
Yeah, she's
qualified
done
to
some
be
of the
our
most
president.
tie-breaking. She's an attorney. She's done one of the most tie-breaking votes out of any vice president in history in the last 200 years. The
Why
most
hasn't
in the
she
last 200
visited the
years.
border?
She has. She visited the border in
She has
2021.
not. She said in an interview to Lester Holt.
Tony, I would put money on this. She went in 2021.
She's on camera with Lester Holt from Channel 7 saying that she never went there and she hasn't been to Europe either.
No, so she said she literally specifically went to the border in 2021. Okay, this is just a lie.
I mean,
So
I know
I'd love
that
to see the quote.
I know the interview that you're referencing, Tony. I'm going to go ahead and safely assume that that interview was prior to 2021.
Well, I'm not sure. I haven't seen it.
Yo, Skibbity Tatum, thank you so much for the whale diving. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And Tracy, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. Well, Tony, is there anything else you want to talk about or add?
No, I appreciate you guys giving me some time. I
Appreciate you.
Yeah,
Let's get to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Type MAGA in the comment section right now if you want to be brought up. Thank you for the DJ. I appreciate the hat and mustache. Thank you so much. If you want to support me or Dean, Venmo, Cash App in the bio, everyone. Plus, you can check out the rally videos I just posted, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, hi. I'm turning 21, so I'm 20 now.
Are you voting Trump?
No.
Okay. Based. All right, let's go on to the next person. Everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Again, everyone, please only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Jackie
Also-
Piper's mom, thank you so much for the galaxy. Thank you so
Also,
much.
specifically, when did you say that Kamala had visited the border?
2021.
Do you know what month?
Gina, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. No, I don't.
I'll look that up.
Just look up when has Kamala gone to the border. All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Okay, it's not accepting like anyone. Type MAGA in the comment section if you want to be brought up,
Yeah,
y'all.
I got you. I'll exit people out of the queue.
I appreciate you.
Yeah.
These are two future CNN reporters. Can't wait.
Can't wait, bro. Yeah, for real.
Like, really, dude? That's crazy, man. All right. Type MAGA in the comment section if you want to be brought up, y'all. Type MAGA in the comment section if you want to be brought up. Sorry, it's not adding up people. I do apologize, everyone.
Bro, they're just hopping back in the queue. I'm deleting the same people.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right. Again, I don't know why people do that. Like, they literally just, like, send requests, and they're just not there.
I'm still deleting people from the queue so you can pull up people from the chat.
Oh, dude, it's so rough. This is the worst part.
What's up?
Yeah, are you voting Trump?
Oh, I don't think I meant to have that.
Thinking
person.
about it.
Why so?
Are you driving?
Are you
or
driving?
wait?
I am currently driving. I'm actually just.
Or go back to deleting people.
I'm gonna cry, chat. This is the worst part. Yo, what's up? How old
Yo,
are you?
yo, if you're voting for Kamala Harris, you're voting for Satan. If you're voting for Kamala Harris, you're voting for Satan. I love Trump. I love Trump. Trump 24.
Apparently you
Shoot
also
me in
love
the
hot
ear
moms.
next. Shoot me in the ear next.
The galaxy, thank you so much,
Ah!
You gotta be trolling,
Ah!
dude. He's trolling. He's definitely trolling.
I mean, to be fair, that was pretty funny. I feel like we get a lot of trolls, but usually they aren't as comedic.
They aren't as
that
funny,
guy.
you know?
Yo.
Matt, thank you for the $1 DNC payment. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, you guys can hear me?
Yeah, you voting Trump?
Yeah, bro, I'm voting Trump, bro.
How old are you?
I'm 21.
And why are you voting Trump?
Because why are you voting Biden?
Well, we're not.
We're not voting Biden.
Harris. I mean,
Why
do you want to know
you
why
want
Harris is
Harris?
better? Yeah, because
Yeah.
Harris isn't a rapist. Harris isn't a fraudster. Harris is an election denier.
All right, but
Harris
why-
isn't a racist. I'm still giving you my reasons. Harris isn't a misogynist, right? The Biden-Harris administration passing those monumental legislation in modern U.S. history, such as the Chips and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Infrastructure Bill, the Inflation Reduction Act.
Yeah, but
What has
they're
Trump
ma-
done?
they're
Trump
they're
has served as
making
a threat to our
people they're
democracy.
making people pay this much money just to live here, bro. That's crazy, bro.
Wait, are you
What?
talking about in terms of housing prices? Housing prices
Yes.
don't relate to the president. What are you
I'm
talking
talking about like Section 8 and shit like that. Like that shit's fucked up, bro.
Yeah, wait. So okay, so let me ask you the question.
All these fucking taxes and shit, bro. Nobody's trying to pay that shit.
Wait, so you understand taxes help pay for like housing development projects or infrastructure or
No, I'm not
for
specifically talking about that. I'm just
or for like
talking
Social
about
Security or
how-
Medicare?
We're still
people-
under Trump's tax code.
No.
The
How
taxes
people
you're paying
that
right
who
now,
are making
federally
money
speaking-
are paying money, and all their money is going to broke people. Like nobody wants to give their money to broke people.
Oh, okay. So you don't want to take care of, like, say, starving children?
Nah, I'm not saying that. Like that's acceptable, but people who just are lazy.
Wait,
and
but
don't wanna do
like,
shit, stop cutting
you
me off because
understand?
I'm not cutting you off.
You understand? Kids
I'm
can
not
be
cutting
broke
you
people,
off.
right?
Yeah, she's helping broke people, but I'm saying like if you have a disability, like you can get money, you can get help, but if you're just living off the government, bro, that's fucked up, bro. Work for your money.
Wait, you understand that most people do, right?
Camilla
Most
doesn't
people,
know shit, bro, and Trump is the best thing.
You don't
for
even know how to
us.
say her
That's
name.
what I'm
Kamala. Kamala does. Name one thing where she's been wrong.
Jake,
on.
don't leave. Don't run. Don't run.
Jake,
I'm
name
not
one
running,
thing
I'm
she's
not
been
running.
wrong on.
I'm just trolling, bro. I really don't even care. But I'm just saying, bro. You know,
You don't.
what's
You don't
right,
care.
and
You
know what's
sound
wrong.
like you fucking. Then you should vote
Yeah.
for Harris.
You sound like
I'm not
you
voting
got.
for Harris
You
So
should.
why is Trump better than Harris?
because you just better, bro.
Can you give reasons?
You got no
or
reason.
Nah,
Okay.
yeah, I don't have no reason. You're just better.
So do you understand how like
Okay. Well, you're just a joke, dude. You're like you literally like you want to you
Bro,
want to
you're a
literally.
joke. You're coming up here and you're debating, bro. Like,
Yeah, no
You
shit.
have nothing to. Nobody knows who you are, bro.
There's
just
10,000 people in the live. What
There's
is this guy
10,000
saying?
people in here. This is probably
I'm
one
just
of
saying,
the
does
biggest
Camilla know
lives
who you
on
are?
this app
Are you
right now.
Camilla's
What the
cousin?
fuck are you
Like,
saying?
Or like, do you know who
You
Camilla
said
is,
nobody
bro?
knows who you are, dude. But there's
No.
10,000 people in your live.
Yeah, this is like literally probably the largest live on the entire TikTok app. At
All right,
this
can you
given
just
moment.
get one thing through your head? Trump
I
is
doubt
gonna
that,
win
I
the
doubt
election.
that.
You know that,
I
right?
don't.
There's
I
there's
don't.
like news platforms that have more views.
You want to
Okay,
bet
well,
on it?
ABC's live. Well, then maybe.
You want to bet on it?
bet on
Bet
what?
on what, Jake?
If Trump wins the election, I want you to shut this fucking account down.
I'm not shutting my
Hey,
account
buddy,
down.
I have a question, Jake. So I just want to
Yo.
like ask you a quick question. So this is actually why we're hosting this live in the first place. There's because
Yeah.
very emotional men such as you want to destroy this country without engaging in critical thought. You literally contort your version of reality to fit your narrative with a disregard towards
Ah,
facts and critical thought,
motherfucker.
and then you're just gonna say, "Oh, I want to vote for
Andrew,
the
thank you for the $3.
rapist, for the fraudster, for the guy that tries to undermine our democracy, for the guy
Literally
that
got,
denied the
got his vice president to not certify the election results, and when he didn't do it specifically,
Yo,
and
guys,
he
yo,
specifically held the
Jake, am I
Constitution above
really
Trump,
emotional?
and he held the Constitution above Trump. They give the paper crane. Thank you so much. He then got a vice presidential candidate that specifically said he would not have certified the election results. He got a vice presidential candidate that said that he supports universal abortion bans. That says that they don't support grape exceptions. He did that to get his evangelical base to go out and vote for him.
Hey, Jake, what's
All right,
Trump's
well,
first
so
name?
Can you guys like fill me in and everything? Donald, what the fuck? Donald Trump. You think I'm stupid?
Jake,
How many continents
how many
are there?
branches of government are there?
I don't know all that.
Okay.
That's why I'm at.
Kenna,
That's
thank
why
you for
I
the
joined
dollar.
here.
Thank you.
I want you guys to fill me in and everything.
No,
Yeah,
you don't.
Judicial, legislative,
Yes, I
and
do.
executive.
That's such
Yeah, I
that's such
do.
a joke. You're not here to learn. How many continents are there?
I am here to learn. Why?
Okay,
why
okay,
are
no,
you
no, no.
guys-
Let's do that. Let's do that. If you're here to learn, right? Can you name one policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class?
Honestly, if you want me to be honest, I really can't.
Okay, so if you don't know anything that he's done that has benefit people, and all you know that he's done is literally abuse women, is say it's okay for him to walk into changing rooms of naked girls and naked changing girls in Miss
understand that.
USA,
I'm not.
for him to
Yeah,
say
yeah.
he wants to date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, to say his daughter's voluptuous,
All right,
say
but
yeah
you
to
can't
Howard
lie.
Stern
You
calling his
can't
daughter a
lie,
piece
bro.
of ass.
You can't lie, bro. When Biden was talking, bro, Biden is retarded, bro. You cannot lie.
Okay, so you're just using
Why do you want
slurs
somebody
now,
who's
bro. Like, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck? Why are you using slurs?
No, because he doesn't engage in fact critical thought. He just has a narrative and he wants to fit it. There's
Yo, what's up?
there's
How
no
old are you,
growth.
Nathan?
Huh?
How old are you?
I'm 22.
Are you voting Trump?
I think so.
Why is that?
So I don't really have, I'm not very educated on policy stuff, and I'll be honest about that. But just from what I've seen in the news and stuff, also, if I sound nervous, I've never talked in front of 10.5 thousand people before.
It's
fine,
okay.
man. Don't
I'd be
worry.
nervous too. I'd be nervous too, bro. You're good.
But I just have, and I think I'd like to actually have a discussion about this. I have a disdain, like distrust in the Democratic Party right now. From
why?
years and years of saying, this is the best Joe Biden. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh, he's losing or he's demented,
So the reason
no-
he stepped down wasn't because of like his cognitive capacities, but it was rather because after the first debate, COVID, etc., there's just no way he could have beat Donald Trump. in November.
Exactly. So
I would say it's related to like how people viewed his cognitive capacities. I would say that So
Right.
it's not necessarily his cognitive capacities in of itself. It's how people viewed it and his relation to be able to beat Trump. Because the whole point in which he's running is to be able to beat Trump. And if he sees that he doesn't have the ability to beat Trump, then there's no reason for him to continue.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
like
so
of course
I
his
just-
cognitive capacities are fine to legislate, or he wouldn't have passed some of the most monumental legislation in modern U.S. history.
So
Yep.
again, so I just have like a disdain, like distrust that is actually like I can't be convinced that man that we've seen was the one calling all the shots. And I know
It's a
that's
fringe
like-
conspiracy theory that you have no evidence for.
This is also like coming from like a weird, like we think president is like dictator and does everything.
Well,
That's not how
he's
it
the
works.
most- well, I mean, I know that there's three
Did
branches.
you know
of the government for a reason.
Trump did more golf like than Obama? Trump spent $140 million of taxpayer money
Listen,
on
I'm
golf
not
trips.
claiming to be a Donald Trump fan at all. I just have I'm more of a middle guy. Like I'm more like
So
socially.
not voting for Biden, just to put that out there.
Yeah,
Huh?
like so if you're more in like the middle, right? You want to retain women's access to abortion, you care about climate change, right? Human caused climate change, Trump denies it. Just doesn't know it yet. If you care about expanding access to healthcare, the ACA, you're going to vote for Democrats, right? You're not going to vote for Republicans that have consistently gone against access to childcare. You don't want to vote for Republicans that consistently have spent more than Democrats like Trump spent literally $8.4 trillion of debt-related spending under his administration. A hell of a lot more than what Biden
Yeah.
spent, even if you take into account the non-COVID spending of Trump. 4.8 trillion of non-COVID related spending.
Yeah, what I think is funny, it's like reduce
That
the
is debt
deficit.
related.
It's like reduce the deficit until it's Trump, right? Protect children until it's Trump, right? Recognize rape victims until it's Trump, right? Protect women's rights until it's Trump. You know what I mean? It's like this is antithetical to the views that generally all Americans have accepted and adopted throughout the context of the U.S. history. But as soon as we have this man that people see some type of contorted false vision within, right, with no sufficient reason to believe that he's going to do anything good for the American people, y'all are fine with disregarding the facts and just throwing your belief at the guy through blind faith.
Yeah. Like I said before, like I have a disdain, like distrust in the left right now. Like it's just, how can you say these things and then push them off? And then like the main thing that, like logically speaking, is you're saying, or not you, like, you know, the left in generalizing is saying, you know, he's a threat to our democracy, this, that, and the other.
He is.
Okay.
Do you think that Biden rightfully won the 2020 election?
I do. Yeah.
Okay,
So then he's been
you would
undermining
accept
it for the past few years by trying to get his vice president to not certify the election
I know,
results.
but then
Getting
you
a vice
think-
president that wouldn't want to certify the election results.
Okay, my point is 14 million people voted in the primaries for Joe Biden. And I don't think it's fair that Kamala Harris, who's probably one of the like
Vice
least popular
president.
vice presidents of all in
Wait,
American
that's how
history.
it works with vice presidents. You understand that vice presidents specifically step up whenever the presidential candidate steps down?
I do.
That's what democracy is. You vote for the president and the vice president. She's on the ticket. It's Biden Harris. She's a part of that.
But Biden dropped out of the nomination then.
Yes, so now it's Harris.
That doesn't make any sense.
Like, for example, right, when Nixon dropped out, right, when Nixon resigned, right, the vice president steps up. Is that anti-democratic?
when he resigned, he didn't withdraw from the
okay.
presidential race.
Wait, so in the same way, right? Wait, so obviously, if it was the case that they were running again, it would be the case that the vice president steps up. Roxy, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Like, for example, if Joe Biden were to have died right now, rather than dropped out, do you think that it would have been anti-democratic for Kamala Harris to be at the top of the ticket?
I do think it's unfair that Biden decided to drop out so late in the process. I think that's
Can you
unfair.
answer the question? I didn't ask you that. I didn't ask you that at all.
What was the question again? Sorry.
Yeah, if Joe Biden died rather than dropping out, would it have been like anti-democratic for her to be at the top of the ticket, for her to be the Democratic nominee?
Yeah, I don't think so. No, I don't think so.
No. So if it wouldn't have been, why is it not if he drops out?
It's just I don't think
That's not anti-democratic. People are just saying that because they want to shift the burden. They want to say, "Oh, we're not the ones that are anti-democracy," when they clearly are. It's the Democrats, right? You want to shift the burden. You want to scapegoat everyone else. You want to project all of these things that we've considered bad, right, onto us rather than onto yourself.
I'm just saying I'm convinced that she would not have won She would not be the candidate of choice by the Democratic
if there's a
Party.
primary at the open convention, she's going to win it.
Well, didn't she just secure the nomination though?
No, they don't.
She got over half. She got over half the delegates. Didn't she?
Have they done the DNC thing yet? No, I don't
I
think
know,
they have.
but they've pretty much.
I don't think. So maybe the delegates of Biden's were given to her, right? But
no,
I'm pretty sure that would happen in the the Democratic National Convention.
Well, I saw something today. I can't remember. I think it might have been ABC News or something like that. That she had got a elite. I don't know.
They might have already done that already, but that would only be because she was on the ticket.
I see. I don't see that
as like anti-democratic.
Okay. I mean, I think that we're just going to disagree on that. But I mean, you're obviously more educated.
Okay, so people are just saying that they endorsed her. Yeah, that's exactly what I thought. Like many people have endorsed her.
Also, I want to reintroduce the idea of lesser of two evils. If you'd say that, well, you're going to vote for Trump because what led up to Harris's presumptive nomination for the Democratic candidate was anti-democratic. Well, why don't we go ahead and reference back his denial of the 2020 election and how even if it is the case that the system was anti-democratic within the Democrat Party, right? We still see worse coming from Trump given what occurred in 2020. And this could be referenced on almost every single point that you brought up. We could just assume that you're right and still show how Trump is worse.
See, and then so I agree. The whole election thing is messed up. I'm not at all a fan of Donald
thank
Trump.
you so much to the Galaxy. Thank you so much.
But like I said, I think that one, the reason the election wasn't overturned is because we have those three branches for a reason, and they did their job, right? And so I find the whole fear-mongering campaign of what was the Bidens and the left to just be extremely dishonest and untrustworthy, especially
we're not being dishonest and untrustworthy.
I'm saying,
is it not dishonest and untrustworthy to literally try to get your vice president to not certify the election results? That's dishonest and not trustworthy. So I don't know why you don't look at that as dishonest and not trustworthy, or him cheating on his wives, or him, engaging in defamation, fraud, having 34 felonies for falsifying business records with the predicate crime of election interference. All of that sounds like pathological lying.
Well, back to the main point that I was going to make. Honestly, I was kind of shook whenever it said join live. I was like, oh shit, okay, and they're choosing me. But anyway, back to the main point that I was making. And I want to. I'll finish the statement, then you guys can respond if I can ask that, please. But you spend these past few years saying this is the best Joe Biden, this is the best Joe Biden, he's this, that, and the other. When anyone with a brain that has watched him can be like, okay, something's not right there. I'm not saying
we're talking about Kamala Harris. I don't know why we keep going back to Joe Biden. It's like we can't focus on the fact that we have a new candidate here because you're so focused on Biden.
I was saying I'm going back to my original point about my distrust in the Democratic Party right now, which is why now the elections, a lot of things can change in November, until November. I'm a very open-minded person. I'm saying right now, you spend years saying these things when it's very obvious to anyone that's paying it with eyes that some things may not be right there. And then all of a sudden he's trailing incredibly, maybe not incredibly, but he's obviously trailing in the race, right? And then it's we got to pull him. We can't do this. We got to pull him. We've got to find someone else. And then all of a sudden he's a hero for pulling out. It just doesn't make any sense to me.
For the race, he's definitely a hero, yeah.
That just doesn't make, how can you, that makes
Yeah, he could have saved democracy by dropping out there because he was not on track to win.
But do you see the hypocrisy in that?
How is that hypocrisy? Right? They literally acknowledged that
sliced bread, and then all of a sudden you're
they never said he was the greatest thing since sliced bread. What are you talking about?
I'm being metaphorical.
I know, but that's not what was being said.
I'm not going to argue. Anyway, but you know for a fact that everyone and their mother was saying that he was the best president of our generation or of all of American history, blah, blah, blah. And all of a sudden he's losing and they're like, you got to go. And then now
there is a decent argument for that. Just because you're a good president doesn't mean that you're just because you're a good president or not doesn't mean that you will or won't be liked by the public. You can be a great president and not be liked by the public.
Yeah. But I'm saying that my main point that I was trying to make is as of, the 23rd, 22nd of July, as of now, as of today, I would vote Republican because of my just distrust in the Democratic Party as of today. Now, if that changes in November, awesome.
Yeah, I think it should change. I don't know why you have distrust with Democrats, but you're okay trusting Republicans, even though Trump is literally the biggest liar ever. But you should work on that. Yeah,
it makes no sense, bro. Like, dude, please get a grip.
Well, I also I'm also a firm believer that just the federal government in general is full of liars that we just don't see. To be completely honest with you,
Trump lies more than all of them. So,
well, I think they all lie in their own specific ways.
I appreciate you coming up, man.
Yeah. Anyway, thank you guys for having me on. God bless y'all.
Thank you. All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Tap that screen. Let's run up to 1.5 million likes, y'all. I think we can try to hit 5.5 million today. You know, let's go for it. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
46.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Well, that's not why I came on here. So I wanted to ask you a question.
All right, but are you going to debate it or not?
No, I just want to ask you a question.
Okay. All right. Have a good day.
Bye, Brandon.
Wow.
He's like surprised.
He's surprised that if he doesn't follow the rules of the live, that he gets kicked off. Wow, dude. Wow.
Yeah,
I can't believe it, dude.
10.5 thousand people in here. He's surprised that we didn't put everything on hold, including the 10.5 thousand people watching the live, to answer his one question. Wow, he's almost as narcissistic as Trump. Wow.
All right, yo, what's up? How old are you?
49.
Are you voting for Trump?
I'm definitely voting for Trump.
Why
I'm
so?
going to be real honest with you guys. Last election, when it came down to Biden and Trump, I was really, really on the wall. Really thought about voting for Biden.
Then you should think about voting for Harris this election season. But why are you voting for Trump? Let's hear your reasons. Yeah.
Guys, I'm going to be real honest with you. Number one, when it comes up to Harris, what has she really done over the past 4 years?
Yeah, for example, she has given the most tie-breaking votes of any vice president in the past 200 years. So she's quite literally the most influential vice president in the past 200 years. A few of those things particularly would relate to the nomination of the first black member of the Supreme Court who's a woman, Ketanji Brown Jackson, right, and the Inflation Reduction Act, the largest investment in renewable energy ever.
And then something else I wanted to add on here is were you making the same argument when you were considering voting for Biden last election cycle, given your lack of knowledge on what he achieved as a VP to Obama?
Venus, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you.
You know, I'll be honest. I will say when Biden was Obama's VP, I thought he did a phenomenal job. I totally supported Biden when he was vice president. I thought he was an awesome VP. He was an awesome VP.
What did he do as what did he do as Obama's VP?
I'm so sorry.
What did he do as Obama's VP that you liked?
I mean, God, you know, to go back and think about it, my memory isn't that good anymore. I mean, he was just
kind of there.
A lot of policy. He was overall. When I'm just saying an overall job, he did a good job.
It's just funny that this is only an argument used against the woman VP, not the man VP. It just seems like
it's not necessarily. It's not necessarily against a woman. I think that it is time for us to have a woman president. I really do. I think a woman president is something that this country really needs.
Well, then why don't you vote for Kamala Harris?
Just because of the way things in this country have gone over the last 4 years.
Okay, so what about this country has gone wrong specifically that makes you want to vote for Donald Trump over Kamala Harris?
Well, let's look at gas prices, number one. Gas prices with Trump were down compared to with Biden. Let's look at inflation.
Wait, so Michael, let's actually reference that. Did you know that gas prices were lower under Obama's administration? So did Trump cause higher gas prices?
Well, let's also think there is inflation. So over a time period, everything goes up. However,
Exactly.
I want to say that what they've gone up over the past 4 years is more than just general inflation.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I agree it's more than general inflation. But the point I would make is that it's not caused by the president. Right? So there was inflation worldwide. There was inflation in Asia, in Africa,
you're 100%
in Europe,
correct. You're 100%
in South America.
correct. It's not caused by the president, but it can be caused by policies and things that are done by him and his administration.
Can you name a policy caused by the administration that caused
inflation?
inflation?
I'm saying it can be done. Just like look at the pipeline. The first thing that he did was get rid of that pipeline.
Okay, so the XL pipeline specifically, that was a court order. 90% of it didn't go to the United States. It was 1,000 temporary jobs, so those people just got different jobs because, again, it was temporary. And then nextly, as it relates to that, Again, that was due to a court decision.
Okay. Well, now see that you're teaching me something I didn't know, and that's why I had said you guys are doing an excellent job because you're informing me of facts that I did not know about. So I'm watching and I'm learning, and I mean, and that's where I think a lot of people, anybody listening to this right now, needs to listen to both sides because that's what we need to do. We need to be informed. If you don't like Trump, that's fine. If you don't like Harris, that's fine. However, at least sit here and listen to what other people have to say, validate those facts, and then that may at least change you and put you onto another candidate. You guys are doing an excellent job, my brothers. Thank you so much for what you guys do, and I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your day.
Michael. Have a great day.
Take care, guys.
All right, let's get to this next individual up. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. If you want to support me or Dean, Venmo, Cash App in the bio, everyone.
That's right, guys.
Yo, I'm Jacob. Thank you for the Galaxy. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'm Jacob. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Me,
Hello?
40.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Why so?
A lot of different reasons. I'm not going to go into policies and debates.
Are you driving, by the way?
He's definitely in his
parked.
car. I don't know.
You're parked? Okay. Yeah, so what policies?
I said not going into policies.
Okay.
I'm going over just living as a resident of, California and then Arizona, and just the state of the country in the last 4 years is...
Yeah. Can I fill you in on something real quick? We've heard the same argument from the last couple guests, so I kind of want to cut to the chase here.
I would love to hear it, yeah.
State of the economy when Biden and Harris assumed office was bad. But
Not
it wasn't
the economy.
So then what are you referencing?
I'm referencing the degradation of just, number one, the way that we're just at civil debate with each other, both parties, just the disunification, the fact that we're so focused on...
he created the in group and the out group. He's the one that divided our country.
First of all,
he's the one that said Merry Christmas, Happy Thanksgiving to everyone that agrees with me. F anyone who doesn't. He created the political division, but go ahead.
I'm trying to say that the disintegration of our country, I feel like this country is weaker than it's ever been before. The fact that other countries don't respect us. We don't know how to wield our military under this current administration. No one's afraid of us. When Trump was in office...
All of that's ridiculous.
Let me finish the thought.
Wait, do you think
ridiculous?
Do you think we were stronger in 1776 than now?
Ask the current military who they'd prefer to have in office and what threats who died under Trump's administration. We're not.
More members died in conflict
to other
under
countries.
Trump.
When you're the biggest
65 active.
When you're the biggest person in the playground,
Trump's presidency.
You don't need to acquiesce to other countries because what they're going to do is they're going to infiltrate your country. They don't care about us. They're going to take over, and pretty soon we're not going to have the ability to sell our resources like gold, oil, or anything like that. Other countries are going to take over us and take all that.
What is he yapping about, bro?
What am I yapping about?
Listen. Did you know that there were more service members that died in conflict under Trump's administration comparative to Biden, like significantly more? There were 65 under Trump and 16 under Biden.
All right, you guys have numbers, you guys have facts, or you're filling people in on information. This last guy is great. You helped him learn. Maybe you swayed his vote. But let me just ask you a real question.
Do you mind before you ask us the question, we could talk about your reasons why you're voting for Trump here? Because I feel like you just.
I just want to know if this is just if this is a hoax or just like clickbait. Are you guys really serious about this?
Yes.
Yes.
Are you truly?
Yes.
We're serious. You've heard Kamala Harris talk. You've heard Biden talk.
Yes.
Yes,
Why
I'm so sorry that you don't think wait, are you saying that I shouldn't be confident in voting for the prosecutor over the felon? I shouldn't be confident
you don't
in voting
think
for the
that
person.
Biden's a felon in any way?
Let me finish. First of all, Biden isn't a felon. Second of all, we're not voting for Biden. You think that I want to be confident in voting for the person that cares about the American people in comparison to the one that tried to undermine our democracy, was held civilly liable for rape and criminally convicted of 34 felonies? No, I'm 100% serious when I tell you that the Biden-Harris administration had some of the most monumental legislation in modern U.S. history, and Harris will serve us, will serve our country, and will serve the American people, and will serve for the rights of already disenfranchised and marginalized communities better than Donald Trump could ever imagine he could.
I don't
right?
get
The fact
that
of
when
the
I hear
matter
her
is,
talk.
Trump
I
is a
don't get
bad
any
guy that only
unification.
cares about himself, doesn't care about
I've
us.
heard you
and
talk.
the only
Talk
reason
for
I think
about
he's
10
running for
seconds.
presidency is because it serves his self-interests, not the interests of the American people. He only
Even if
cares
it
about
only
rich white
served
men
his-
and that top
even if it
1%.
only
And if
served
you
his
fall
self-interest.
outside of that top 1% of these rich white men in our country, he doesn't give a shit about you. That's why he elected to overturn Roe v. Wade. That's why he elected for a tax policy that benefited the top 1% much more than the middle class. I mean, come on. Like, this is
Look
why
at
he
our
elected a
country
VP
right
that wants
now,
to
brother.
ban
Is
abortion.
are any classes succeeding? Look at our country right now. Is anyone succeeding? You're talking about a group of people
Galaxy,
that
thank you
have
so
been
much.
in administration for the last however long, and are we winning it all right now? No, we're not doing good.
So I can give you a few wins. So a few wins would include the $35 cap on insulin, the largest investment in renewable energy ever
Bro,
with the Inflation Reduction
all
Act, the PACT Act expanding veterans health
Our
care for
country
a million
is
veterans.
disintegrating, brother.
Prince, I let you speak. I love to speak quick. Think of the handout.
I heard your friend talk. Have you been talking? Because he just dominated the whole
King J,
conversation.
appreciate you for the galaxy. I
Okay,
literally
go ahead.
just
I'll be quiet.
so
spoke
like,
for like
are
30
we just going to be
seconds.
mad real quick? I appreciate the corgi, thank you. Or can I like address a point?
No, I'm listening.
Polina,
Venus,
thank you for the
Galaxy,
$10.
thank you so much.
Thank you for the $10 on Venmo, Polina. I appreciate you for the love.
Okay, so there
Insulin?
again, the Inflation Reduction Act, the largest investment in renewable energy ever, the $35 cap on insulin, the PACT Act, which expanded a million veterans to access extra health care, specifically related to the VA for people who are exposed to burn pits and toxic substances abroad. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much, Athena. And then secondly, also, there was the bipartisan infrastructure bill, which Trump wanted to get passed, which he never got passed specifically. There was plenty of things that benefit this country, right? Why don't we acknowledge those things?
We don't acknowledge them because if you're being like, just look at the state of
Jacob,
things.
thank you for the $10 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love, Jacob. Sorry.
Because our country right now, I've lived here my whole life, and it feels worse than it's ever felt before. So whatever he's approved, the insulin, that's great. All these other things, great. But as an American middle class, you're not feeling it. And even if Trump, I'm not even going to sit here and go, he's the greatest guy in the world. He's just that. It's like, even if he were out for his own interests, like you said, his business related interests here, if that was the only reason why he wanted to pump up America for the next however long, I'm getting with that because I want our country to be pumped up again, even if the only reason he wanted to do it was for his business interests to succeed. But however, all I've seen is that even after the attempt on his life, all the other things, what you're hearing in the background is like, it's a united America of like, let's come back together again. Like America, people are chanting. And I don't want to just talk about that incident. It's like, if that happened to anyone else on any other party, like there's still just division on that side. That side wants to say like we're all united and everyone's accepted, but I don't feel it. If I did, I would be on that side, dude. I really would. But I don't feel the unification on that side. I don't. And I don't feel Americans coming together.
Pauline, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Emily, thank you for the $10. And Jacob, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. The reason why you don't hear unification is because of conspiracy, because people are not in accordance with facts. What unifies us is facts. That's what unifies us. If you have your own facts you're going off of, alternative facts, you think the election was rigged, you think it was stolen, all of these fucking lies that you've been taught, right? If you think that, how are we supposed to have unification? You're on a completely different set of information than we are.
I'm not going off his information. I'm not going off of the other administration's information.
No, I'm saying people, because you're saying unification amongst people isn't happening. Well, it can't happen if people don't acknowledge facts. And voting for people like Trump.
Why isn't the other side chanting like, "Hey, America, like let's unify, let's come back together"? It just feels so divided.
Do you want to know why the country's divided?
Sure.
So the reason the country's divided is because in 2016 we met a man by the name of Donald Trump that gained a following and catered to said following by making them feel special. And the way that he made his followers feel special was by making them feel more important than the individuals that disagreed with him. By making statements such as the idea Christmas of 2017. Merry Christmas to everyone that follows me and agrees with me. But if you don't follow me, if you don't agree with me, if you're a part of the out-group, well, then all of a sudden I don't care about you. By creating a collective narrative for all of them to buy into. If you're part of the MAGA cult, you love it, you're together, you're unified. But if you fall outside of the MAGA cult, all of a sudden you want to hold America back. You don't want it to be great again. And he doesn't have any respect for you. See, he's not like a John McCain, all right? He's not like Republicans we've seen in the past. That's why the Lincoln Project exists. He serves to his own interests, which serves to the interests of his followers. If you fall outside that group, he doesn't care about you, and that's the same rhetoric and divisiveness upheld by members of the MAGA cult. Okay? Biden, he tried to bring people together. Harris, she will try to bring people together. Trump
Why does
cares
it
about
not
himself
feel like we're
and
together
how his
then right
cult
now?
will
I just
serve
told
his
you, Lil
self-interests.
Prince. I literally just told you. It's because you're not like your party is not operating on the same facts. You're not
But you
operating
have
on
a
reality.
party too. I'm saying you have a party too that has influence. It's not just one side. So why,
Yeah,
as a country,
it's mostly the
we
Republican
voted
Party
Biden
due to
into
Donald Trump.
office? The majority voted Biden into office. So why isn't the majority ruling? If the other side is so misinformed and disenchanted, then why isn't the ruling majority party taking, ruling and being the majority of unification?
Again, they are trying to do so, but they can't unify with the other side that doesn't want to unify with them because they're not predicating their beliefs off of the same facts.
And also some of the
Right?
incomplacency.
That's what I'm
that was-
saying. You're not predicating off of facts. You're predicating off of feelings and conspiracy. Those are not facts. That is just that is definitely something that splits people up.
Another
So
thing
is there only
I don't.
conspiracy on one side then? Is that what you're
No,
saying?
I just think it's more massive on one side because of the election lies, because of the propaganda that Donald Trump himself has spewed over and over and over again.
Another thing is Trump has radicalized the Republican Party, and I'm never going to unify with someone that doesn't think that gay people should have the right to marry. I'm not going to unify with people that don't think women should have the right to access health care. I'm not going to unify with people that want to serve to the benefit of the top 1% at the detriment of the middle class. See, our disagreements aren't on tax policy anymore. Since the radicalization of the Republican Party at the hand of Donald Trump, our disagreements go much deeper. We're now in complacency from the left, from Democrats, from people like me and Parker and the people that support us in chat is no longer because we disagree with you about analytical
Memes,
tax
thank you for the
policy,
galaxy,
but
thank
it's
you.
because we advocate for the rights of marginalized communities in which Trump stands against vehemently, and that is going to cause incomplacency, which will cause ununification.
Well, he doesn't talk for everyone, and I think that's the biggest argument here is that just because there's a red and blue party, Republican, Democratic, it doesn't mean every American agrees with every different thing. It's just like at the end of the day, when I get off this call with you guys, it's like I want the best for your life. I have gay relatives. I'm all for all those things. I honestly, at the end of the day, just want to see America feel strong and feel united again. If you take Trump out, whatever it is, leave Biden in. If things had, if we sort of had that going on in the country right now, I would be like, yes, let's do this. But I really don't want to see our
Thank you for the
country
million.
at civil war.
Our disagreement isn't
So
that
we're not going to go to civil war. Those people are fear mongering you. They're fear mongering you into there's going to be this civil war, right? In order to control you into voting for a particular candidate. It's the same thing they used with World War III. World War III is not imminent. It's not going to happen right now. Right. Obviously, it can happen. I'm not disputing that. I'm saying it's not probable to occur right now.
I'm not talking necessarily about our.
I know you're not talking about that.
I'm
just
talking
giving
about
you,
the
like,
arguments you see even in TikTok. It's like we're civilly so vehemently against. and
Bro,
hating
we don't
each other.
disagree that we want civil unity in our country. What we disagree on is that we don't want it done the way Donald Trump wants to do it. We want it done
Thank
in
the
the
galaxy.
adequate
Thank
way.
you so much.
Like we've seen really bad, horrendous, terrible leaders unite their followers. Hitler's a great example. But see, what we're saying here is, while it is true that they advocate for the unification of this MAGA cultist party, right? It's a case that we want unification. We just don't want it done in that fashion.
Anything else you want to talk about, or before we go on to the next person? Dewinders, think of the hand heart.
No, I'm just saying, guys, as fellow Americans, like, do your thing. I support you, and I'm not for anything. I honestly just want to see America as a superpower. I want to see us all having great incomes and being able to buy homes and being able to feed our families. That's really what I care about. So do your thing, and that's all I want to say.
All right, well, appreciate you coming up. Thank you so much. Let's go on to the next person. Everyone only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Let's get up the next person real quick. If you want to support me or Dean, Venmo, Cash App in the bio. Tap that screen. Let's get to 1.5 million likes, y'all.
I did have a couple people to thank here. Karen, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. Emily with the $10 on Venmo. I appreciate you as well. And Maria, thank you so much. So let's get some Karens, Emily's, and Maria's in the chat. I appreciate all three of you.
Yo, what's up, Logan? How old are you?
I'm 35.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes, sir.
Why so?
A lot of the policies that he's implemented. Also, I do want to say I'd like to be able to speak instead of being talked over by Dean. But most of it is obviously the economy is shit. Just gas prices. Everybody says, "Oh, the president doesn't control gas prices," and he does with his policies.
So what policy did the Biden-Harris influence to get passed that made gas prices increase?
Well, all the what are they called?
You don't know.
Against President Putin. All the I don't remember what they're called. Basically putting all the I don't know what it's
sanctions.
It's like yeah, there you go, sanctions.
So you don't want to sanction Russia for invading Ukraine, a country that we had an agreement with that if they were to give up their nuclear weapons, we would defend them. Don't we want to sign denuclearization agreements with North Korea or with Iran?
Angela, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love. Angela's in the chat for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much. My apologies.
Weren't they already taken care of? Like North Korea, like President Trump was the first one to go over there.
No denuclearization agreement, none. And they did missile tests right after.
Okay, so let's go on to inflation. We can't drill. We've been
doing the most production of oil in the United States now than any point in American history or any country ever.
But where's the profits on that? Where's the production where it helps the American people out? Trump is about the people.
Oh,
they did.
Biden or Harris. Harris has no idea what the hell she's doing.
So Biden actually. So what we did producing all this oil. So Biden, Harris, they sold all of our. What you call it? What do you call it, Parker? We have our.
You're talking about the strategic. So here, let me address this first, right?
Yeah, sure.
We not only did we invest in renewable energies, which helped bring down costs, which Trump would not have done. We have the most production of oil now than any country ever, or of any point in American history. So that's what you're not acknowledging, is that we're doing exactly what Trump was doing in terms of production of oil, and then we're also investing in renewable energies, which quite literally is going to decrease energy costs the most.
And then I also
helps American citizens.
I also just heard the keyword profit from Logan. So yeah, Biden sold our oil reserves when oil was at a high, then bought them back when they're at a low, generating, according to Parker, $26 billion of profit, for our country. So I mean, I just thought I'd be hyper specific with a clear-cut, clean as day example of the Biden-Harris administration generating monetary profit for our country.
Well, you said low. We're talking what, like $3? Because I mean, even at the end, before COVID hit, gas prices were $1.84. And I'm not talking about shutting down the Keystone. I understand that wasn't in production, whatever. The court decided that. But what I am saying is, like, there was so many other policies, like the tariffs against China and shit like that. Like, you gotta, you know what I mean? Like, you gotta take all that into consideration.
Tariffs are inflationary. So Trump wants to do a 60 to 100% tariff on every good coming into the country, which quite literally, not every good coming into the country, 60 to 100% specifically on China and 10% on every good coming into the country. 60 to 100% from China would cause 85% of imports from China to be reduced, which would cause massive inflation. Not only that, but it would also reduce how much our products are valued internationally, as it is the case that those particular countries will also put tariffs on us as well, causing a trade war. Think of the year sweet. Thank you so much. So that would increase conflict and tensions with China in an already bad circumstance.
I mean, why are they in a bad circumstance right now? I mean, when Trump was in office, they weren't.
No, they were. I'm talking about in terms of the trade war. Right, the trade war was provoked by Trump in terms of the tariffs, and now tariffs have been kept by the Biden-Harris administration as well, which I think is bad. But it shows of the tensions and the conflict that has been increased due to specifically Donald Trump's policy as it relates to tariffs.
and then like all this shit in Ukraine. Like, we don't need to be in Ukraine.
That was a complete pivot from what I just said. If you want to talk about Ukraine, do you know what the Budapest Memorandum is?
No.
So the Budapest Memorandum is an agreement that we signed with Ukraine that if they gave up their nuclear weapons, we would defend them. If they give up their nuclear weapons, now it's our turn to defend them. Danielle, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much.
So why wouldn't Putin do that when Donald Trump was in office?
You mean invade Ukraine? Appreciate the hand art.
Say what?
Do you mean invade Ukraine?
Yeah. Why wouldn't they do that when Trump is in office?
Yeah, so I don't know what the explanation is for that, but I think it is the case that none of these are related specifically to the president of the United States. So can you explain to me what Trump would have done that would have caused it to not occur?
I don't know. Ask him the last 4 years. It didn't happen then.
Okay, so just because it didn't happen then doesn't mean it wouldn't have happened. For
there
example,
was no new wars. You know what I mean? Like, there was nothing.
The Turkish-Kurdish war, right? The Yemen genocide, where we gave a weapons deal to Saudi Arabia, and then they committed a genocide in Yemen, where they killed
that was USA.
They killed 85,000 Yemeni children by starving them to death, or by bombing them.
That was the USA, though.
The USA gave them a weapons deal, yes, and then they used that to then commit a genocide.
Oh, I didn't realize we were in the war.
Yeah. So we involved ourselves. Not only that, but the Turkish-Kurdish war, like I mentioned, because specifically Trump took our troops out of Kurdistan. Danielle, I did read. I'm not kicking him out. Someone just donated to me to tell me to kick you out, Dean.
How much?
They said donated me $5, and they're like, I'll send you more if you kick Dean out.
Oh.
But I mean, I don't know. I think that we disagree a lot on everything. I mean, I'm not going to try to sway your vote. It doesn't really matter.
Well, it does. It absolutely matters, and I think you should vote for Harris. This is a huge
It's not
trend.
happening. She has done nothing.
Yeah. So can you name one policy that Donald Trump has influenced to get passed that's benefit the middle class more than it's benefit rich people?
Yeah.
Oh.
You cut out. I couldn't hear you.
My feelings are kind of hurt, dude.
And you could have said the same thing about Trump in 2016, but I still bet you voted for him. I can't hear you, Logan, when you're looking it up on the internet. Angela, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much.
Trump gave out 7 million more jobs, kept more jobs in America. Yeah, definitely did.
No. So if you want to talk about just jobs that came under his administration, he net lost jobs. Unemployment rate net increased.
After COVID, correct? Yeah.
Yes, obviously. What you're doing is you're taking out COVID the same way that I could, if I took out. Hold up, you could take out inflation. Right? That doesn't make any sense, right? So obviously, as it relates to this, what you're doing is you're blaming Biden for global inflation, but you're not blaming Trump for global pandemic. Colin, thank you for the $5 for Keep Dean.
Danielle, thank you for the $5 to keep me. thank you, Danielle.
We're putting Biden up on this pedestal because he created
Gerard, thank you for the $10 for Keep Dean.
From the pandemic, but we're not taking those jobs into consideration that were lost and then put up.
Yo, thank you for the $20 for Keep Dean. They said not to say their name. Thank you so much. Sorry, what'd you say, Logan?
You guys are great.
It's Georgian. Thank you for the $5 for Keep Dean.
All these jobs that Biden created, supposedly, that were lost during the pandemic, we're not going to account for those. We're just going to be like, oh, yeah, he created all these extra new jobs.
No,
right?
I don't think that. But I'm using your reasoning. Kim, thank you so much for the $5.
No, I get that. But I mean, most of the time, most of the people that are Democrats are saying that, though.
Yeah, so, no, I again, that's not my argument, though.
But it is what it is, so
hey,
enjoy your night, buddy.
You got anything else?
Well, yeah, you got anything else you want to talk about?
No, I'm good.
All right. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Let's get this next person up. Maya, thank you for the $1 for Boot Dean. Oh, okay. Now we got a fight amongst viewers.
Yeah, I'm actually really sad that you guys want me gone.
Alexandra, thank you for the $2 for Keep Dean, please.
Cry. Anyways, if you want to support either myself or Parker, we both get our Venmos, Cash Apps, PayPals in the bio.
All right, let's get the next person up here real quick. I do apologize, everyone. Sometimes it takes a second to get people up here. Do tap that screen. Do share the live. Comment in the comment section. It helps push out the live to more people. Honestly, I don't know how there's so many people in here. This account has never been sending out recently.
Kelly, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo to keep me. And Sean, thank you for the $15 on Venmo, saying glad to watch you on your birthday. Well, happy birthday, guys. Let's get some happy birthday, Sean.
It's my girlfriend's birthday. Thank you, Steady. I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. It's not my girlfriend's birthday. I don't know why I said that.
Okay, and Georgianne, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. Screenwriters, for real.
What the fuck? Why did that just come out of my mouth?
I don't know.
I'm not even going to fix myself because then it's going to sound crazy. Daya, thank you so much for the
Oh
$5.
shit!
Thank you so much.
Whose birthday is it?
Yo, Nailed, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Hey, William, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
Whose birthday
Joseph,
is it?
thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Linda, thank you for the $20. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Linda. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for Keep Dean. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Whose birthday is it?
No, Chad, it's not my ex's birthday. No, it's literally my sister's birthday.
Oh my god! Oh! End the stream, bro.
Dude, I have to end the stream now. Someone
Holy
please.
shit. Nailed by Rio. What's going on?
Sweet home Alabama. Okay, no, please, dude. That's so bad. That was the worst. Now my face is red, bro. That's so terrible. We got fucking House of Dragons in the chat. Oh my god, I knew this was gonna happen. Jillian, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. I appreciate
Leah,
it.
thank you for the $6 and the 66 cents on Venmo. Cynthia with
Amy,
the
thank you for
$10
the
on
$5.
PayPal.
William, thank
Kelly
you for
with
the
the
$5.
$5 on PayPal. Thank you
Okay,
guys
let's
so
get
much for
going.
the love.
Nailed by Ray. Are you voting for Trump?
Y'all better not cook shit in my kitchen until my kitchen clean. I'm talking about all them dishes on my counter, the ones in the dishwasher put up where they supposed to go, and the ones that's on the counter is put in the dishwasher. My kitchen need to be clean before it be cooked in.
Hell yeah. Fuck yeah, bro. That's a mama right there.
Let's go.
Let's go, dude.
Got that shit clean. Let's go.
Yo, Leah, thank you for the, sorry, Harrison, thank you for the $5 on Venmo to kick Parker. Thank you so much for the love. And Amy, thank you for the $5 on Venmo to keep Dean.
Mari, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Yo, Crosstalk, how old are you? Okay, they're not here. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump. Jordan, thank you for the 50 cents. Happy birthday, Parker's sister. Oh my, thank you. I appreciate it. Yo, it's a Valentine. God.
Hello?
Jax. Yo, Robert, thank you for the $2. Yeah, are you voting for Trump?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm voting for Trump. But last time,
Are you
this
driving?
past election, yeah.
All right, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. No, Robert, no. Linda, thank you so much for the $20. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Linda. Can we get some W's for Linda? Yo, what's up, Legacy? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 33.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
Oh, why so?
I'm sorry?
Why are you voting Trump?
Well, I mean, I do agree with a little bit more with his policies. I do think that the economy was much better when Trump was president.
Okay, so what specifically did Trump do to cause the economy to be better?
Well, his policies in general, he started, for example, the export on energy of the United States. Natural gas, for example, was something that we didn't do before Trump presidency.
We did do it. Candy, thank you for the $20 for Keep Dean. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Candy.
And Taylor,
thank you
for the $20 on PayPal to explain to debaters what a valid and sound argument is. They'll never get it, Taylor, but thank you for the love.
Yeah, so yeah, Legacy. We did natural gas prior to Donald Trump. I don't know where we only did natural gas. Under
Well,
Donald Trump.
maybe I got my facts wrong.
And are you driving?
That's what I understood. Yes, I am.
Oh, okay.
The other.
You can't be driving on the live, y'all. TikTok rules.
Hey, Preston, I appreciate you for the 1 penny on Venmo to tell Parker I hope his sister has a happy birthday. That's crazy. Possibly crazy. Maybe kind.
Yep.
I mean, that could have been kind. I guess I assumed. Okay, you know what? Never mind. Hey, what's
Yo,
up, Robert? How old are you?
Hello?
Robert's not here. I could go through I could exit people out.
Yeah, can you guys type MAGA in the comment section if you want to be brought up, y'all?
Candy! Thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. That's so incredibly kind of you. W Candy with a K in that comment section. Thank you so much for the love.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
God, Dean is the worst fucking human ever. Please get rid of this horrid motherfucker. Holy shit.
That mustache, thank you.
Please.
Are you voting Trump?
Please.
My feelings are hurt.
Honestly, I hope they are. Terrible co-host. You know, that's why I have him on all the time.
I'm kind of sad. Damn, I didn't.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Kelly, thank you for the $5 on PayPal, Kelly. I appreciate you for the love.
All right, let's get this next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump, y'all. What is going on? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Thank you for the hand art, Jess. I'll go ahead.
Bro, what are people doing?
I'll delete people out of the queue. I got you.
Can we get some like fucking MAGA cultists in the live right now? Like we need some crazy MAGA cultist. We need like a MAGA Michelle right now. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 24.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes, I am.
Why so?
Because I've liked how he ran the country before in 2016. And mind you, I did not agree with him in 2016.
Okay. Well, I did agree with him in 2016. I was a Trump supporter then. So what's a good, what specifically are you referencing?
Because you guys are sitting there trying to say that he's a misogynistic asshole and all these different things. But
So Jessica, he definitely is a misogynistic asshole. So he was held civilly liable for the rape of E. Jean Carroll in 1996. He sexualized a 5th grader by saying that he's going to date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. He boasted about walking into the change rooms of teen girls at Miss Teen USA because he owned the place, even though they're half naked, with girls being as young as 15 there. He said that he likes to unconsensually grab women by the P word because they all just throw themselves at him on Access Hollywood. You're going to tell me that this guy isn't a misogynistic asshole? You have to contort reality to deny that one, Jessica. That is a fringe conspiracy theory.
well, what about Biden?
Biden's not running for presidency.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, sure it does matter because we're comparing Harris to Trump.
Supported him.
This is going to be their argument from now on. It's just
Harris
like, oh, Harris supports him, so it's going to be like nothing about Harris. It's going to be everything about Biden.
What
You know,
about
again,
everything that Trump has done, and you guys sit there and deflect and try to say that Biden did it, and then when Biden did something messed up, then you
I don't
blame
know what
Trump.
the hell you're talking about, Jessica. Could you give us an example?
Mm-hmm. Are you affiliated with the military at all?
No. Can you give us an example of what the hell you're
Are you
talking about?
affiliated with the military at all? Are you affiliated? Do you have any kids? Have you had kids in the last 3 years?
I have 10 kids.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I have
totally.
12. I have more children. So you, just to clarify, you can't give us an example of blaming a bad thing Biden did on Trump? You cannot give us an example.
What about the
So
Roe
you
v.
said,
Wade that was overturned in Biden's presidency?
oh yeah, so we are totally going to be blaming.
You want to support women's
So the reason
rights?
that we blame that on Trump is because he particularly elected 2 justices to the Supreme Court with the sole intent of them overturning Roe v. Wade.
And it never happened, so why are we blaming Trump for something that Biden actually did?
Because he boasted about electing them for that reason. He wanted them to overturn Roe v. Wade, and he made that publicly known. See, that's the thing about Trump, is he runs his mouth, and it comes back to bite at him in his own ass. And she left. Crazy shit. Crazy shit, ladies and gentlemen.
Unfortunate. All right, let's go to the next individual, y'all. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump, y'all. Let's get this next person up here. We need a MAGA Michelle. That's what we need.
For Casey, thank you so much for the $10 on Vimeo. We love Dean. I love you, Casey. Thank you for the love. Casey's in that chat. I'll go back
to
to
this next person up here. Yeah, are you Xing people out of the chat? Yo, Chad. The reason why I have 10 kids is because they're all in zygote form, okay? They're all in zygote form. 10 frozen embryos. They're kids under a pro-lifer's view, okay? They're kids under a pro-lifer's view. Yo, it's a pal to you?
26.
Are you? Oh, you're definitely driving.
How long have I been muted?
Thankfully forever. Yo, Sabrina, thank you for the $10 for Kamala and keeping Dean. Let's go. Yo, it's a pal to you? In the arms of an angel. All right, let's get to the next individual.
Let me go back.
People create delusions to make themselves feel better about reality.
Oh, he has you on your 65-inch family TV.
All right. Holy shit, we have us on the 65-inch family TV. Alec Alexis, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much.
Oh, the DNC, thank you for the $3. You didn't have to say this out loud, but Trump actually put in 3 Supreme Court justices, not 2. Thank you for the correction.
Yep. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's that?
How old are you?
26.
Are you driving?
Are you driving?
Nope.
Okay. Why do you want to vote for Trump?
Well, I just want to say that Dean needs to calm down. You can't really hear what he's saying, so.
Bro, I'm actually a pretty decent guy. I'm good at debating. I've been nice today. What the fuck is your issue?
Madeline, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much for Keep Dean. Thank you so much, Madeline. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Like, what the dude? Is it just because I'm more harsh on destroying your like contortion of reality?
You're the
am I just so fucking good at showing how diluted the MAGA worldview is that it pisses you off?
Yep.
So are you Are you listening or do you just want to talk?
I can do both. That's something y'all can't do.
I tried to talk. Like
Okay,
you're
we'll
just
go for
talking
it.
and rambling the whole time.
He'll be quiet. He'll mute his mic. Okay, why do you hate Dean? Tell me about it. Think of the community. Oh, Joshua's got some MAGA mobile. MAGA mobile detected, everyone. MAGA mobile detected.
He's getting raptured by the god of Christianity for shit talking me. That's
Yeah, Madeline, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much for Dean is too good.
Fuck, dude. Hey,
the pod. Okay, it's pod. Okay,
Pod,
get it right,
yeah.
buddy.
Hey, also Mag, thank you so much for the $1 on Venmo saying that we love you. I appreciate you, Mag.
Okay. Peasus has now removed Joshua from the live. All right.
And Angela, thank you for the $5 on Cash App to ignore the haters. Thank you so much, Angela. Appreciate you for the love. No, I love to destroy the haters, yeah.
Yo, it's a how old are you?
35.
Are you voting Trump?
Yep.
Why so?
Well, I don't like the idea that Democrats are okay with men identifying as women.
Are you Christian?
No.
No. So we don't think it's men identifying as women. Lana, I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Ruben, thank you for the $2. We think trans women are women because it's just how we use the term woman, how we use the term man to relate to like someone's particular social commitments, right? So they're committed towards the social and cultural norms that are typically associated with this particular sex, and that's what designates them under a particular gender.
Right. Then also here, like, I want to, like, I'll be the first to say that I wish, like Harris or just politicians in general would campaign more so in support of, like, the LGBTQ plus community, especially the trans community, because it's incredibly marginalized and suppressed by people like you, but they don't. Right. So, like, I don't think that we.
People like me.
Yes, like people that agree with the MAGA worldview, people that agree with the furthered suppression and marginalization of the trans community. But my point here is, like, I don't really see if we notice a big difference, right, in like the prosperity of the trans community under Kamala, under Harris presidency, because like she doesn't campaign talking about that. I wish she would, but she doesn't.
Like it would be preferable to Trump, clearly, because it is the case that Trump quite literally sees trans women as literally quote unquote men. Right, so
if you put a wig on and identified as a woman, should you be allowed in my daughter's locker room?
So no, that's not what we're arguing. We actually argue both. No, both Dean and I argue for privatized changing rooms. If there's ever changing rooms, I don't think you should have to change in front of your entire class even.
Right,
Okay?
like I get the argument that like someone would be made uncomfortable by seeing a PP because I'm made uncomfortable when I see a PP. That's why we would say
Yeah,
privatize,
like I don't want to see
I
want to see my classmates' ass cheeks, bro.
Right.
Please.
And Amber, thank you for the $3 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love.
Could you guys let's move on from that, or maybe we'll return to it later. Could you guys let's say highlight your bias, potential bias?
Mackenzie, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Appreciate you for the love.
Could you name something good the conservative or Republican Party, anyone in the conservative
Trump's presidency,
Operation Warp Speed.
Something good
Operation
they've done within
Operation Warp Speed.
Since 2020.
Yeah, it's Operation Warp Speed. Thank you for the money again.
Name more than one thing.
Name more than one thing. Well, Operation Warp Speed, the First Step Act, I think is good.
But done by
like Trump signed it.
Okay.
Trump also played a big role in increasing the minimum age for buying like vapes from 18 to 21, which I think was also pretty good.
Like something real vapes.
We just gave you like
We gave you multiple things. Can you name us one thing that? Wait, can you name us one thing the Biden administration?
Something ridiculous.
Richard. Richard, I gave you multiple things. You asked for one.
Yeah,
can you name
me?
Me?
I agree.
Can you name me? Can you name me?
What the hell is that? Vapes?
Please, can you name me one thing that the Biden-Harris administration passed that you like?
Well, actually, no, but
yeah. All right, buddy. Hey, Richard.
My question?
Richard, no, not at all.
Okay, it's to highlight your biases. That's
Bro, we're the
Wait,
one
it highlighted yours, sir.
Yeah, we were
It
able to
highlighted
name the
yours.
policies from the,
Bias.
we
That's
were
the
able to
thing.
name
I
we
would
were able
vote
to
You
name
just proved yourself biased. You said it was to
you're
highlight
not
bias,
missing the
and you
point.
proved yourself
And if
as
Dean would
biased.
zip his mouth, you'd actually hear my words. I'm not
Hey,
biased.
Richard, what the fuck? Why am I catching all the strays today? You know what, Richard?
It's
I'm gonna go ahead and
obvious,
eat.
bro.
I'm gonna go ahead and
It's
dig.
obvious. It's
I'm gonna go.
actually- it's-
I'm
I
gonna.
mean-
I'm gonna go ahead and dig the fuck in, sir. So, hey, just real quick, do you agree with expanding VA healthcare benefits to over 1 million veterans through an investment of $800
Could you
million?
repeat that? Do I agree expanding
Healthcare benefits for veterans through an investment of $800 million by our Congress?
Actually, I would have to look into that, but it sounds like a good plan, actually.
PAC Act, influenced by the Biden-Harris administration. Do you agree with investing more
Wait,
money?
go back. Okay.
Okay.
Act influenced by the Biden-Harris administration, you say?
Yeah.
Good thing. I'm not biased. That's the point.
Amazing. Hey, I have
Okay,
another
but-
question. Do you agree with like investing
Wait,
money?
hold on. Let me ask a question. You asked one. Let's just go tit for tat.
Lauren,
Can
thank you for
you-
the $15
can you
on them.
name-
I appreciate you for the
Okay,
love, Lauren.
good,
W.
good.
Lauren.
Could you
Thank you for the
name-
love, Lauren.
Could you name for me one bad policy or trait that the Biden or Harris administration has?
You're just running Biden in the first place. I don't think that they should have ran
I
Biden
said
in
Biden or
2020.
Harris.
I don't think that they should have attempted to run Biden.
Yeah, we would
again
just say
in
the
2024.
funding
Hold
for
on, let
Israel they
Dean
supported.
talk.
And that's another great example.
The funding for
Something
Israel.
I'm surprised I'm saying. Let Dean talk.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Go
he
on,
brings
Dean,
up a great
finish
point. Yeah, the Biden-Harris administration supports genocide.
Where? Elaborate.
Dude, Dean, you got to be like, you just say literally the funding for Israel. We disagree with the funding for Israel.
The what?
Funding for
Wow,
Israel
the funding
is
for
supporting
Israel,
genocide.
which both is supported
The funding
by,
for Israel. I
which is
didn't
both
hear.
supported, which is both
Sounded like
supported
it said
by.
funding for Israel.
Holy shit! I'm about to start muting. Okay.
Start muting. It's your.
I will.
Your
Can you
channel.
just chill?
Fine.
Can you just chill?
I mean,
Like I'm trying to be
I am
nice, bro, but you're
chilling.
not letting
You got the
me.
damn word wrong. It's not my fault. Speak clearly. Could you name more than one, Dean?
Richard, do you actually want to engage in a conversation, or
I'm
you just want to
actually
be like a little
engaged
child?
in a conversation. Are you triggered or something?
No, I'm completely chill with you right now. I'm just asking, do you want to engage in a productive dialogue, or do you want to act like a child? Do you need some baby bottles?
If I'm acting like a child, then I have something in common with you, little kid.
The funding for the.
What are you
for the
talking
funding-
about?
the-
Well,
You're
maybe
acting like a
then
child.
Trump,
Why-
maybe
why
then
even ask
Trump,
that question?
maybe then Trump would say he'd want to date me in 10 years.
Damn, crazy.
Yo, Robin, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
Could you name something bad?
Biden-Harris's administration supports funding for Israel, which then in turn supports the genocide of the innocent Palestinians.
Which is also supported to a greater degree, which is also supported to a greater degree by the Trump administration.
Right,
And that's not a deal breaker for you?
It's my
Either of
well.
you?
The reason it's not a deal breaker is because the Trump administration is
Does it more.
is more pro-Israel, more
Whoa,
pro-genocide. Trump
hold
said he's the
on.
most pro-Israel president ever.
What?
And like during the debate of Biden versus Trump, when Biden was like, "No, I'm so bad for the Palestinian people. Look at how much of a piece of shit I am." Trump stepped in and he was like,
Who's
"Oh,
in
I'm
office?
worse for the Palestinian people.
Who has power?
I'm even worse for them."
Who has power right now?
The Biden administration.
So how is that not a deal breaker? I'm just
Okay, Richard, buddy, use your brain. We
I
don't
am
want to
using
give
my
the person
brain, bro.
who
We
is
talking
more
about
pro-Israel
genocide.
and would be
Define
worse for the
genocide. Define genocide.
who would be worse for the Palestinian people, bro. Richard. Okay, yeah. So the particular reason why this isn't a deal breaker for the Biden-Harris administration is because it is the case that Trump's administration supports Israel more than the Biden administration. It's the lesser of two evils. Good point, Sparker.
God, okay. One more thing.
Good point, Sparker. Yeah.
Shanta, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Okay, so
Well,
yeah, so
actually, I
we
have
gave
to
you
say,
we
the
gave you
fact that
multiple
guys-
things.
Yeah, the fact that I thought you guys were actually biased liberals, but you're not. So, like two other gentlemen prior to myself have said, with those points being made by you, I think you guys are actually doing a good thing here. I thought I've been listening for about 30 minutes, and I thought I had two biased liberals, going live on TikTok, but you actually not. I appreciate what you guys are doing.
Craziest character arc ever, by the way.
Say what?
Craziest character arc known to mankind. But thank you, Richard.
Yeah, and Dean, no hard feelings, bro, but you do talk over people a lot, man.
Okay, keep grinding, Richard. Bye bye.
Take care, guys.
All right, Richard, we appreciate you, man.
Yep, take care.
Okay.
Why the fuck am I catching strays, dude? It is not my day.
You want to catch another one right now?
Dude, apparently, yes. Oh my god, I hate you, Parker. Fucking dude.
Dean, I think.
Preston, think of the dollar. Well, he's driving, so we can't.
He started to talk. He started to say my name. Oh my god.
I knew
Oh jeez.
That one's always funny, dude. He's like the most partisan fuck ever, dude. He's gonna support Trump just because he hates us.
Yeah, yes. Morgan, thank you for $5 on Venmo.
That person's echoing.
I'll get back to deleting people.
Platform will literally just take any opposing position to us.
Yes, because he just hates us. He explicitly hates me.
Yeah, Vinny, how old are you? All right, nice, incredible. If you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now, and we'll bring you up.
Phenomenal.
Incredible, phenomenal, so good. All right, everyone, do give it a second for people to join up. Oh my, why is it not accepting people? I'm gonna cry.
Here, I'm deleting people from the queue.
That person can. All right, boom. All right, this person said,
Hello.
Okay,
Hello,
yeah, what's
hey,
up,
can I
how old
help
are
you?
you?
I'm 38.
Andrea, thank you so much for the $4.20. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? Are you voting Trump?
Oh, absolutely.
Why so?
Well, because it's actually
Preston and Kenneth, thank you for the $1.
It's actually contrary to what you guys are saying. I'm LGBTQ. I'm female, and I have met Trump personally, and he does support LGBTQ, and so I don't understand why you guys are being so divisive.
Really? So why does he call trans women men?
I was personally meeting him, and I don't appreciate how you guys are treating him and talking about him. And wait,
I just described something that he did. He calls trans women men. Do you agree with me?
No, I don't believe what you're saying is true.
Do you want me to show you the clip of him doing it?
I don't need to see anything. I'm asking you guys to be more neutral and less biased.
We're not being biased.
We're not being biased here. His platform threatens the rights of already
Well,
marginalized
me and a
minorities,
bunch
such as
of my
the
other
LGBT+.
friends have
He
personally
referenced
man, and
okay,
he loves us.
Kenneth, I understand that you're
Kenneth,
saying.
Kenneth, I want to say this, like specifically, right? What does he do that you would say is beneficial? We can give you plenty of things that we would say is anti the community.
I'm not going to be swayed by that. I'm just telling you that you can't come on here and tell us people.
Can you name one thing beneficial he's done for the LGBTQ+ community?
That he is who he is, and that's not true.
Can you name one thing beneficial his administration did for the LGBT?
Here, we'll tell you this, right? He's misogynistic. He's racist. He's been held legally responsible for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud. He has 34 felonies. He's been undermining the American democracy for the past 4 years with no sufficient evidence to indicate that he won. He's a threat to this country. If you can't see that, I don't know what to tell you. Just because you met him?
You know, I don't know how else to tell you guys this, but you got to stop that, because this divisiveness that you're creating is not beneficial to anybody in the country, let alone the LGBTQ community. And I think that you guys should be more supportive of us in the LGBT. It does not seem like it, because it seems like we have plenty of LGBTQ members that are supporting Donald Trump, and you're telling us
it's less likely
that he is not. It's not less likely. It is true. It's a fact.
Yeah, so I'm disagreeing with you, even though a minority of people in the LGBTQ plus community support Trump.
That's very biased of you to say that, don't you?
How is that very biased? That's me acknowledging a descriptive claim about reality. Most LGBTQ people are not Trump supporters. They will vote against Trump.
So
Janet,
is it,
think of the dollar.
is it because I'm voting for Trump and that I support Trump that I'm not LGBTQ?
No, I never said that. I'm just saying most people who are LGBTQ plus, right, are voting against Trump.
Well,
so like I don't know why you're saying that like somehow that would be like against the community for me to disagree with you. That makes no sense at all.
It makes perfect sense.
No, it doesn't. What? How is disagreeing with you at all somehow mean that I'm against the LGBTQ plus community?
Well, that's the way that it sounds. You're bashing him, and then you're therefore bashing those of us who support him.
Hey, can
what? Okay, so me bashing Trump for terrible behaviors he's done does not mean I'm bashing you for being LGBTQ plus. What? That makes no sense at all.
So Kenneth, just to clarify, you're a trans man, correct?
You're saying that. I'm sorry.
Just to clarify, you're a trans man, correct?
I'm female. I identify as a woman.
Oh, so you're a female and you identify. Oh, so are you a trans woman, as in like you were born male but you identify as a woman?
Correct.
And thank you for the handout. Thank you so much.
Okay, what would you say your sexual orientation is?
A female.
And no, like your sexual orientation insofar as who you're attracted to.
Females.
Okay, all right. Well,
Okay. So, yeah, no, my question specifically would be is how does this specifically disagree with how are we against the community, right? Dean and I, we spent years engaging in social advocacy for the acceptance of LGBTQ plus people, right? Us disagreeing with someone who is LGBTQ plus doesn't actually dictate that we would be against the community. That makes no sense.
I'm so sorry. You're also on the live telling people that that he's against LGBTQ, and you know that
he is. I just told you he specifically referred to trans women as men.
Hey, just real quick, what are your pronouns, Kenneth? Or wait, is Kenneth your preferred name?
Ken is my preferred name. Thank you.
Okay, and what are your pronouns?
Her and she.
Do you think that trans women should be able to use the women's restroom?
No.
Okay. Do you think that trans women should be able to play in women's sports?
No.
Okay. Do you think that in like particular public schools that like trans youth should be able to seek gender affirming care?
No. Why does this?
Do you think trans women should be considered women?
So here's a question: why do my opinions matter so much to you?
Wait. Do you think trans women should be considered women?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So, do you disagree with Trump saying that trans women are men?
Wait, real quick. How do you?
I want to hear him. I don't agree with you that you're saying what you're saying is valid and true.
How do you personally define the term woman?
I don't.
What do you mean by that?
I don't define it.
Well, I mean, I do. So, like, I define like a woman as like an adult human individual that would like socially align with like particular categories, right? Because gender, I'd consider gender to be a social construct.
That we would associate with femininity or
yes,
with
but
the female sex.
So like you don't have a definition for the word woman.
So I disagree with your definition. Is that okay with you?
So what do you mean when you say the word woman?
Is it okay with you that I disagree with your definition of what you define as a woman?
Wait, if you disagree with my definition of what I mean when I say woman, how would you define the word?
I want to bring this back. Wait, why do we clarify this? How is disagreeing with you about us calling Trump a bad person somehow mean that we're against the LGBTQ plus community?
I mean, I just think that there's a high potentiality that this guest is actually making fun and mocking the trans community.
I actually am quite offended by you for that, saying I'm going to report you for that. Thank you so much. Have a good day, gentlemen.
You're going to report me for that. Okay, so this like furthers my suspicions. I'm not going to lie. I'm not apologetic towards that. I call that shit out. Like if you're a liar, because it just furthers the harm and marginalization of already harm and marginalized communities, right? It's gross. It shouldn't be used as a counter argument. It makes you a piece of shit.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes, sir.
Why so?
So, under Kamala's time as a prosecutor in California, I just believe that she has done some pretty terrible things, and I just think
of $3. Sorry, can you say that one more time?
While Kamala was a prosecutor in the state of California, she has done some very unforgivable things, and I just don't see a reason to vote for her.
Can you give me one thing specifically?
In jailing people with marijuana charges for much longer.
Now you can't say that on TikTok. It's TikTok TOS, everyone. You can't say that on the live.
I think we need to find a way to clarify that with guests.
You can't. You just gotta kick them off.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate.
It is.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Also, yeah, like I would love to see the source for that. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, let's get to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 24.
Are you voting for Trump?
Hell no. I just wanted to say hi, and I wanted to say, Dean, you're a great person.
Ha! Let's go, W guess. Thank you so much for the fireworks, but W guess.
Dean feels better now.
I was like cowering. I was like, oh, I'm about to catch another stray.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? You want to remove people from the?
Oh yeah, I got you. Yeah, guys, if you're MAGA, just let us know in the
Here,
chat.
let me just try this person.
All right.
Yo, thank you so much. I appreciate that. You're amazing. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hear me? 24.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes, I am.
Why so?
I saw a clip in 2015 where Kamala Harris said, she said, quote, let's just be honest, the age group, people between 18 or 24 are just stupid. And I didn't like that.
I got to see the clip. Play it.
You can look it up. Look it up on YouTube. Look up Kamala Harris, 18 to 24, stupid.
Okay, let's pull it up. Wait, and even if this is true, how is this worse than being held legally responsible for sexual abuse?
Well, and Trump doesn't, he doesn't take showers with his daughter either, so.
Yeah, so again, you don't have any,
and his
any
vice
source
president
that
doesn't like support him.
Yeah, so you don't have any specific verification of the diary. Again, and I like how he just left. I like how his best argument against Kamala Harris is something that doesn't even relate to Kamala Harris, relates to Joe Biden. And Joe Biden specifically, it doesn't even verify anything specifically, because it is the case that she said specifically that there were false accusations lobbed at people she cares about that defame her and other people she cares about. So we have no reason to believe that it's one claim over the other, unless we have like a handwriting specialist indicate specifically theirs.
I also have a clip here. I'm sad that he left, of Donald Trump calling all Republicans stupid. But Joseph, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. I appreciate you for that love.
So
Joseph.
there's a Reuters fact check saying that it's misleading and missing context, and the context that it says here. Let me read it.
I mean, Trump.
She said in her speech, Harris discusses how young people can be prone to making bad decisions and how the program can help those arrested on low-level charges by having charges dismissed after completing the program. In the video clip, the audience laughs at Harris' comment, further indicating the nature of her comment as facetious and not quite implied with a standalone clip. Okay, yeah, so.
Right, but then there's clips of Trump literally calling the Republican voter base stupid, and that's why if he were to run as president, he would run as a Republican. There's a clip of that. Yeah, that's real.
All right, let's get the next person up here, y'all. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump. All right, let's get the next individual up here. It's not accepting people. I do apologize, everyone. Tap that screen. Let's get up to 2 million likes, y'all. Oh, let's bring this guy back. Yo, what's up?
Yay! It's not the end of the day.
Are you driving, man?
No, I'm running really fast.
We have an echo, and yeah, it's not happening.
Yeah, dude.
It's not the end of the day, but you are driving. That's rough. I'm running really fast. I'm the Flash. Yo, what's up, Haldy?
28.
Are you voting Trump?
Yep.
In his Usain Bolt era? So real. Yeah, are you voting Trump? Why so?
Yeah.
Sorry, I don't know the same question again.
Several reasons.
Let's hear him, Pookie.
Well, I mean, the list could go on and on. I don't have a computer screen in front of me right now, but
Can you name one policy that he passed that you like?
First Step Act.
He actually didn't influence that to get passed. He just signed it.
Yeah,
but we agree it was a good bill.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely was a good bill. But that's one thing that, like, why I feel as though you guys are a little disingenuous when you say stuff like that. Like anything that passed while Biden was in office. My bad, I just got done running. Anything that passed while Biden was in office that was like positive or whatever, somehow he gets all the credit for. And anything that passed while Trump was in office that was negative.
No, it's just about what you
don't
know.
We actually gave earlier in this conversation with another person multiple examples of things that we liked that Donald Trump passed.
No, I heard you guys say that. And
right, like Luke, we're holding an objective standard here, and it's not hypocritical. Right?
Wait, actually, Luke, can I ask you, what did the First Step Act do?
Well, I know it released prisoners early, like anybody that had certain charges. I think it was like a lot of it had to do with like drug ratios.
By the way, you can't say any of the specific drugs, by the way. Just
okay, I won't say that, but I just know that it brought down the ratios, which changed people's sentences and allowed people to come home early. Because like at the time, a lot of those guidelines were, I wouldn't say targeted.
Sure. Well, why are you voting for Trump? Are you voting for Trump because of that policy, or because that was supported by Obama and influenced to get passed by Obama, and it was blocked by Republicans?
Right, but like you said,
also the people that benefited from the First Step Act, like Trump now wants to put him to death, but that's a whole
and actually
thing.
Biden specifically, he also passed multiple executive orders and things for nonviolent offenders related to these particular drugs would get pardoned.
Yeah. So why particularly would you say that Trump is better than Biden? Sorry.
I
Harris,
mean,
not Biden.
I honestly believe that our standing in the world, whether it's directly related to anything he did specifically or not, it's just like how he interacts with other world leaders was.
What do you
Like
mean?
what specifically? And Mari, thank you so much for the $20 from a former Iowan. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Like, can you be
It's
more
just a lot.
specific? It's very
Sorry.
vague.
Well, yeah, it is vague. So I don't have quotes or anything. Just like, I mean, I pay attention a lot, but just his interactions with Russia, his interactions with Ukraine.
Like how he said
NATO.
specifically that he wouldn't defend NATO countries in which didn't meet the 2% GDP military expenditure from Russia invading them.
Well, I don't necessarily agree with like the stuff he said about like, you know, breaking off from NATO, but his stance on NATO and the other European countries like paying their share of.
No, I don't dispute that. I don't dispute the paying the fair share, but he also said that he literally would not defend NATO countries in which did not meet the 2% GDP military expenditure from Russia invading them, which is giving Russia a green light to go invade those countries.
Right, but Russia, and this is my opinion, I believe like Russia didn't invade Ukraine while Trump was in office because of
because of him. But
stance.
do you have any evidence to substantiate that?
No, like I said, that's just my opinion, and I believe it's substantiated just based off of what actually happened. But
there's no good reason to believe it just because you feel like it.
No, I'm saying based off of what happened while Trump was our president, and based off what happened.
Thank you so much
while
for the
Biden.
Galaxy. Thank you so much. Okay, so
While
that doesn't
Biden-
tell me specifically that it wouldn't have happened because it didn't happen under his administration. Because these are predicated off of international events, the environment at that particular time, not specifically the United States president. It's such a U.S. centric view to believe that because of the United States president, they did or didn't go in.
Well,
right? You'd have to indicate specifically the policy difference. Appreciate that mustache. Thank you.
Well, it's not just policy.
If anything, Biden has got the entirety of the European community to support Ukraine and defend
yeah, but
Europe.
we're still paying. We're still
Thank
sending
you so much,
way
Maya. I
more
appreciate the
money
$5.
than the rest of Europe combined.
What's the
Why
issue with
is
this? We have a
that?
larger
Than all
than
of-
a lot of Europe combined.
The United States has larger than all of Europe combined.
No, I don't know if I'd hold to that particular.
In
claim.
terms
I mean,
of
why?
economy, I'm pretty sure they do.
Yeah. Wow.
Well, so
okay,
so
shit.
if let's say we needed the rest of the European Union and NATO to help us with going to war with Mexico, I highly doubt that the rest of NATO.
That's
will put
actually
up with-
exactly what NATO would do. If someone invaded the United States, they would defend us. That's the whole point of NATO.
No, I'm not saying. Of course, they would defend us, but they're not going to send as much money as we're sending Ukraine. Ukraine is
They
in
probably
Europe.
send more money.
Also, just to clarify,
why aren't they doing that now?
Because they don't have Ukraine's not in NATO.
Also, so why particularly is sending $107 billion to Ukraine bad in
Like the Ukraine
consideration?
You know what that kind of
consideration?
money-
Let me finish.
Go ahead, my bad.
Let me
Go ahead.
finish. In consideration to the Budapest Memorandum and how this is truly just putting America first, also in consideration to the fact that Trump increased the federal deficit twice as much as Biden did.
And how much is that due to COVID spending?
4.6 trillion of it. Even if we only account for non-COVID related spending, Trump
And-
spent $4.2 trillion. Meanwhile, Biden spent $2.2 trillion.
Okay, well, I mean, I hate the fact that we're just increasing the deficit, but what's bad about
Happened more
sending
under
Ukraine
Trump.
$107 billion?
We increased the
that kind of
deficit more
money-
under Trump.
I'm sorry?
We increased the deficit more under Trump. Did you know?
No, yeah, I understand that. It's two compared to four. But
2 compared to 4? No, we're going to
yeah,
be
you
comparing
said
the term
Trump
for term.
was 4 trillion and Biden was 2 trillion. Obviously,
4.8 trillion non-COVID related and 2.2 trillion non-COVID related for
right.
Biden.
I know. I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying I understand that 4 is greater than 2. But 100, right? But 100 billion. Do you understand what that could do to homeless or veterans or any of the other?
Oh, really? What that could do
marginalized-
for poor people? Can you name one piece of legislation influenced to get passed through Congress ever by Republicans that benefited poor people without benefiting rich people?
Well, yeah, that's unfortunately to help poor people, sometimes you have to help the rich people. They're the
That
ones
is so crazy that you're gonna virtue. It's so crazy that you're gonna sit here and virtue signal about how we could use that money to benefit poor people. Meanwhile, you literally can't name one piece of legislation influenced to get passed by Republicans that only helps poor people.
Well, yeah, because
that's crazy. No, you're just like for damn straight that if Trump was president, he wouldn't have used that money to help the homeless. He wouldn't have used
when
that
he
money
passed those tax cuts. Didn't everyone's paycheck go up?
So this disproportionately affected the top
wages
1%,
go up?
and it footed about $1.9 trillion on.
Didn't wages go up?
And it only led to.
Wait, Luke. I want you to listen to Dean.
2%.
Dean, say it again because he didn't hear you.
Yeah,
so the issue with the issue with the Trump tax code was 83% of those tax cuts went to the top 1%, and it cost us $1.9 trillion. Okay, and it only led to an average annual GDP increase of 0.02%. Right, so just increasing the deficit to better off the top 1%, sure, giving some tax cuts to the middle class, but it ultimately come back around and bite them in the ass because of that deficit. It will only increase income inequity, right, and that's the truth, right? Maybe if we agreed with Biden, agreed with Harris here, that we should increase the taxes on people making over $400,000 a year while keeping the tax cuts for the middle class. We can reduce the deficit while making everybody's life easier, apart from people making over $400,000 a year. They don't need that extra vacation if it's at the expense of those living paycheck to paycheck, barely earning a living wage, that could really benefit from an economy that.
Cedric, thank you so much. I appreciate the $20 for Parker and Dean, the Dream Team. Thank you so much. And Jim, thank you for the $47 for Harris 47. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Can we get some W's for Jim in the comment section and W's for Cedric? Thank you so much. But yeah, Luke, is there anything else you'd like to talk about or add?
Yeah, just real quick about Harris, because I feel like you guys want people to talk about Harris and like why I don't agree with anyone voting for her. So you guys always talk about how Trump's a threat to democracy, even though in 4 years he clearly wasn't a threat to anything democratic. And I know you're going to bring up, him disputing the election results and all that. But if you look at any mainstream or any popular Democrat politician, they've all disputed the 2016 results, every one of them publicly. So
no, name me one.
One, Hillary Clinton.
Hillary Clinton's not running for president, and she's
I'm
not
not
even in
saying
office.
she was in 2016.
She's not in office anymore.
All of them. You can pull up a quote from all of them.
Give me one outside of her that's in office.
Yeah, additionally here.
Kamala Harris did not dispute the 2016 election. That's a lie.
Give us a quote.
Did you know in 2014 Ivanka gave money to Kamala Harris?
Yeah, I know. And Trump gave Kamala Harris $5,000. He used to be a Democrat. I understand that. But Kamala Harris...
That was in 2011.
I know. I understand that. But Kamala Harris, how many votes did she receive when she ran in 2016 or 2020?
Less than 1%.
Like 800 something.
President.
So when people had the chance,
she got like 8%. She was getting 8%, 10%, 12%.
I thought, didn't she get like 800 votes total or something like that?
In the primary?
No, she didn't even get to the primary. She dropped out before that. I mean,
she dropped out because she wants a spot on the administration, which she got. She got the vice president spot.
Right, but we all are fully aware
that doesn't change anything.
She got that.
She's gonna get.
Wait,
more
why did
votes
she get
than
that,
Biden
Luke?
would have.
I mean,
why did she get that?
I know you guys would never acknowledge it, but anybody objectively could say, if they're being honest with themselves, why she was the
are you going to say DEI? Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and fill you in on something. How come the Republicans continue to find ways to be racist as fuck? So I'm just going to go ahead and clarify this. So in the past, the way that Republicans have been... One second, Luke. It was implied. How come in the past, what has occurred is individuals have strictly not elected to hire African American, like black individuals or individuals from marginalized communities in general.
He's also assuming she's not accredited.
Right, no, but then down the line,
they do the same thing with Ketanji Brown Jackson, even though she's literally the most accredited on the Supreme Court.
Well, I just wanted to kind of flesh out that point there. So in the past, it's been the case that Republicans just straight up sorry, I won't say Republicans. Racist people have just straight up not elected to hire individuals from marginalized groups of our society, right? Having a preference for white people, particularly men, right? Not hiring black people, women, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So then when we start introducing this idea of diversity, equity, and inclusion, that we should be attempting to at least, throw our hat in the game of being more equitable right towards everybody, regardless of, their race or their gender or their sex. People will just say any like black woman who is hired into a position of power was only hired for those reasons. It's just another way for you to be a racist, bigoted piece of shit.
I didn't say anything about her being a woman or being whatever race she is. I honestly don't know what she would be considered, but I didn't say because
she's black.
Okay, well then she's black, but I didn't say it because of that. I said it because she got such a low number of votes. She's not particularly good at speaking. She's
way better at speaking than Donald Trump.
All right,
it's not even close.
I'm not saying she is or isn't. I'm talking about why I think, no, I'm not saying about being better or worse than Trump. I'm saying
but then you said she's bad. So then if Trump, Trump could be
she
worse.
Is bad. In my opinion, I think Trump is much better. But obviously, we'll never. Just because he
is he Ronnie Johnson, Ronnie Jackson? Which one is it? Nancy Pelosi, Nikki Haley? Who?
I don't like.
She's also amazing at speaking. She's a prosecutor.
I don't like how Trump talks either. But he can go off the teleprompter for 30, 45 minutes and not just make it completely uncomfortable and awkward. Every time Kamala Harris does that, it's awkward and uncomfortable.
No, wait, I have a question. Do you think Trump made E. Jean Carroll uncomfortable when he raped her? Do you think Trump made the fifth grader that he said he'd be dating until he was uncomfortable when he said that? One second. So first of all, Biden's not running. Second of all, Tara Reid lied, perjured herself in court, fled to Russia. Third of all, you interrupted me while I was speaking, right? I mean, how about we talk about everything, right, that Trump has done and see if it even fails in comparison. So you're literally telling me that you're just using speculatory hearsay. You're going to say you're going to vote for Trump because obviously you're going to be a racist bigot and say that Harris was only hired because of DEI reasons. But then you're going to disregard the fact that Trump raped E. Jean Carroll, Trump sexualized a fifth grader, Trump walked into the changing rooms of teen girls at Miss Teen USA because he owned the place with half-naked girls as young as 15 being there. Trump convinced tens of millions of American voters to have virtues of distrust in our civil and electoral processes because he baby raged when he lost 2020 and didn't want to leave the White House, posing a threat to our democracy. Trump shifted the American focus from intellect, critical thought, and well-reasoned beliefs to fringe conspiracy theory and hearsay. That's why he wants to dismantle the Board of Education, because he knows his demographic. And you're telling me that, Kamala's worse because why?
Hannibal Lecter is my vice president. New vice president, Hannibal Lecter.
Sharks and batteries. So why?
It's because of her such low popularity when she was running for president. And then, my bad, someone keeps calling. And
so wait, who
thinks
JD
racist.
Vance is popular? What has JD Vance done?
My bad.
Has JD Vance even gotten 8 to 10% in a primary?
Also, why are we going to be judging?
I know JD Vance isn't that popular in Ohio even. I understand that.
Why are we going to be judging her off of her popularity like 4 years ago? Shouldn't we be judging her off of her popularity now? Or should popularity even play into effect why someone is a good or bad
What do you
candidate?
mean? Her popularity now prior to like a month ago, she had like
Emily,
the
thank you
lowest
so much for the
approval
$10
rating.
on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Emily.
Wait, why does she have
the
a
lowest
have you seen
approval
her
rating
approval?
of
Is it
any
higher
vice
than
president
Trump's?
ever? Huh?
Isn't it higher than Trump's approval rating?
Right now?
Yeah,
I mean, maybe over the last day it changed, but a month ago she had the lowest approval rating of any vice president ever. So what do you mean her popularity became what it is now because of Biden dropping out and because Democrats know that she's their only shot?
So you're just really saying here that the reason you're voting for Trump is because Kamala isn't popular. Although she is, but she wasn't a month ago.
No, that's
so then why the fuck is Trump better than Kamala?
I've said plenty of things.
You haven't said shit. You just hinted at you being a racist bigot, referencing her being a DEI hire, and then said she's unpopular. You have no reasons.
I didn't say anything about her being race or black or female.
Oh, you absolutely implied that she was a DEI hire. You said why else would she be in this position? So then what were you going to say then? When you were bringing up, her popularity ratings were so low, why did she get to be Biden's pick for VP? What do you think the reason was?
I honestly couldn't tell you.
Oh, so
Other
earlier
than-
when you were
other-
asking me what I thought it may be, you were
Other than them just trying to win over the black and female vote.
Okay. Yeah. So let's just
What would be
discredit
another
her
reason?
and
Could you
reduce
tell
her
me-
down to being a black
could you
female.
tell me
And
one other reason?
And that's the reasons why she got elected.
Wait, so why didn't any other particular person who is black get picked?
I mean, I don't think there was really any Democrats at the time.
No, let me
that-
ask you a question.
that were
Why?
popular.
Why?
I couldn't tell you. I'm not in the Biden's administration's head. I believe there probably was other picks that could have been better. Not that I can name any off the top of my head, just based off of how terrible Kamala was at the time and has been over the last 4 years.
Name one policy that she's influenced to get past that you disagree.
She's literally the border czar, and the border is as bad as it's ever been. And
I want to make a point here. Actually, like here, like if someone was looking for like a vice president that was a woman, right, to appeal to more people, right, or to do something like that, if they were to select a woman, does that mean that woman's like not accredited? Because that would be assuming that women don't have like accredited history.
I just think she, in particular, isn't accredited based off of her record as a prosecutor.
So what did she do
and the stuff
specifically
she
that
did.
you disagree with?
Well, how she kept prisoners.
Can you give me a source?
Date.
Don't say it. Don't say the specific drug.
Just to get a free labor. The fact that she
Can you give me a source? Can you give me a source?
I mean, not off the top of my head, no. But she prosecuted all those people for the things that she prosecuted them for.
Then how do you know what you're saying right now is
people
true?
for prosecuting things.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying, because if I say it, you'll kick me out. And then went on the Breakfast Club and laughed about doing the same thing she prosecuted people for. That's just a hypocrite. That's the worst kind of hypocrisy.
What? What are you
What do you
talking
mean,
about?
what?
So again, you still have yet to give me a particular
Because if I
source
say
that
the
indicates
exact
that.
thing, then it'll.
You know what I
No,
think?
I'm asking for a source.
I think the worst type of
I told you, I
hypocrisy
don't
is
have-
Trump saying that the MAGA party is the party of law and order, but then rejecting that he's a felon, rejecting that he's a rapist, and rejecting that he lost 2020.
He's literally a criminal. How are
Yeah.
you the party of law and order if you're voting for a criminal?
And if every single politician was put under the microscope that Trump was, don't you think a lot more
No.
people that are politicians would be criminals?
Not in the same sense that he was held civilly liable for rape and criminally convicted. in
Civilly
34 felonies.
liable. Civilly.
Yeah.
Why
it's
wasn't he
issued that way.
criminally
So-
liable?
It's the statute
so-
of limitations that passed.
Yeah, literally statute of limitations. So you don't accept things because it's been 23 years?
No, but then how come Tara Reid is immediately
We
discredited?
literally
by-
explained. She perjured herself and fled to Russia and joined a disinformation campaign.
How do you figure she joined a disinformation campaign?
It's a known disinformation propaganda outlet.
What, like she works for them?
Uh-huh.
And what is that?
Here, I'll get you the name.
And she lives and works in Russia now?
Yes.
Well, I wasn't aware of that. But I don't want to hold up too much more of your time. I appreciate you guys letting me talk. What are you going to send it to me, or are you just going to say the...
Yeah, I was just gonna say that. I was just
Alright.
gonna say. Yeah, so I'll give you an article that says that while you go.
All right.
You can go to the one from NPR. Or no, I'll just give you this one from the Guardian. Tara Reid, who accused Joe Biden of sexual assault, defects to Russia. That's the title.
All right. I appreciate it.
All right,
Again,
appreciate
thanks
you.
for letting me talk.
All right, for sure. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. We are just looking for some debates. Tap that screen, share the fucking live, everyone. If you want to support me or Dean, Venmo, Cash App in the bio. Let's get to 2 million likes real quick, everyone.
Hell
Let's
yeah.
run that shit up.
Let's
Yo,
go,
so how old
guys.
are you?
How's everyone doing tonight?
Good. Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
I've been on with you guys before.
Oh, okay. Well, I will look for a different person because you have been up before. But I appreciate you coming up, man.
Yeah. No, I mean, if
Thank you so much, man. We're going to give the next person up. Only come up if you have not been up here before. We are just looking for some new people. We do that all the time because we want to get people who have not been up before, and there's 100 people in the guest box. Yo, Joe, thank you for the hand art. Thank you. Parker, do you have a job? Yes. Why are you kicking people off? Because we're getting people on who literally are coming on to debate. What are you talking about? Who have not been up here before? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
You voting Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
Mostly because Kamala Harris, like as a prosecutor, there's been like a lot of issues with that. So,
like what?
She admitted to like feeling guilty about like not letting a guy on death row like get, you know, DNA testing.
No, I know. She actually said that she specifically held it up so that they could get DNA testing.
Yeah.
Where did it say that?
She said that. I'm pretty sure this was at like a, what's it called? It was either at the debates or it was at like some sort of like stand-up interview that she had at like ABC News. I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
She literally was like, she addressed this.
Also, bro, like Jonathan, I'm so sorry, man. So
Yeah.
even if I've been playing this mental game, with myself. So from your perspective, you look at Harris. Even if what you said was true and she prevented someone from getting DNA testing that was on death row, how is that worse than everything Trump has done, like denying the 2020 election, etc.?
Well, I guess you can kind of look at it as a way of her kind of being responsible for someone dying, in a sense.
How many deaths do you think that Trump is responsible by appointing Supreme Court justices to overturn Roe v. Wade?
Yeah.
Probably a decent amount there too. Like for what, the women who were like having to go through
who have been assaulted, women whose lives are at risk because of just a pregnancy that they didn't want.
Mm-hmm. Like, and by the way, I'm just assuming what you're saying is true. Like, it's not. No, she held it up for him to get DNA testing. DNA testing occurred. He was not exonerated, and he was unalive. But the point here is, there's a comparative analysis that's necessarily done here. You can't like shield your perspective from thinking critically in the context of Donald Trump, and then looking at one bad thing that you presume to be true in Harris and saying this is why I'm voting for Trump. Just take a step back.
So you'd rather vote for the
engage in
convicted
critical
felon, the person who's held legally responsible for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud, as 34 felonies, has been undermining our American democracy for the past few years, and no sufficient evidence to indicate that he won. Think of the hand to heart.
And like
denies climate science, who's restricting women's access to abortion, wants a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country, wants to put people on death row for dealing drugs.
In Central Park 5, well, how about we talk about where, not unlike Harris, according to you, preventing DNA testing for people done on death row, Trump actually calling for individuals who are exonerated of wrongdoing to be put on death row.
I'm actually just playing devil's advocate. I'm like totally going for Harris, but
I mean, why don't you go out there and try to get people to vote for her then?
I know. Like, wow.
Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Hi, I'm here. Hold on. Mom, I'll call you back. All right, so I'm going to go. I'm telling you that why I'm voting for Trump. I'm an 80s baby. BRICS. He's going to stop BRICS. Do y'all know what BRICS is?
Yes.
How's he going to stop BRICS?
He's going to stop BRICS. He's going to prevent BRICS from doing what they're doing. You know what happens if we lose the U.S. dollar, correct?
How are they going to prevent?
We're not going to lose the U.S. dollar. How are we going to lose the U.S. dollar?
You guys aren't reading anything, are you? If you read everything on the topics of BRICS, he is the one that was preventing BRICS from doing what they were doing. Now, it's already the 5 countries, BRICS, BRIC.
No, there would have been a trade agreement for BRICS either way. Dude,
well, it's not happened yet.
What was Trump doing? Wait, tell me. Wait, hold up. What would Trump have done that would have prevented BRICS from becoming forming an agreement?
Well, I mean, peace treaties and all that other stuff that he's been doing. I mean, look at what he did with Russia. If it had not been for Trump, we would still, we are back in a problem with Russia. We've always had an issue with Russia. And the one time we don't have an issue with Russia is when Trump was office. You guys are
when Trump is kissing his ring.
Exact same thing.
And also, we did have an issue with Russia. We had a proxy war.
In the locker room. You guys are...
Did you know we had a proxy war with Russia and Syria at that time? Crystal, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Crystal. I
My
appreciate
father,
it. Thank you.
are you guys? Do you have military in your family? Because my father is retired
Yes.
Navy, and let me tell
I
you
have
something.
military
Ronald
knowledge.
Reagan
What's the
was one of
point?
our better presidents, and he follows Ronald Reagan.
So false. So
No.
false.
No,
Trickle
that
down
is
economics.
false.
So false. So
Trickle
bad
down
for the middle
economics.
class.
Remember, when
Pink,
I was a kid,
Pink. Trickle-down economics destroyed the middle class of this country. Wages used to increase with productivity. Now they haven't. If they increased with
The only
productivity,
reason why
we would
he
have seen
didn't have-
significantly greater levels of real wages in this country.
Yeah. Then also,
the only
hey, real
reason
quick,
why
Pink, do you mind if I
Reagan
ask you a
didn't
question?
have the voter right
Okay.
like Trump is because they are a man.
Hey,
See,
Pink,
the
do you mind if I
difference
ask you a
between
question?
being a businessman and a seasoned politician is the businessman knows how to make money. He was the only
Do you
president.
know
in
one good
United
businessman
States
that's 6
history-
bankruptcies? Can you name me one?
He is the only man in United States history to ever become president of the United States for free. Worked for us for free.
Can you name me one good businessman that has
week.
6 bankruptcies?
And now I want to ask a
Listen,
question
Jay,
after that.
I'm also a tax preparer, so all
No,
you guys
Pink,
talking
Pink,
about
I am a
all
taxpayer
that
too.
stuff,
I'm a taxpayer
there's
too.
loopholes in every
Oh my
tax
gosh, she's
law.
not
There's
answering.
loopholes
Hello?
in every
Hello?
law. And if you follow it,
Hello, Pink.
You can
you
follow
I don't think
businessman-
this.
Okay, Pink.
Hello?
Can I try to ask you a question? Is that okay, Pink? Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes,
Well,
sir.
I think that she's just gonna.
Can I just
ignore
ask you this question? What can you name one good businessman that has 6 bankruptcies?
there's a whole. I know several business people who have filed bankruptcy
6.
in order to ensure.
6?
Well, it's kind of like refinancing or remortgaging a home. Sometimes
No, it's not.
That's what they do that for.
No,
So
not
you have
6
to
times.
understand.
Not 6.
But it's
Name me
but
one.
Listen, what he does is his personal life. So what? He's screwing around on his wife. That's his business.
What?
That's not your business.
That has nothing to do with what we
the
just
fuck?
talked
That's what
about.
you guys were all
Yeah, that
talking
actually
about.
goes
I'm bringing
perfectly
up
into my
points that
question.
I've heard this whole hour I've been listening.
Can I? Okay, I don't think she's gonna answer, Parker. Pink, can I ask you my question now?
Sure.
Okay. Now, can you just? I'm long-winded. Are you able to just listen to me while I voice this entire question without interrupting? Okay. Awesome. So, Pink, how do you expect Donald Trump to effectively legislate for your thoughts, wants, needs, and desires as a woman when Trump has done anything but give a single shit, about the thoughts, wants, needs, and desires of women in his past? He raped Eugene Carroll.
What?
He
Okay,
sexualized.
so-
I remember what I said about not interrupting me. He sexualized a 5th grader, right? He particularly said he likes to unconsensually grab women by the P word. He boasted
That
about
is
walking
roughly
into the.
in talk.
He
95%
boasted.
of all American men talk like that.
Okay, Pink.
Well,
I want to
can-
be
can
able
we
to
get rid of the
finish.
background noise. Yeah, there's a lot of background noise as well.
Like, Pink, I really just want to be able to finish my question. Can you contain until I'm done?
So, from what I'm seeing, the potential impact of a new BRICS currency on the U.S. dollar still remains
Bro, Pink, please, let me ask my question and answer my question. We're gonna try again, Pink. Pink, we really got to work on this together, okay? We're gonna work on this together. I'm gonna speak. I'm gonna ask you a question, and if you will be so kind as to answer the question relevantly. So my question is, how do you expect Donald Trump to effectively legislate for your thoughts, wants, needs, and desires as a woman in the White House if he were to be reelected, when he has done anything but absolutely disregard them in the past? Right? He's been downright disrespectful to women. He has sexualized little girls, and he's been violent towards women, and that's a
Okay.
fact. He doesn't give a damn about the 170 million American women in the context of the U.S. So how do you expect him to effectively legislate for them in the Oval Office?
As a female, you want my opinion?
Yes. How do you expect him to effectively legislate for the thoughts,
I
wants, needs, and
honestly do
desires
not
of 170
believe-
million American women and girls?
First of all, I honestly do not believe that our American government is strong. A woman is not strong enough to run the country at this point. I will
You're
tell you this.
crazy.
right
Aim, thank you for the $15 on Venmo. What?
Oh no, we're digging in now. We're digging in now. Why do you think that men are better at leading than women? Why do you think? Why do you think? Why do you think that men are better at leading? Why do you think that men are better at leading than women? Pink, tell me.
What was the government founded under? What was
the
our
govern-
government founded under?
I don't give a shit. Why do you think men are better at leading than women? Answer my question.
What is the government founded under? And
I don't know
was-
what I don't know what answer you want.
Government is founded under God. One nation under God.
You're not real. You're not real. Hey, buddy, your God's not real. Leviticus 25:44. God supports slavery. 1 Samuel 15:3. God supports genocide.
about all this stuff and how you're Biden and Harris is all look.
Wait,
You're not
wait,
wrong.
no,
You
Pink.
read
Can I actually ask you
Revelation-
like a specific question? Like, I just want you to like. So, like, do you think slavery is okay?
No, I absolutely don't. But
Okay,
do you,
well,
do
and
you
like
realize that white people were slaves before any other
explicitly
race?
in Leviticus.
What did you just say?
Listen.
White people were slaves before any other race. Irish white people
What?
were slaves.
Pink. Please listen.
I mean, so everybody's.
Please
we're-
listen.
today
Please
we still
listen.
have
Please
slavery.
listen. I condemn all forms of slavery. I think you do too. Can you please listen?
Well, you
regardless of any,
obviously-
I just want you to listen, please, Pink.
You can't say that you
Please,
condemn
Pink.
all forms
Please,
of
Pink.
slavery because you're working
do.
for somebody, correct? Well, then you're a
I
slave
don't
to
work
the
as
employer.
that's not slavery. So Pink,
That
can you
is
please?
slavery,
No, it's not
sweetheart.
because it's
You're
voluntary.
working for somebody
now,
else.
Pink, please, can you listen for a second? Can you listen?
My bad.
So if you're against all forms of slavery, well then my question is, right, have you read Leviticus 25:44 through 46? Because it explicitly says that you can own people as slaves, you can pass them down to your children as inherited property, and you can have them as slaves for life. And in Exodus 21, 20 through 21, it says you can beat them so long as they recover after a day or two.
I think you're interpreting the Bible in a wrong way.
Can you
I'm
read
not.
it to
That's
us?
what the Bible says explicitly.
Can we get your interpretation? Like, do you happen to have a Bible on you?
Ariel, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
My interpretation on.
Yeah, like you're saying, like our satanic non-Christian interpretation is that
I'm not
scripture
saying
is
that you guys are
incorrect.
satanic. I'm just saying
That
that.
was a joke. Can you read off the scripture for us and tell us how you interpret it?
Well,
Joe,
my
leave it
dad
at
is a
$10.
Baptist minister as well as being retired Navy.
Yeah, but do you have a Bible on you?
Yeah, I do actually. Would you like me to grab it?
I actually want you to read off these particular verses for us, and I want to hear your interpretation of them. Is that okay, Parker? Or is that derailing too much?
I feel like it derails a bit too much. Like, we've already told her what's there.
Yeah, all right.
I mean,
never mind.
the thing about the Bible is it's been rewritten and rewritten and rewritten by multiple people, and things have been.
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to
things
turn this
were
into a religious
interpreted
debate. The
completely
point.
differently.
Well, I don't
But
want to turn this
my
into.
point is, you asked me.
Listen,
how
Pink. Our point is that you
going
have no
to
good
get-
reason to say that men are better at leading than women. You are just using this very trivial grounding of a delusion of yours. that being a
Men
guy
have
that only
always
exists in your own
been
head.
the first ones. Okay, look. Okay, first of all,
Can we
you
acknowledge
guys are
this
sitting
first?
here and
I want
saying
to
that
address this.
Palestine is all
You
great.
said, listen.
Let me tell
You
you
said,
something about
listen,
Palestine.
Pink.
A woman has
I'm
no
gonna fucking
rights
mute
in
you if you don't be
Palestine.
quiet, please. Can you please be quiet? Holy shit, Pink. Oh my god, unbelievable. Right. I want to get back to your point. You said that women should not be allowed to be president right now because they're not strong enough to take care of the nation.
That's not what I said.
So, please explain to me why that's the case.
I did not say that a woman should not be allowed. I did not say that. That never once came out of my. I
Oh,
said.
so, no, you think
I
a
do
woman
not
shouldn't
think-
be president? My bad.
I do not believe that the way that our country is in the situation at this point, and I am a female, I do not believe that a female should be a leader of a government.
Okay. Yeah. So why?
Okay, so for one instance, look at the governor of Alaska. What happens with all her family? If she can't even keep her family together, then how's she going to keep it?
What?
You are referencing.
What does this have to do with women being able to be fucking leaders?
You
That's
are
what I'm saying.
referencing- hey,
That's exactly
Pink,
what I'm
we
saying.
could reference
You guys
Matt
are
Gates.
gaslighting me.
Yeah,
We could
hey, Pink.
Because
reference
she
Matt
can't
Gates. We
keep
could
her
reference the
household
countless
up.
men. Appreciate that mustache. Thank you so much. We can reference the countless men that have committed crimes that can't engage because they've
Yes.
committed crimes. They can't hold their families together because they committed violent crimes. 95% of violent crimes committed by men. The fact that you'd specifically look at
men are
one
the
woman not
stronger.
being able to
Men are
do
the
this when
ones-
men are more likely to do this is exactly showing the very misogyny that keeps women in subordinate positions insofar as that you specifically will say and that they shouldn't be a leader of a country.
Also,
Not right
Thank you.
now.
you're
No, I
attempting to
think our
justify.
country-
No,
that
they
women are
absolutely
not-
should be.
You're
We
attempting to
need
I
a
mean,
woman who's a president of the
look at
United
our
States,
country right now.
right, to
You're-
codify Roe versus Wade, right, to ensure women have the
Oh, I
right
don't
and
want to
access
talk
to
about Roe
abortion.
versus Wade because you guys would.
You're
y'all would
attempting.
shit
You're
me off.
attempting to justify this idea that women shouldn't be leading by referencing one woman that you're saying isn't a good leader. The reason this isn't adequate in justifying your
No, I
internal
don't think
misogyny-
any woman in general, like even Pelosi.
Hey,
if something
Pink.
would have happened when
Hey,
Pelosi
hey,
was
hey, Pink.
speaker,
Pink, please. The reason it's a bad argument is because you can't look at one woman and say everyone else who has the same gender identity or sex as her.
Wait, can
is
we
all
ask
of a
this
sudden-
question? If Trump
Yeah.
were a woman, would you vote for her?
yes, well, no, I wouldn't because I don't believe that a woman should be president. But if Trump,
Dude,
was a
I
woman,
can't.
then
You
our
can't
country
make
was
this shit
different.
up, bro.
If our country
The
was
only
actually
reason that would get
different.
them to stop voting for Trump is if Trump
Wait,
was a
so
woman.
just to clarify, if Biden was running against Trump but a woman, would you vote for Biden?
If Biden was running vote against Trump,
But Trump was a woman. Would you vote for Biden?
No, I wouldn't vote then. I just wouldn't vote.
Hey,
But
so
here's
I
my
actually
thing.
I want to explore this further. So, can you tell me the specific biological differences between men and women that make men better at leading?
That make men better. I mean, I don't think that men are better. I don't think that one is more inferior to the other versus strength. But
Girl, you literally
leading.
think that women
Strength in
shouldn't be
leading.
leaders. Yes, you do. What are you talking about, girl?
strength
Yeah.
in leading is completely different.
But like,
A man
what's the
a
reason?
man
Would you
is-
say it's because like
this is
women
what
are
I'm
more?
saying. I
Are you
can't
saying
answer
are you saying it's because
you.
like women are more emotional than men? Are you saying it's because like
Absolutely.
men are- Okay, so that's actually false. So what we see is men are more emotional than women. This is why they commit 95% of violent crimes, 72% of suicides. They're much more likely to abuse hard drugs as an unhealthy coping mechanism to deal with unprocessed emotions. Additionally speaking, they're more adverse to irrational behaviors such as drunk driving, reckless driving, gambling. Right? We also have to pop off when we're speaking about education. Women outperform the fuck out of men when we're talking about education at all levels, K through 12 and higher education.
Okay,
Women
that's
have
different.
higher IQ. One second. Women have higher IQs on average than men. Women have higher EQ scores on average than men. What we ultimately see
Shut
here
up!
is that
Leave the
talking to
room.
me?
No, my son won't shut up. Get out the freaking room right now.
because of that nigga D.
Ross, shut up.
What did you say?
Get the fuck out. Shut up. It's alive, son. God, I can't deal with these kids. See, that's the reason. Because I beat his ass. And that's why a woman shouldn't be president. Because I beat your ass.
No. Spanking your kids and hitting them in the first place is actually what reproduces worse behavior a long time in the
Absolutely
future.
not. I grew
Is
up
this
with a whole bunch
idiocracy?
of
Is this
ass whoopings. I've
is
never
this
once been in jail.
idiocracy? Are we watching idiocracy live on display?
I have been. Let me tell you something. Like I said, I was born in the 80s.
No, this
When I was
is the movie
When I was
Idiocracy
a child-
live on
wait,
display.
Let me
ladies and
let me
gentlemen.
explain to you what America was like when I was a kid. Every flag, the American flag was flown on every single house. You walk down the street, you can leave your windows open, your doors unlocked. Nothing would happen. You didn't have to worry about crime.
Okay,
What
you saying that
happened
no,
was
that's ridiculous. You understand that
Obama
crime was
became
more likely to
president.
happen? Do you want me to
Obama
show you
became
a graph
president,
of violent
and then
crime in the
one-
United States?
The other race decided to think that they were better than the other race, and no race is better than.
Shut up.
Yeah, so if you look up violent crime in the United States by year, it is significantly gone down, right, in the past few years. If you look since the 90s, dude, she's like, it used to be so safe, so very safe, the most safe you've ever seen. Look
Yeah,
how safe
so
it was.
this-
Violent crime was more likely to occur,
You also
so
have
much
to
more likely.
That you cannot believe every single thing that you read on the internet. 95%.
This is from Pew Research, ma'am.
I can't, Parker. I'm about to tap out.
So
bro.
all
This
this
is-
documentation that you say that you have, that Kamala Harris is such a good person, can you give me the legal documentation? Not no stupid Google, Wikipedia, none of that bullshit. Give me the documents that she would have held in her hand to show that this is the policy. Because I don't believe a half a thing. That
Wait, the
she
policy
said.
for what? You mean like the infrastructure bill?
Absolute anything, because the media lies about everything. Nobody knows the truth about anything.
Hey,
That's
Pink.
why there is all
Pink.
this division going on.
No, you're just no. People are just uninformed, and that's what leads to people not knowing how to identify what's truth versus what's misinformation. So we have an issue with our country in being able to do that. Look right here. This is the infrastructure bill. Look, became law. Look. Bipartisan infrastructure bill. Look at that. Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. Boom. Look. Became law. Look
You
at
want
that.
you want some other good things that Trump has done?
Yeah, name me one thing that Donald Trump has influenced to get passed that's benefit the middle class more than it's benefit rich people.
He signed the tax cuts and
The Tax Cut and Jobs Act, predominant amount of the tax cuts went to the rich people of this country. Most of it did not go to the middle class. Right. Secondly, it added $1.9 trillion to the debt, and it also only increased the GDP by 0.02% a year.
I work for
0.02% increase in annual GDP. That is nothing to spend $2 trillion. We could have spent that on infrastructure. We could have spent that on healthcare. We could have spent that on childcare. So many other things that would have significantly greater impacts on the economy comparative to the Tax Cut and Jobs Act that gave money to rich people.
Do you know what the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act did?
Yes,
what you literally
yes,
just
I
told
do,
you.
and I just addressed that. Right? Not
No,
only did I
you
just address
don't.
that, but also
From
the
a
Harris
tax
administration.
professional-
The Harris administration.
King, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo to kick Pink. I don't know about that one, but thank you so much for the $25 of Venmo.
Oh, they
Thank you,
only
love
want to
King.
kick when they're getting their butts whooped. Do you know what it did for a tax
We said
professional?
we didn't want to kick you,
I've
and yes,
seen-
I do.
multiple. I am a professional tax preparer. Okay, for a typical family of four earning at least $75,000 a year, they had their income tax cut more than half. Okay. Not only that, he increased the double standard deduction, making the first $24,000 that was owned by a married couple completely taxed free. Not to mention, he virtually eliminated the unfair estate tax or death tax law. That is amazing. 35% of the highest developed in the world was a business tax cut. And that's where the millionaires are, the business guys. So yes, there was a big tax cut that was 35% for the business people.
Well, so no, it wasn't 35%. You have no clue what we're talking about. It went from 35 to 21. It went from 35 to 21 as it relates to the corporate income tax, right? Secondly, I want to relate to this. The Harris administration specifically wants to retain all of those tax cuts that you just specifically mentioned that would apply to people making under $400,000 a year, and increase taxes on people making over $400,000 a year, and instill a child tax credit that gives $300 per month. Right, that would specifically reduce child poverty by 50%, like it did in 2021.
You guys do realize that every other country in the world right now thinks that America is a effing joke.
Yeah, because of Donald Trump, or because of the conspiracy, because of the misinformation. It's not because of Biden. It's not because of Harris. They have significantly higher approval ratings worldwide.
You understand that? You understand that?
I don't think that.
You understand that before you understand that before Biden had dropped out.
Anyways, if you think about
so if you think it's Harris, well then obviously you have no issue voting for her, because clearly she's done a great job getting so many policies passed.
Well, first of all, Harris. Look at our country as it stands today, and we make less money per check. I used to bring home a whole lot more money every check when Trump was president because of the tax cuts that he had.
You're not listening, Pink. You're not listening. I just acknowledged this. The Harris administration wants to keep all the tax cuts for people who make under $400,000 a year. If you make under $400,000 a year, you're going to keep your tax cut.
But the man made a multi-billion-dollar industry out of $100,000 that his dad gave him.
Hey, Pink.
You know what I'm saying?
Hey, Pink. Do you think
his dad gave him a $400 million inheritance. What are you talking about?
400 million.
Yeah, I said 400 million.
Hey, Pink.
But that was after his dad passed.
Do you think that violent offenders, right, such as like?
I think violent offenders should be publicly hanged.
Oh. So do you think that Donald Trump should be publicly? Hey,
Pink, please listen. Please listen.
Do you think that Donald Trump should be publicly hanged?
No, because
he was held civilly liable for the violent offense.
How do you know that actually took place? At this point, it's hearsay. You have a hearsay this, hearsay that. Nobody knows exactly what happened behind people's closed doors. That's just like Bill Clinton when Bill Clinton and Monica Lewinsky was sucking his eggplant.
Do y'all see?
That was
the
consensual, right? So again, as it relates to this, he was not held civilly liable for sexual abuse. If it was the case, we would accept that. We would say that's terrible, right? Again, also we acknowledge the fact that cheating is terrible as well.
Also, like
right?
we have reason
Trump
to
has cheated
believe
on every single one of his wives, including his last wife with a corn star while she was pregnant.
Pink, 2 questions. So what was the name of the victim, right, that Donald Trump had raped, and what was one piece of evidence she submitted to the court of law to prove Trump guilty?
I have the only person that I know of that I've sent recently was the Stormy Daniels case.
You don't know shit. So, Pink, how the fuck can you say that there's no evidence and it was all hearsay when you don't know shit about the case? You don't know their name. You don't know their evidence.
Have you not seen Biden sniffing the little kids on TV?
Haven't I seen you pivot the fuck away from what I'm asking you because you don't know what the hell you're talking about?
Do you have to vote for Biden again? No. You're voting for either Harris or for Trump.
I'm not
and I think you should vote for the woman, but you believe specifically a woman shouldn't be president.
I don't believe that at this point in time, our country, at the way that
why
is
because she said that she said because women are too emotional, and I absolutely annihilate her, and she didn't respond.
Trump is the most emotional individual ever. Can you give me one time where you've seen Kamala Harris be more emotional than Donald Trump?
In 1982, Donald Trump put out a video saying that he was on a news saying that he never wanted to be the president because he never wanted this job.
Complete lies.
He would only do it if he knew that the country needed it.
No, he was literally setting it up so he could do it, dude. Come on.
The only reason why they're so against Trump is because they know he's the only one that can stop them.
Stop who? Who's them? Who's they?
The Democrats. I used to
stop them from doing what?
from bringing our country down.
Okay, how do Democrats bring our country down?
Worse.
How do Democrats bring our country down?
Democrats are allowing things like, okay,
Like what?
Like what?
Be specific.
You want to do the abortion thing. I only believe that abortion.
Rebecca, thank you for the $1 on Venmo from Pink Sun. Thank you for the love, Pink Sun. Your son just donated to me, Pink. Sorry.
I don't know how. He said you donated to him. Shut up. The only way I believe that a woman should be able to have an abortion is A, if she pays for it by herself, or B, if it's a medical.
Wait, the Hyde Amendment doesn't allow for them to use state funds or like government funds.
Well, I mean,
also, you understand that the only elective abortions are predominantly gotten by women.
I don't believe that a woman should use an abortion as a form of child prevention. Come on now, there are so many other ways to prevent getting pregnant.
Samantha, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Wait, no. So let me ask you this question: do you think a zygote is a person?
If it has a heartbeat, absolutely.
A zygote does not have
And
a
after
heartbeat.
16 days,
Wait,
you can
why does
shoot
it? Wait.
off
So do you think a
of
heartbeat is
embryo.
the beginning of life?
After 16 days of conception,
Rachel, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
heartbeat on a baby.
Do
On
you
an
think a
infant.
heartbeat is the beginning of life?
Yes, absolutely. Once that
Okay,
heart
so
is
you
beating,
disagree
it's
with
being shot.
95% of biologists. They specifically indicate it's at conception. I agree that cellular life at conception is the beginning of life, right? But I don't think that's when value begins. I think value begins at sentient life, right? That happens 18 through 26 weeks within the context of the womb.
So it's okay. You're saying it is okay for a woman to have an abortion just because she doesn't want a kid and she doesn't want
Yes,
a kid.
absolutely. Exactly what we're
If my
saying.
girlfriend got
They have
pregnant, if my
so many
girlfriend
other
got
ways,
pregnant and she didn't want to have a
but
kid right
it
now,
is not
I would
okay.
support her getting an abortion.
Okay,
Like-
but
like
it's
it
not
honestly
Okay,
okay.
thank you for the $10. Thank you.
Pink, it honestly
Let's
just
say
sounds like what
you-
you're Pink, it honestly just sounds like what you're saying here is that you think women who engage in sex that don't plan to have children are irresponsible, and you want to punish them for it by not allowing them to have abortions. The funny thing is, when you've been talking about the reasons that you're pro-life, you haven't mentioned like how the valuable life of the fetus. You've only mentioned the supposedly irresponsible decisions.
I
of the
haven't been
mother.
able to get that
And that's
far.
the issue. Like you just want to punish women. You want to destroy the family unit. You want to increase rates of poverty, and you want to force women who engage in sex and get
Increase rates of
pregnant to provide
poverty.
their
We have
bodily
poverty
resources to
because
another
of
individual.
immigration.
But wait, what? Wait,
Yeah, we
immigration
have-
does
we
not.
have
Wait,
poverty because of
wait.
all
Can
the
you give me
people
any
coming out of
evidence that
Russia.
poverty is from immigration?
Absolutely, because the American government pays all these illegal immigrants all this money, and we have United States veterans.
Min, thank you for the
living on
$2
street.
from Pink's
Not to
dad. Thank you for the
mention,
No,
love.
if
she
you would
have
look at
no clue what you're
Canada,
talking about. Wait, hold up. Can I
America's
address
also
this?
sending-
So we actually in
outside of-
2022 have less undocumented immigrants in the population than we had in 2018. In
Because
2018,
America
the
has
estimated
been Canada.
undocumented immigrant population, in 2018 the estimated undocumented immigrant population was 11,570,000. In 2022, it was 10,990,000. That's from the
If you-
Department of Homeland Security.
Listen, they have started sending
How?
all of these illegal immigrants that were in America to Canada. And now
I'm not
Canada
trolling, Dean.
is
Like
in a
that's actually like
housing
literally the
crisis.
numbers. It probably happened after 2022, which is inflation. Inflation is when started in like 2022 globally.
Yeah, I mean, those numbers are wildly unexpected, but
I know, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but
I mean,
that's
Canada
what they say
is
on the
severely so
DHS.
overpopulated now from America bringing the other illegal immigrants that they brought here. They've been bringing them into Canada, and they're in a housing crisis. They have people with no places to live there. Now, why should we be supporting illegal immigrants who can't even come to our country legally when we have American veterans who put their life on the line for our country?
Sarah, thank you
Really?
for $5.
How would you feel about giving the American VA healthcare system $800 million to expand benefits for over a million veterans? Is that a good
That
idea?
would be great, but have you not seen all the things that Trump was saying about the veterans? And all
So
the-
Yeah,
just
like
to-
they're
just to-
suckers and losers. Like John
just to-
McCain's not a war hero
just to
because he was
clarify,
captured.
Just to clarify,
Well,
so
I
what I
will
just
give you
explained
that.
to you is called the PACS Act, and the PACS Act was influenced to get
PAC.
passed by the PACT Act, and
know
that
what
was
the PACT
influenced to
Act
get
is?
passed by the Biden-Harris administration, and it specifically invested $800 million in VA healthcare benefits.
Okay,
Antonio,
do
thank
you-
you for the $5.
let me tell you little facts. Like I said, my father's retired Navy. Retired Navy, they automatically get military pension. Okay, they're going to get money for the rest of their life. Under the Trump administration, my father was bringing home more money on those checks than what he's getting now. They have cut it. Not to mention, Biden's trying to get rid of Social Security.
Can you give me? Okay, so again, as it relates to those, they actually increased them according with inflation. So the military
They actually
pay
have not.
we've
I have
seen
not gotten an
increase.
increase on
I
my
haven't
dollar
looked at the
Social
pensions. I can look at the pension rate increase.
1% in last year. It was 1% last year. Social Security because my
Did someone
daughter
in your own household just call you
Wait.
stupid, Pink?
Yeah, no. So it was 3.2% for
No, my kids
2024.
are calling me all that. They nosy. And
It
I
was
told them.
5.9% for 2022 and 8.7% for 2023.
Pink, where are you from?
I live in New Orleans, and they have a Chinese guy that lives right up the street.
Ma'am, you were completely wrong. You said 1%. You weren't even close.
But the
And
paper
Kelly,
I
thank you
got-
so much
Because
for the $10
Social
on
Security
Venmo. I
goes off
appreciate
of
you for the love,
COLA, which is
Kelly.
the Social Security goes off of COLA, which is the cost of living adjustment.
Kelly, thank you so much for the $10
Okay,
on Venmo.
exactly.
W Kelly in the chat.
And inflation is caused by supply and demand. So it also is contributed by the government. So let's say gas prices, the parish I live in Louisiana, correct?
What? Hey, real
parish
quick,
I
Pink. What
live
were
in-
you? What were you saying about a Chinese guy?
Okay, there's a Chinese guy that lives. He has a business up the street. He flat out told me that when he come here, because he doesn't really speak much English, but his wife does. When he came here, the government gave him money and gave him businesses, right? But my mixed child cannot go work at that store because he's black. But y'all want to call Trump racist? Trump let a black woman who was homeless live in his
Dude,
Trump
literally one person who did something like, wait, are you saying because one person did something racist, like
I'm just saying,
you
there's
associate that with all
difference.
immigrants?
Rachel, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Also, it is the case that
Put it to
Trump
you
had
this
civil
way.
litigation against him in the 70s.
I don't believe that anybody should be coming to this country illegally. I don't trust
Bro,
anybody.
hey, Pink, we're trying to talk about your racism comment. So it is a case in 1973, Trump had civil litigation against him for not allowing black people to rent housing from him. On all the housing applications for his rental properties from black people, his team would put a letter C on them and disregard them. They'd only rent to white people. And he ended up having to make a deal with the federal government.
For landlords that I know here.
With his signature that he would specifically only, that he wouldn't discriminate on the basis of race.
For landlords that I know here forbid to rent to black people or people with children.
That's against the law. You can literally call the police on them.
Okay, so they're racist too, but
they've
like
been
this
that way.
shows
That-
this shows
this
that
is
like
New
Trump is racist.
Ma'am,
yeah.
ma'am, that's quite literally a protected thing,
Can
right?
you-
If you
I understand
notify the
that,
authorities,
but-
they will stop that.
Also, Pink, can you acknowledge that Trump
They
is going
don't.
to be
They
racist
don't
for
state
this?
it publicly. They do
Hey,
not state it
Pink,
publicly.
can you acknowledge that Trump is going to be racist for this?
Okay, well, if you can prove it.
I've never seen anything that he's done racist. I've seen that he had a
I
black.
just explained to you. I just explained to you an example. Can you
Wait,
acknowledge
how about the
example of
birther
actions that I
movement
gave
where
you as
where he
racist?
said the first black president, Barack Obama, was born in Kenya with no evidence. Actually, he has a
If you
birth
look at
certificate of him born in
all that
the
stuff
United
was
States.
created. The government is good at making people believe a lot of stuff. The media is good at making people.
Wait, ma'am, do you believe that he was born in Kenya?
Yeah, I absolutely believe he's not from here.
No
He's
fucking
not
way.
from
What
here.
evidence you have of that?
Not to mention he's Muslim.
Ma'am, what evidence
Bro,
you have of
what?
this?
I can't. I don't believe that a Muslim person should be president.
What the fuck,
dude?
What?
No.
Should a
Muslim
Christian
What is
person
this?
be-
What is this? Literally, like Islamophobia and racism. Like, what is
Like, just
going on?
random
Because
random
if you look
Islamophobia
at
and
if you
racism.
look at Palestine and you look at Al Qaeda and you look at Desert
What,
Storm in
bro?
1991,
Yo.
every single time we've had a conflict, it's always been.
Wait. Have you looked at the Crusades? Have you looked at like religious imperialism? How they would specifically use Christianity and the Bible to justify slavery in America? Do you remember? Here in the United States, or are you only going to acknowledge it with like extremism with other religions?
Yeah. Let's not talk about the slave Bible, which was a particular sect of Christians that during antebellum era slavery
I don't think-
took the
I don't
Bible,
think-
chopped it up, and made African Americans think that they're supposed to be slaves. All right,
Our
let's not
country
talk about that. Right?
was created under God, indivisible.
You're delusional.
Oh my God, that was added. That was literally added.
So delusional.
I mean, look at our
so
forefathers,
pink,
the founding
pink,
fathers.
pink,
Okay,
pink.
our founding fathers literally had slaves. A lot of them. George Washington had. By the way, I don't know if you consider them a founding father, but had slaves, right? Thomas Jefferson had slaves, right? Thomas Jefferson literally raped his slaves. right? And there are people who are related to Thomas Jefferson this day.
How do you feel that you are irrational, Pink? How do you feel?
Okay, so are you guys
that
one of
you're
the people who
delusional?
don't believe that the Secret Service killed JFK?
What? No, yeah, we believe that it was Lee Harvey Oswald. That's
The
what all
way
the
that you
evidence
frame
indicates.
that question,
It
the
was
way
the
that you
driver of
frame
that
that
car, and if you
question,
see that video-
bro, I'm so sorry. The way that you just framed that question made us seem like we were irrational. You said, "Are you one of those people that don't think it was?"
Yeah, like that's what the fucking consensus is.
Dude, unmute your mic.
Are you
please.
one of those people who believes the Earth is flat?
No, absolutely.
How do we go from racism and Islamophobia
But this is my thing.
to
My
this?
thing.
Wait,
because
ma'am,
you guys-
why do you believe that Obama was born in Kenya and quote unquote is Muslim?
He said he was Muslim while he was doing several speeches of his.
Can you give me one speech where he said that?
I don't think he ever.
I've
said
never
that.
heard him say that, by the way.
Like, first of all, there's like no issue if he is Muslim. Like, I don't.
Yeah,
understand
literally
what
no
this is.
issue. But like,
We
I've
have
never
no
heard him say
conflict
that.
with
Yeah.
Muslims. That's why. Majority of our conflict is with a Muslim country.
Bro,
And if-
Wait. Maybe
Israel
because
should be
maybe
protected.
because the U.S. involves itself in Middle Eastern affairs.
Yeah,
Like
Yeah,
literally,
the
like
US involves
literally,
themselves
you
in
wonder why
predominantly
people
Muslim
are like
countries.
fighting against us. Well, maybe because we've meddled in their politics since like the fucking 60s and 70s
Okay,
and
but
before
what
that for
happens
literally
is-
generations.
When they want our currency, when they want our weapons, when our government goes and teaches them how to create a nuclear weapon like we've done before, then
Wait,
guess
who? What
what?
country?
we
What
teach?
country?
They've done it. I mean, for years they've
What
done
country? What
What
it. The
country?
military, they do
country?
it. They're
What country did we teach how to make a nuke?
They share ideas.
What
What
country? What country did we teach how to make a nuclear weapon?
I know Russia,
You're
and then
so
Russia
deluded.
also taught America how to do some.
Okay, well, first of all, you're talking about predominantly Muslim countries, and now we're talking about Russia, which isn't.
Oh,
And
we
I don't
did
think that-
leave a whole shitload of weapons conveniently in a Muslim country and think, okay, well, it's okay. Let's just quote unquote lose it. We
If you're talking
accidentally
about
left
the
it.
weapons left in Afghanistan, well, it particularly is the case that I don't think we should associate.
I don't
the
think it
tyranny-
was- you
One
think
second.
it was
One second. I don't.
accidentally
One second. I don't think it is the case that we should associate the tyranny portrayed at the hand of Al Qaeda with like anyone who is a Muslim, right? I think that there is going to be some strict interpretations of Islam that are incredibly harmful. I will not
I
discount
have-
that.
I have
Just allow.
Palestinian
Just
friends
allow
who
me.
say
Just
the same
allow me to
thing.
finish. Stop, bro. I think that there's some interpretations of Islam which are definitely incredibly harmful, like Sharia law, etc. Terrible, right? But I don't think that we should take that fact and conflate to just being purely Islamophobic and hate anyone who holds to that religion, even if they would hold to a more progressive interpretation of said religion.
Yeah, I don't think
Secondly-
most Muslims
that
hold to these
United States
radical
has
forms of
shared-
Islam.
What,
Right.
United States has shared weapons with Israel, China, Iran, Ukraine.
Wait, so in the same way that most Christians do not hold these forms of radical Christianity, right? Most Muslims do not hold these radical Muslim beliefs, right?
And it's
So
all-
when you associate, right, them with the rest of Muslims, right? I think that's a bit hypocritical because you don't do that with Christianity.
Hey, I have a question, Pink. Would you be okay with a white Muslim leading our country?
I mean, white, black, Chinese. I don't think it matters.
I think it does
Follow the
too. I think that your
president.
issue isn't the religion. Like, I think that you just kind of use it as a scapegoat for racism.
No, I
I'm
don't.
being
I don't.
honest. Yeah,
I
you
have
just
a-
you just use
I have
that
a
term
mixed
to kind of
child.
shield like literal racism.
I have a mixed child that I adopted. And then I have one that's a completely black male that lives in my house because we've been helping this child out since he was 17.
Are you really like okay? Okay? So you're going to tokenize your child to excuse your racism?
I'm not. Look, this child who is biracial, okay, can't stand black people, and I can't stand that she can't stand black people, and she's part black.
What the fuck is going on? I just like what the fuck is going on? Like I don't know what the fuck is going on.
Well, I mean,
Oh.
if you, I think if it goes by.
I don't know. Guys.
I think
Okay,
it
for
goes
the
by
11
area when
for
it
the
comes to
11,000 people in here, I'm fucking speechless.
Racism is learned.
I think it's by area, because
I think racism is learned. So I
If you
wonder
know-
where.
Okay, so let me explain to you why I feel this way with my child. Okay, my biracial child, only gets picked off by black children. She does not get picked on by white children. She does not get picked on by Mexicans or Chinese. It's always by a black child. So she says, I cannot stand black people. And I'm like,
So wait, why are we generalizing people who are black because of that?
no. I said I get on her for saying that she doesn't like black people. I get on my daughter for saying she does not like black people. I'm like, you're part black. You can't say that, you know?
Okay, I don't. Then you turn around and you engage in the birther movement, saying that Barack Obama.
Yeah, literally,
the
birther movement is crazy.
Was not born in America, but he was rather.
I
born
don't
in Kenya,
honestly
with there being
believe-
absolutely no evidence that would exist to suggest this, apart from you looking at the color
Like,
of
it's
the skin and
suggesting-
Okay, so why did it take so
suggesting
long
possible
for him to bring
learning
up the
from here.
documentation when he was questioned at the very beginning?
What's that? No, he has a birth certificate. It's from Hawaii.
Why did it take so long when he first brought out the information?
Because people
Why
don't
did
keep
it
their
take
birth
so long for
certificate
him
in
to
their
bring out
wallet.
the documentation. It
Because
was
people
being
don't
made
take their
for.
birth certificate in their wallet.
Being made? Couldn't they just print one out?
Exactly, it's being made for him. It's printing.
It wouldn't take that long. If you were faking it, it wouldn't take that long.
Unless he had to have, why is it taking so long?
I'm so sorry. If I could get a fake,
fake,
if I could get a fake ID mailed to my door in 3 days, right?
Absolutely.
How quickly do you think I'm with like?
I can get a fake ID in 2 seconds.
How quickly? do you think a man
thank
with
you so much
millions
for the
of dollars would
I
be able
can
to do
get a
that?
fake ID in 2 seconds. I can get a fake ID.
Yeah, we shouldn't say that. We shouldn't say that.
I mean, it's just.
If Athena's in the requests, I'd love personally.
I
Speaking,
just
I'd love
believe
for
that
Athena to
with
talk
the media, everything going on with the media, I mean, come on, you guys, everything that's being said is not 100% factual. Everything that's on the internet is not 100% factual. And yes, they are going to they're going to shade each side of the government, Democratic Party and the Republican Party. But everybody's got to remember, this is a Democratic Republic government, okay? We have a Democratic Republic government.
Can I address a couple of things?
Yeah, go for it.
First of all, did you claim that the country, like America, was founded as a Christian country?
It was founded under God.
So was it the Christian God?
I mean, it was the God that.
A Christian God? Yes. Which God?
The Christian God, I'm assuming.
Okay.
It's a founded set of beliefs that came from the Bible. That's what they did.
Have you heard of the Treaty of Tripoli from 1796?
Vanessa, they give me $5.
No.
Okay. So in the Treaty of Tripoli from 1796, Article 11 says, and I quote, "The government of the United States of America is not in any sense founded on the Christian religion." So if it was founded, if it was founded on the Christian religion, why was this treaty that was written in 1796, not long after the independence of the U.S., why did it say in Article 7, and I quote, "The government of the United States of America is not in any sense founded on the Christian religion"?
Look, all you have to do, I was reading through the Bible at the same time because they told me to bring the Bible out.
Oh, dear. So the it's literally please, to everybody here, go to the Treaty of Tripoli that was signed in 1796. Yeah, it was signed by President John Adams. And in Article 11, it literally says, "The government of the United States of America is not in any sense founded on the Christian religion."
Though whether the United States was found as a Christian nation is a debated topic, because the founding fathers were influenced by Christian moral truths and intended America to be a Christian nation.
So then why would they in the treaty say that it was not founded on the Christian religion?
Close the door.
Oh dear. Looks like the dogs disagree too.
No, my dogs just hate people coming over.
Oh dear.
So anyways, the founding fathers were influenced heavily by moral Christian truths and intended America to be a Christian nation.
No, wait. Did you hear what Athena just said? And Andrew, thank you for the $50. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Yo, Parker, what are the odds I just buy a plane ticket to Vegas? Sorry, not to Vegas, to Los Angeles, and I leave in like a week?
And yes, "In God We Trust" was added to a motto United States in 1956. So that was way after.
Who was John Adams a part of the one of the founding fathers?
Let me find.
Yes, he was. John Adams was. Yeah.
It was George
So
Washington.
if John Adams, so then why did John Adams agree that the government of the United States of America is not in any way, in any sense, founded on the Christian religion and sign it?
Well, that's not where I'm getting my information.
Well, I'm getting my information from the Treaty of Tripoli, which was so it was signed by John Adams. John Adams is one of the founding fathers, and he also agreed to the fact that and I quote, the government of the United States of America is not in any sense founded on the Christian religion. And he was one of the founding fathers.
Pink, by the way, can you tell the person in the background to stop watching the live, please?
Turn it down, maybe they can hear it.
I have my AirPods and it's not me that's here.
Turn it down, Dominic, they can hear it. Okay, so it's saying the founding fathers were influenced by Christian ideas and believe religion
How
was
old is that child in the background?
Where are you reading this from?
for maintaining moral virtue. The founding created a regime that was hospitable for Christians, but also for other religions.
Where are you reading this from?
This is this is AI overview on Google.
Oh dear.
And that's why I told you.
Oh, brother, Pink. Hey, Pink. I got a question. How many branches of government are there?
I don't care. What's it?
Dominic, get out of there.
That's right, Dominic. You go away. Scram, Dom.
No. Shut up, you guys. That's why I said get out of here.
Scram, Dominic.
Holy shit.
Encouraging this
Dean. You're talking about the Treaty of Tripoli?
Sorry. Terrible. Terrible. Okay. I'm a bad person. Okay, anyways.
No, you're not. Please.
Oh, no.
Oh, my gosh.
You're talking about the Treaty of Tripoli?
The Treaty of Tripoli, yes. From 1796. That was authored by Joel Barlow and then signed by John Adams.
But that treaty was only to secure commercial shipping rights and protect the American ships in the Mediterranean Sea.
Yes, regardless of what treaty it was, why did they in Article 11 say that American government was not founded on Christian religion?
Because it was a treaty and
Why would something that is not true about the American government be in a treaty? I'm sorry, does that make sense in any way that something that is not true about the American government being added as an article to a treaty?
Okay, well, you're wrong because it's saying Article 11 is actually the article.
That's what I literally said, Article 11 of the treaty.
I thought you said Article 3.
No, I said Article 11 of the treaty says the government of the United States of America is not in any sense founded on the Christian religion.
Okay, hold on. I'm getting some information real quick.
All right, everyone, tap that screen. Let's get to 3 million likes,
some
everyone.
Information.
Getting
Did
some
you
information.
phone a friend?
No, she's got the earpiece in like Biden, apparently.
Hey, I'm looking at a rally for us. I think I may have found one.
Yeah, no, I'm super down. That sounds fun.
By the way, chat, in the background, what me and Parker are talking about right now is the potentiality of us
Let's
going to a rally
let's
or
not
something.
tell them, because remember last time. Dijou, I appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'll text you. But everyone, do tap that screen. Let's get to 3 million likes. Keep it going. Share the live as well. Everyone, follow this account if you haven't already, because you probably don't follow this account. I don't know why TikTok keeps banning my other account. It's really unfortunate. But we're on the route to on to 100K. We just hit 50K on this account. On the route to 100K. Again, third account.
Oh, hey guys, actually, make sure to follow me over here too. I think I'm on the I'm on the grind to 100K here as well. Hit the follow.
The United States federal government was established in 1789 under God in the Constitution, correct?
No, you just made the same claim.
Tripoli, when you go into the treaty, okay,
And also,
says
God doesn't necessarily mean Christian God.
1796. That was 1796, which was after the Constitution.
Yes.
Which means
Yes.
if John
Now,
Alex,
why
thank you
would
so
the
then John Adams was lying to get the votes, just like everybody else does.
No, this had nothing to do with votes. So my question is, if they believe that it was founded on the Christian religion, maybe somebody needs to go back in time and tell them that too, because they clearly were convinced that it was not founded on Christian religion, which is why they said, as the government of the United States of America is not in any sense founded on the Christian religion.
Okay.
Like you can be wrong, Pink. You can be
It was
wrong.
founded under the Christian religion. If you think about it, this treaty was to secure commercial shipping rights. They're going to say and do anything that they can to get the commercial shipping rights all over the country. So of course they're going to say, "Oh, it wasn't founded under that because we need to get your shipping rights to your country." Obviously.
So if you're, sorry, continue.
So you're making it to where you're saying that because one person said, "Oh, well, this is not why," but he was on one of the ones that signed the Constitution stating it was. Come on, you answered your own question.
If they're unreliable here, why do you believe them when they said it was founded under God then? Maybe they were unreliable there too.
Because that was the very first documentation of the United States government. That was when because before that, we didn't have presidents. There was just somebody running.
Wait,
We
what?
didn't have any of that.
Wait,
Before
what year?
Washington, before Washington was president, we didn't have a president. It was just nothing. You know what I'm saying? So it was a
Nobody
group of
argued
men
that.
created
Nobody argued that there were presidents prior to
based
that.
on their Christian moral beliefs.
Christian makes it sound very bougie. That's interesting. But yeah, no. I also to everybody here, just read the Treaty of Tripoli, Article 11. That's a really good thing to use when people try to claim it was founded on religion.
Right,
I also wanted to say one thing. Why did you bring up your mixed kid?
I'm sorry, what did I do?
I said, why did you bring up your mixed kid? Because did Parker or Dean, did y'all ask if you had a mixed kid?
No.
Okay, then why
My
did you
mixed
bring up
child
your
I
mixed
love
kid?
no differently than I love my white children.
What the fuck?
What?
I don't love them any different.
Wait, hold on. Yeah, sorry, Dean, you wanted to say something?
No, I'm this lady's.
I mean, how am I supposed to love her? She bleeds the same color I bleed.
I did not talk about love. Ma'am, I did not talk about love. I'm saying, why
I don't
did
treat
you
her any
randomly... I'm saying, why did you randomly bring up the fact that you had a mixed kid?
Because they called me racist.
And why did they call you racist?
I think Dean might remember that concept.
Why
She also
are you-
said that women shouldn't be president.
So I'll make
No,
it
we
very.
didn't say
I'll
that.
make it
You
very
keep
clear.
twisting my words
Wait,
around
you
and
literally
gaslighting
said a
me.
woman
I
shouldn't
said-
be president.
Yeah, can
No,
I make
I
it
said
clear
not
why I
right
called
now,
you
she should
racist?
not
Pink?
be.
Oh, come on.
So I'm gonna
I
make it
didn't
clear.
say she should never be, but
If-
at this point in time, no, I do not believe that a woman is strong enough. That's what I've said multiple
Oh,
times.
dear.
You're gaslighting.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and just make it clear why I called you racist, Pink. So I called you particularly racist for engaging in the birther movement, stating that Obama is from Kenya. I also called you particularly racist because you are extremely Islamophobic. Islamophobic, and I feel like that doesn't necessarily have as much to do with the religion as it has to do with the race.
I mean, I'm not a.
Can I ask Dean a question?
I have
Can I ask you a
several.
question, Dean?
Yeah, go for it.
Were slave masters racist?
Yes.
Did slave masters have mixed kids?
Aided.
Yes.
Eight.
Yes, they did.
Okay,
down.
so you having mixed kids has nothing to do is not a testament of you not being racist, right? You
If you
understand
look
that?
back in history, how many black slave owners?
Oh my gosh! Wait, hold on.
How many white slave owners
If
do
we
you
can,
know
if we
that had
can
anything to do with their
understand.
mixed children?
Okay, so if we understand that slave masters who were incredibly racist still had mixed children, which means your proximity to a black
But they didn't have
person.
nothing to do with their children. They wanted nothing to do with those children.
Yeah, so my point is, you saying you have a mixed child says nothing about you being racist or not.
Absolutely, it does because I'm taking care of that child. if I was racist, I would not be taking care of her. I would have left her with her biological grandmother.
That's not true at all. What are you talking about?
real
I
mom
know a
passed
lot
away.
of
I
mixed
did not give
kids.
birth to
One
her.
second. I know a lot of mixed kids who were raised by their white mothers who called them the N-word regularly. Like, again, like you simply feeding a child and putting a roof over its head does not mean that you are not mixed. You are not
you have to
racist.
give
You simply, one second, you simply having had a black person inside of you does not mean you're not racist.
Also, I just want
I
to follow
will
this
never
up.
have a black person inside of me, but that's my own personal beliefs. Like,
You would never have a black.
I won't.
Oh my God.
My own reasoning.
Oh my God. Oh my fucking.
I'm not racist.
God.
I'm not racist. I swear I'm not racist.
Oh my God, bro, Pink.
What? Dude, just like, she's so delusional.
Let me put it to you this way.
Wait, can I ask her why? Why don't you?
What's going on?
Wait, why don't you ever? Can you please clip this, Parker? Why don't you ever want to have a black person inside of you?
Because I don't. It's
Why?
okay.
Why not?
Because I don't.
Why not?
Someone please record this.
What's your
I had an
reasoning?
experience when I was 16 years old, and I wouldn't.
What was the experience?
It's a lawsuit at the moment. I cannot bring that up, but there was an experience that I had as a 16-year-old, and because of that experience, personally, I would never with anybody of any other race besides white.
What the fuck?
My daughter, my cousin, they
Like,
all
what?
came out of their race. And that's fine with me. That's their choice. That's not
Okay.
mine.
Wait, no.
I'm
Please
entitled to
just
have
tell
my
us
own choice
what was
on
the
who I
experience that
wanna
led
be
you to
with.
this conclusion? What was the experience that led you to this conclusion? If you don't mind, you don't have to share.
Probably
Because of that experience, and it because of everything going through the legal battle at this moment, still, I cannot speak about that. I cannot give that. I mean, if you guys have all this other information about Kamala Harris and all these things that you guys can Google, I'm sure you can Google that you're not supposed to talk about active things, you know?
Oh, they play the government? You guys can wait to me personal.
Shut up.
okay. So you're okay. Let me.
This is fucking. This is
Yeah,
crazy.
like
I'm so sorry. This is
Like,
some of the
my niece-
craziest shit I've
My niece
ever
is
heard.
dating a black man.
Stop! I don't care. I don't
Oh
care.
my God.
I don't care.
My daughter is
Jesus
dating a black man. I'm okay
Dude.
with anybody dating out of their race. I'm not.
Make it stop. Okay,
And
wait,
that
hold on.
is personal. So
Wait,
you're telling
so
me
you're-
that you wouldn't would you date out of your race?
yes.
Yes. What? Is that even a question?
That is, and is that your right?
Huh?
I just don't have
is
a
that your
racial
right as a human
preference.
being?
I just don't have a racial. I don't. When I'm looking at someone and I'm determining if I want to date them or not, I'm gonna be like, have a
I'm
couple
not
qualifiers.
attracted
Sure.
to anybody but other than
Then
that.
is it white? You're not. You're only attracted to white
I don't
men.
sit there. I don't sit there and it's my right to feel a
You're
certain
just saying the
way.
quiet part
I have
out
no
loud for
problem with
MAGA.
black
So I
people.
just want to clarify here.
Look
So
at
you're
that.
so you're
We'll bring a
taking
black man
so
in.
just to make sure you're taking Donald Trump before like LeBron James.
No, I think that you guys are making it and gaslighting me because I have a personal
No, just to
opinion.
make sure. Just to make sure.
Just because I don't believe in myself to be with somebody other than
I just want to verify. Like you take Donald Trump before like Denzel Washington.
Okay, so no.
Just
like there's a lot of really sexy like Shamar Moore. Oh, that's my man right there.
Please stop. 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 No, stop. Ma'am, stop, please. This feels icky. This feels very icky. Stop tokenizing people.
So just like it's a right for you to say you would date outside of your race, it is a right for me to say I will not date outside.
She left. She ran. You repulsed
and it's a
her.
right for me to be
You
okay
repulsed
with.
her. I have never seen
Anybody.
someone repulse Athena so much.
Actually, that was wild.
Well, because
Okay.
you guys are gaslighting me and making
Pink,
it
we're
sound
not
like
gaslighting you. You're literally saying you wouldn't date anyone who's not white. Like, dude, you're
I
making
won't date
yourself
outside
look
of my
bad.
race as a
Like, no one
personal
even
belief.
asked. Like,
I have
literally no
personal
one
belief.
asked.
You asked
Can
me
we
about-
stop?
she
Can we?
asked me if
Can
I
you?
would
Okay.
take it.
Hey,
She
Pink.
said,
Stop.
She said something about
Stop.
taking a black man
Stop.
inside of me.
No, she did not say that. You misinterpreted what she said.
They do too much.
That is exactly what she said.
Yeah, that is.
When you take a black man inside of you, and I personally,
I think we should just like move on at this point.
I don't have a problem with anybody being in any kind of relationship with anybody. If that's their prerogative, that's their right.
No,
that's
okay.
fine.
So Pink, she was
Personally,
referencing your kids, like saying that even if you did have someone who was mixed, right, with inside of you, like when you were pregnant.
I thought she said that.
Pregnant.
Yeah, I know. Glenn, thank you for the $6.66. Thank you so much
No,
for Harris.
like-
And SW, thank you for the $4.
Oh wait, Athena got reported. It looks like Athena actually got booted.
Really? I didn't even
Yeah.
see that.
Who reported her?
Hey,
Bro,
Pink,
what is going on?
I just want to go ahead and give you my honest opinions on you. Because like usually like when I'm like one of the commenters, when I'm one of the watchers of these lives and I see some crazy person up here, I don't get to like tell them how I feel. But guess what? I'm on the live, so I get to tell you how I feel about you to your face. I think that you're honestly pretty fucking delusional. I think at the end of the day, hey, just let me finish here, Pink. At the end of the day, you have no coherent grip on reality, right? You have just been raised and lived within an echo chamber of delusional. Hey, Pink. No, they don't. I'm going to continue. In a delusional echo chamber of just this socialization of the most morally bankrupt beliefs known to mankind. Like seriously, if you take a step out of your like little community there, it'll be like you're stepping onto a fucking foreign planet. Right, you're just not going to be in your environment. People are going to be more rational, and they're going to look at you and be like, "What the fuck?"
More
like,
culture than any other state in the United States, correct?
I'm not talking about New Orleans. I'm talking about you and your family and whoever else you surround yourself with. Because obviously there's some fuck shit going on over there.
Overcultured city. I mean, how are you going to sit there?
Overcultured, bro. What the
I'm
fuck?
not saying it as a bad thing. We have a lot of culture here.
Overcultured means too much.
Culture. It's not a state of New Orleans. It's a city. Anyways, it's heavily cultured, not overly cultured. It's heavily cultured here. So yes, we do have a lot of culture around here. But where I am from,
what do you do for
right
fun?
down the house is a plantation where there was a slave owner. Do you understand? That's where I'm from. That's not how I am, but that's where I live.
What
they still
fuck is going on? What do you do for
guys
fun?
not get out of your states and see the other states?
What do you do for
There
fun?
are still plantations.
What are your? I don't care. What are your hobbies?
Wait, so you know people that own slaves?
They're not considered owned slaves. They're considered employees now. They work on the farm.
What? What the fuck? These employees.
That's why I said we are all slaves. You work for somebody. You are a slave.
So I think she's just saying all capitalism equals slavery.
Well,
Okay.
they do. They
Yeah.
work
So
behind the plantation in the
what does it
crop
mean? What does
crops.
slavery mean?
Slavery means owning somebody to make them work for you.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
does my
that would
boss own me?
be against
Bad
their
one?
will, right? So if you're saying that like it is the case that someone like if for example if Dean and if I hire someone to edit right like a video for me, did that mean I enslaved them?
It's called contract. Like when you have a
like literally I just made a voluntary contract with them.
like Pink. So when you have like an employee, say you're a business owner, like you have a contract with the employee that they're gonna do X amount of work in trade. You're gonna give them X amount of monetary value, right?
Dude,
And it's called a contractual agreement, right? And the difference between like this and slavery
person here who
is that
hires
like
these
chattel
people
slavery
are all black
uniquely
people that
is
work
the
in the
owner.
garden.
Why, dude, stop
But he
talking.
gets away with it because
Hey Pink,
it's not
do you lack
listed.
self control? Do you lack like impulse control?
Do I lack impulse control?
I am been trying to speak, and you've been impulsively interrupting me.
Oh yeah, I'm very impulsive, especially when I'm trying to get a point across.
All that I was trying to say there is the difference between slavery and employment is that when we're referencing chattel slavery, we're referencing one human who would own another human as property for the rest of their life, and typically they'd be treated as subhuman for the reason that they weren't given the rights bestowed on an individual like you or I, but rather
And who
property
sold-
rights delegated to the owner. Right?
Who
And the difference
sold-
between this and like employment is that you could enter employment at any point, you could leave employment at any point, and you don't just have property rights, right, bestowed to yourself, to your boss, but you rather have human rights, and that's the
Athena's
difference.
Whoever
well,
reported me, your mother's a
human
304. I just wanted to
There
say
were white
that.
slaves.
Why is it every damn time I come on your platform, I always,
Literally.
every single time get
Literally every
reported?
time you get banned.
That's crazy. But continue, sorry.
I said white people were slaves as well. And who sold the slaves to?
No, white people were. Which white people were slaves?
Irish. Irish.
No, they were not slaves. They were not
Yes,
slaves.
Irish were slaves.
Thank
Yes,
you.
they
Thank you so much, Nicole.
Have you
Yes,
heard?
they were.
Okay,
Yes,
first
they
of all,
were.
calm down.
Yes, they
Calm
were. Look
down.
it up.
Okay, yeah,
Look it up.
I did look it up. You know who else also looked it up? Trinity College in Dublin. Have you ever heard of Trinity College Dublin? Which is one of the oldest and most acclaimed universities in Dublin, Ireland, like the Republic of Ireland. They looked it up. They investigated it. They came to the conclusion that the Irish were not slaves. They were indentured servants. Different thing. And that investigation, that conclusion, one second. That conclusion was literally, that report was literally co-signed by countless, it was co-signed by countless Northern Ireland and the Irish scholars. So no, white people were not slaves in the Americas.
Yes, they were. White slavery, also known as white slave trade or white slave trafficking, refers to the enslavement of any of the world's European ethnic groups throughout human history.
Human history. Mm-hmm. In the Americas? Were they slaves in the Americas?
Yo, Tori, I appreciate you for the $5 on PayPal. Thank you for the love, Tori.
Slaves in America? No. I mean,
okay, that's the argument. The Irish were not enslaved in the Americas.
It doesn't matter. The white people were slaves before any other race was slaves.
That's just not.
Whether it's in America or not, the white people started the thing, and then black people are the ones that sold their own people to the white people.
Okay, one second. Where did slavery start?
Where did slavery
start?
In Europe.
No,
in European countries.
No,
was it like some ancient Mesopotamian?
Yes, it was because it was in the
No, slavery, ma'am, please. Just because you scream it doesn't mean you're right. Okay, calm down. So slavery did not start in Europe. It started in ancient Mesopotamia. I don't know if you know this.
That was a guess. Wow.
Yeah, Mesopotamians were literally not white. First of all, nobody was white back then because white and black as racial concepts did not exist. The only time that white, like prior to the transatlantic slave trade, people, like the Greeks did not go around identifying themselves as white. The Romans did not go around identifying themselves as white, nor did like the Africans in the Ashanti Empire go around identifying themselves as black, because race, literally as a concept, as a social construct, emerged to justify the transatlantic slave trade. So again, to talk about white slavery and then to bring up pre-transatlantic slave trade times just goes to show your AI, ChatGPT, or whatever you're using is not working.
Well, you're
and second of all, when you're talking about the Irish, who colonized the
slavery predates written records.
What?
You know that slavery can be tracked back to 11,000 years ago.
That's why I brought up ancient Mesopotamia. What are you talking about?
Ancient Mesopotamia is going to be like the world's first society.
Yeah. So again, but when we're talking about the transatlantic slave trade, that is chattel slavery. There were different types of slave systems that existed. So when you're talking about West African slave systems, those slave systems were akin to indentured servitude, which means a person would be a criminal and then they would sign off their service or their time as a job for a certain amount of years. If a person had a debt, they would pay off their debt through service. If a person was a prisoner of war, they would be arrested for that as well. But it wasn't race-based generational slavery. People were not born into slavery. Slave status was not viewed like you weren't viewed as property. Which makes chattel slavery different. And when you bring Irish people, which Irish people suffered under British colonialism, whether it is the potato famine, I mean, until today, the population in Ireland, the Republic of Ireland, hasn't recovered to pre-potato famine and refugee crisis times. And yet they were not enslaved in the Americas. They were indentured servants. Please don't gift this account, by the way. This isn't my account. This is Kenzie's account.
1 million and 1.25 million Europeans were captured by Barbary pirates.
Yes,
then
and where were Barbaries?
that was in the 15th and 19th centuries.
Yes,
So,
and literally you're talking about the people from the Maghreb and the Ottoman Empire who enslaved everybody. They didn't care about only enslaving Europeans. They were enslaving everybody because they were using them as indentured servants.
Rosen, thank you for the 1 cent for being an icon. Love you.
Like, ma'am, you don't know what you're talking about.
I do. I don't think that you guys have really read more. See, history books back when I was a
How
kid,
the fuck are you
they
going to
got a
tell
lot more
Athena?
detailed
How are you going to tell
than
Athena, the Athena, that she doesn't know what she's talking about, that she needs to read more? Dude, Athena's a better
Because
person
my
than I
history
am.
books
If
link
I was
further
her,
than
I
Do you
would
have
start
any
going through my
degree in the
credentials.
related fields?
I would start going through my credentials. I would mog. I would flex.
Pink,
if I was
do you have
Athena.
any credentials like within these fields?
Well, no, but I do know what I remember because our history books went farther back than your history books did when you went to school.
Yeah, hey, Athena, you're a scholar, right? Like, this is...
I have a master's, actually, in the field of post-colonial theory that deals with colonialism and the slave trade as well, and all these, like, race constructs and post-colonial studies in general.
Well, so then why, can you
That must
explain
be
to me
satisfying to say. Like,
why
that's...
is it
Oh,
such a
that must be so
issue
satisfying.
with a certain community that there was slaves 400 years ago? Why is it such a big issue now if every race has been enslaved?
Yeah,
Why do they
because
keep bringing it up?
Yeah, because when we talk about slavery, we're talking about chattel slavery here, which, first of all, the scale of the transatlantic slave trade was humongous. It spanned, like, you had enslaved people from West Africa being taken to Europe in 1444, and then they were taken to the Americas in 1526, and then it completely decimated the human capital of West Africa. It decimated West African empires and Central African empires as well. It created a whole group of people. Latinos never existed prior to the transatlantic slave trade. All these brown people that you don't like that come from, like, Latin America as well. I'm not talking about indigenous people, but I'm talking about the people who were birthed out of colonialism and the transatlantic slave trade, because indigenous people existed 100% in the Americas. But also, colonialism and slave trade unalived so many indigenous people in the Americas that it created it caused a little ice age. That's how many indigenous people were massacred in the Americas. And in the Middle Passage, which is the Atlantic Ocean, so many enslaved people were thrown overboard that it changed the migration patterns of sharks, right? And it created what we have today, which is called race. Prior to the transatlantic slave trade, people were not going around identifying with their skin color. They were identifying with their religion, their empire, their ethnicity, their province. But people were not going around saying that they're black or white or Asian or whatever it is. The fact that we're sitting here and we're thinking black people are this way and white people are this way is because of the transatlantic slave trade, ma'am. So that's what makes it a bit unique, that a bunch of people were enslaved purely because of their melanin production, and then they carried on that slave status across generations, which means you were born as a baby enslaved. That's what makes the transatlantic slave trade unique. It was not just indentured servitude. People took out insurance on black people. Like the Zong massacre, where the slave masters just threw overboard 133 black people, overboard into the ocean and unalived them just because they wanted to go back to England and claim insurance. Because people were viewed purely as only property. That's what makes it unique. That's what makes it horrific. Were other slave systems horrific? 100% they were horrific, which is why we need to address them. But anti-black racism, which literally civil society as we know it today is rooted in anti-black racism, the phone that you have on your hand, do you understand how Congolese minors and child minors have to actively work to exhaustion and death for us to even sit here with our phones. The way that the African continent exploited black and brown bodies unalived. That black woman who was unalived in her fucking kitchen today.
That shit was crazy.
Shot 3 times in the head.
That shit was crazy.
Okay,
can we talk about how fucking crazy that was?
Are you saying that they're all victims, every single one of them? Then I'm a victim too. I'm a victim because I have ancestors who I know were slaves as well.
Who were they slaves? Who were enslaved by?
They were in Ireland. That's what I'm telling you.
Give me a source that Irish slaves was a thing. Because I can just give you right now, Trinity College Dublin.
I have to show you my
wasn't.
family tree. Do you want me to send you a
We don't
copy
want
of
your
my
family tree. We want a source
documentation?
that slavery existed in Ireland.
I'd have to show you my family tree.
How would your family tree prove that slavery existed in
Because here's how I found out. This is how I found out that I had
Like,
white
doesn't
slaves.
acknowledge everything that was said, just says, me too.
Because
do you know what the interesting thing is? Let me read out what the Trinity College.
Go through my family tree for me, and she found a whole bunch of people, and she was
Okay.
able to give me a lot of information.
Yeah. So this is what Trinity College in Dublin says here, right? The Guardian wrote an article about this as well. Amazing article. It says here, the historical focus on slaves from Africa overlooked Irish slaves until recent years when rediscovery of their existence lit up corners of the internet and became a meme. The only problem, it was not true. Irish migrants experience indentured servitude, a form of bonded labor, but not perpetual slavery based on race. The notion of Irish slaves is disinformation spread online by white supremacists, mostly outside Ireland, to puncture black people's anger over slavery. Those who propagate the myth tend to live in former white settler colonies like Australia or the US and seek to undermine movements like Black Lives Matter, said Kieran O'Neill, a history professor at Trinity College Dublin. They want to create a false equivalence between the Atlantic slave trade and the phenomenon of indentured Irish labor in the Caribbean.
There are very few differences between being an indentured servant and a slave. The only difference is an indentured servant would have their freedom afterwards.
That's a fucking huge difference. I'm sorry.
That is not a huge
You don't
difference.
think freedom is a
They
difference?
still had to work for free. They still went through the same exact things that all the regular slaves did. The only difference was that they were able to get their freedom after the contract was paid up.
Wait, I'm sorry.
That's the only difference. They were a slave before their contract was up.
Nobody thinks. Wait, hold on.
Slavery is
Nobody
contract,
thinks.
that's all it is.
Hold on. First of all, that is not true. Indentured servitude, first of all, involved some type of voluntary contract where people voluntarily agreed to work for a specific period of time, even if it was kind of like under duress, or maybe it wasn't with enthusiastic consent. There was some form of consent that was added to it. That fixed term that you're talking about is incredibly important, because if you're being enslaved for 7 years and if you're being enslaved for, I don't know, 5 centuries, that makes a huge difference, Pink.
I have
right?
a really easy way to maybe clear this up. Hey, Pink, is there systemic forms of oppression that serve to marginalize white people in America today?
Wait. Ask that question again.
Is there systemic forms of oppression that serve to marginalize white people in America today?
I don't think that anybody's oppressed in America. I think that if you have a mindset and a common sense, and you have the ability and the willingness to work, you can do anything that you set your mind to. I don't
So
think
the reason
that
I disagree with you there is because, I guess more so, the reason I think there's systemic forms of oppression against women in America, against black people in America, and against other marginalized groups in America is because when we look at the data, we see these trends of white people and men holding positions of power in government and leadership in private businesses, money in the bank, holding to like more claims insofar as prior inventions. We could use rational discourse to show that through traditional gender roles, typically speaking, men are going to have more power than women. And we take all these things into consideration, and it leads us to either two conclusions: that race realism is real, or that like there's particular marginalized communities within America that are oppressed. Guess what? Race realism isn't real, which means there is particular communities in America that are oppressed.
I mean, I don't see. I see everybody that I see around here. Everybody around here, we hustle to work. We work. We do what we have to do. You can do what you need to do, as long as you set your mind to it.
So you're not going to acknowledge anything I just said.
Because I think a lot of it has to do with people being poor.
Like pull yourself up by your bootstraps. You can do anything. You could do everything. You could do so much, so great, so incredible. Instead of us giving access to, basic necessities like other countries, we'll just tell people to pull themselves up by the bootstraps that they don't have.
Yeah, but it's like with the point you're paying, it's going to be harder to pull yourself up from your bootstraps if you're stuck in a
I believe
pile.
that we
hey,
are
it's going to be. Would you agree?
inferior to China.
What the hell? I don't know.
We are extremely inferior to China.
Okay, at least
as
you're
far
not
as
saying.
education-wise,
economically?
Well, I mean,
Pink,
education-wise,
economically.
I mean, have you seen what they're going through?
Yeah, their economy
Nikki,
is
thank you
nowhere
for the
near
$5 on
the
PayPal.
level
Thank you
of
for the
the
love,
United
Nikki.
States.
Right, but did you see? Have you seen their education?
Their education. So lots of countries
they
do
are
better
some
than
of
us in
the
terms of
smartest
education.
people.
Melissa, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. I appreciate you too. W Melissa in the chat. Thank you, Melissa.
There's no disputing that. All right, what are you bringing that up for?
Thank you, Melissa.
Well, no, I was just saying, like, if you want to bring up race and you think that I'm racist, I honestly believe, even with this Chinese guy up the street, thank you, commenter, that China.
Bro, Pink, we continue to try to be engage your critical thought with you. Like I just tried to explain to you why black people, why women are there's forms of systemic oppression that would disproportionately impact them. But Pink, I'm so sorry. You are irrational. You are willfully ignorant, and you will probably never change. Your beliefs lead to harm.
What you're doing right now is a form of oppression.
Can I ask her a question, Pink? You said
I'm okay with oppressing ignorance. That's fine.
You said you traced you traced back your family tree and found out that you had Irish slaves there, right?
Okay, so I did a ancestry DNA 23 thing, and then I found a historian. And when I went to go to find the historian...
Wait, Pink, didn't you just say that oppression doesn't exist in America, and now you're saying I'm oppressing you by calling you dumb and ignorant?
No, what do you know the difference of... Do you know what the dictionary definition of oppression is?
What is the dictionary definition of oppression?
The state of being subject to unjust treatment or control or mental pressure and distress.
Yeah, good thing it's justified.
Over a prolonged period of time. Yeah.
I'm 1% Jewish, so I could talk about the history of being oppressed.
Exactly. Can I ask you a question? Yeah. W Jewish King, exactly. I did my ancestry DNA test. It came out 2.1% Korean Japanese, therefore I am a Blasian queen. And now I will talk about the oppression of Koreans and how when they were annexed by the Japanese. Pink, can African Americans Oh, sorry, yeah.
Oh, I just want to add on here, because of what y'all are saying. I'm pretty indigenous, both just through my family tree as well as just culturally speaking with my grandparents. But you don't hear me talk about that because I'm white as fuck, right? I'm never gonna absolutely virtue signal.
Well, I mean, I have that
with the oppression of indigenous indigenous individuals.
You just call yourself a bagel?
Indigenous individuals, for the reason that I'm white as shit. And it's just so weird to see people like you, Pink, try to virtue signal, claim to your great grandparents in Ireland that weren't actually slaves, but then you lie and you say they were.
Actually, they were.
Virtue signal and say that you feel the same oppression that black people feel in America today.
Can African Americans trace down their family? Wait, hold on. Can African Americans trace their family tree?
A black person can go to college just like a white person.
Can African Americans trace their family tree?
I'm not saying that. I don't think
Can
that
African Americans trace their family tree the same way you did yours?
Are you considering that oppression? Because you
No,
can't
I'm
trace
asking you,
family?
yes, not knowing your history is a part of oppression. Having your history erased and not even knowing where you came from is a huge part of oppression because you
But
were
whose
stripped
fault
of
is
your
that?
identity.
Whose fault is
Now,
that?
simple question. Can African... You want to say something, Parker?
Oh, I just wanted to thank people real quick. I'll do it right
Mm-hmm.
after you're done.
No, you can do it now.
Okay. David, thank you so much for the $15. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Melissa, I appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And Madeline, thank you so much for the $40. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. As well as Tiffany, thank you for the $10.
And Kelly,
Yeah.
thank you for the $10 as well, Kelly. I
was
appreciate Kelly.
really
If you're
behind.
watching, I appreciate you, Kelly.
Yeah, so Pink, by the way, this is not Kenzie. I'm not an imposter. This is literally Athena. I'm on her account. Pink, you sat here. You don't even realize the amount of privilege that you have to be able to trace down your family line and know your history, know where you came from. The fact that you came from Ireland, whereas African Americans don't even have that privilege because
I know white
African Americans
people who
were
don't have that
stripped of
privilege.
that history and identity and had to create a new identity themselves, Pink. So
I
can
know
African
people
Americans
who've done
trace
that and
down
they're
their
white.
history?
And I know people who have had the same problem and they're white. And
Who? Which people? Which people? I'm not talking about people. I'm talking about you,
I have a friend of
ma'am.
mine that was adopted. Okay, a friend of mine that was adopted. If she was adopted, she cannot find anybody in her past history. She doesn't know anything. It was a closed adoption.
Yes, and that is traumatic. That's a part of adoption trauma, Pink. That's literally a huge part of adoption trauma, that people feel like they were stripped of their identity and history. And adoptees
Okay, so it's not
actually
just
actively
oppression.
talk
Why do we
about
have to
adoption
think about
trauma. But imagine now the adoption trauma that is faced by an individual person being faced by a whole fucking race of people, Pink. A whole group of
ask
people
yourself the
facing it.
question, Athena, ask yourself the question: who sold those black people to the white people? Who sold them? Their own black people. That's
Do you
the
know?
issue.
Do you know about Queen Nzinga, Pink?
I don't care who that is. All I know is
Okay.
if I'm gonna sell a child for slavery,
it's
that
very
makes me a bad person.
Oh my God, Pink, you literally. Dean, you were right. You clocked her from the get-go. You're just a full-blown racist. Like, you're
Yeah.
just a full-blown
I'm saying-
racist, and I am actually
were so right.
very, very sad that you are raising a black child and
you can think what you want to.
that you're
Gaslighter.
raising
I'm
two
just
black
saying,
children with this
you're
level of
just pissed off
racism,
because I
right?
proved the
The
point
fact
that
that you
your
do
own
not
people
know,
fucking sold
okay,
y'all.
ma'am,
That's why the fuck
you're
you're
so aggressive. That's crazy. You're literally so aggressive. Calm down. You don't have to be so hostile, okay? But what I was saying was the fact that you don't know that within West Africa there were multiple chiefs and multiple like kings and queens who actively were trying to fend off the slave system. When we look at Queen Nzinga, who initially participated in the slave system
The
in
white man.
Tamba
He did.
Ndongo.
He freed the slaves.
Did you just say who freed the slaves?
I said Abraham Lincoln was a white man, and guess what he did? He freed the slaves from being
Did
slaves.
Abraham Lincoln care about freeing the enslaved people?
Why do you think he did it?
You know that he said that if he could preserve the Union with slavery still being intact, he would still do so, right? Because he didn't care about enslaved
But
people.
did he,
only
though?
cared
But
about
did he
preserving
do-
the Union because he
But
didn't want
did
the
he-
South to secede.
But did he do it? No, he didn't.
Again,
He freed the
back
slaves
to-
and gave
back
y'all
to what I
the
was-
exact same rights as he gave to everybody
James and Nina,
else.
thank you for the
that lives in
$5
America.
and
Did
So
black
it's
people
not
receive
okay.
reparations?
David.
You have the same rights.
Did black
I
people
have.
receive reparations?
Do white people receive reparations for
Yes,
this?
what?
they did.
For what?
They
For
did.
what?
White
Yes.
people
For
did.
What?
White people did actually. Abraham Lincoln, when he was abolishing
slave
slavery,
owners actually got
literally
reparations.
gave slave owners
Yeah.
reparations for the loss of property.
You know why
Property here
Abraham
being
Lincoln was
black
killed?
people. Do you know who else?
freeing
No,
the
hold on.
slaves.
One second. When Abraham Lincoln was abolishing slavery, he did actually give the white slave
did you know that
masters.
slavery came back?
No. One second, ma'am. 1 second. 1 point at a time. 1 point at a time. Every single time I debunk you, you pivot and almost crack my neck. Okay. So, anyways, as I was saying, right? Not only did American white slave masters receive reparations, the Dutch slave masters received reparations, the French received reparations, the British received reparations. Actually, the British reparations that was received was paid off. That debt was paid off until 2015. I'm pretty sure you were alive in 2015. So yes, white people did receive reparations. Black people, though, globally did not receive reparations. Actually, in 2013, the United Nations released a decade, what is it called? Like not a resolution. I don't know what it was, but it was like a decade of anti-black racism, right? Where they recognized systemic racism against black people globally, and they ordered nations to actively advocate and work against systemic racism. So this systemic racism that you're trying to negate, right, that you're trying to pretend as if it doesn't exist, was recognized by the United Nations in 2013 on a global scale. I can actually give you some stats on this.
Wasn't that after Obama became president? Oh, come on now. That was when it opened up everything. As soon as Obama became president, this world went crazy. That's when we had a race war.
Who is that?
Okay. Listen. Athena, Parker, my apologies. I can't handle this brain rot anymore. If I stay here a moment longer, I will begin to develop neurological decay.
You already have it.
Okay, how many continents are there?
13. There's 13 original colonies.
Continents. How many continents?
That's why I'm leaving.
Wait.
It's fine. It's fine. You know what? Get all 4 brain cells together. Click clack them. Let's see what you can come up with.
It's been a long time since I was in school, but I can tell you every state in alphabetical order, and I can tell you their capitals.
So take all 4 of the brain cells you and your children, click clack them together, see if you can come up with how many.
How many branches of government?
4, 3: legislative, judicial, and executive.
Okay, at least you got that.
Okay, yeah, but anyways, no, the only reason I asked her that question was because she said I have neurological decay, and I'm quick-witted, so I wanted to... Anyways, Pink, one last thing for you from me before I leave and never think about you again, because you were so insufferable, is I think you lacked a serious ability to introspect upon what you believe in and how it's harmful to others. I think it's all too common that people will get really comfortable with their beliefs, and they will not change them for any reason, even if they're shown to be objectively wrong, okay? But here's one thing I want you to consider here. I understand that you're in that mindset right now where you're right, everyone else is wrong, and it's going to take a hell of a lot of pressure for you to change what you believe in, but it should be more than that because your beliefs are actually harmful. So consider what Athena's saying, right? Consider that you may be wrong, and consider why you may be wrong because of what Athena's saying, and don't just try to defend your position because you're debating on live in front of 11,000 people. Because if you ultimately hold to your willful ignorance and you don't change your thought process, I will label you as willfully ignorant, and I will label you alongside another group of very willfully ignorant, harmful, racist, terrible people as the least valuable opinions of society.
I get along with everybody. I just believe that people
you just don't find black people attractive. You just don't find black people attractive. You get along with everybody, but you don't want to have any type of relations with black people.
All right, chat, love you. See ya, Parker. See ya, Athena. Bye, everyone.
Person, somebody else. That's my.
You're racist.
Just like it's your right to say it's okay for you to be with a black man or a white man or a Chinese man or an Asian man. That is my right.
I don't know. You saying that you don't want to be with anyone that's non-white is giving white supremacist.
No,
also, I would never say. I would never say it's okay for me to date like an Asian or a black person or a white person because I don't have racial preferences. I don't think about that ish. Pink. That's not on top of like.
But you said the reason why that was brought up was because I misunderstood what you said. I thought you said something about a black man's penis in me.
Oh my gosh.
We talked about that after you had gotten blocked. So I thought you were talking about something completely different when I said I would not personally, but that's my personal belief. Just like it's other people's personal belief if they want to be with somebody of a different race. That is their choice, their God-given
It's
right.
your God-given
My
right.
God-given right to say
It's
no.
your
I don't
God-given
want
right not to find black people attractive.
Yeah, that's
I didn't say I don't find them attractive. I will never be in a relationship with one.
Why?
I never said I didn't find them attractive. I won't be in a relationship with somebody.
Wait, what if they're like, you've known them for a long time and they're like a cool person?
But I couldn't. I couldn't.
Why couldn't you?
Because of my own personal feelings about that. Like, I don't.
I'm not racist.
I find it like, okay, like I said earlier, Shamar Moore, he's a very good looking black man, right? But I would never be with him in a sexual position or in a relationship because of me. That's just me. I prefer.
Why is it just that? Like, tell me, is it, do you think it's maybe racial bias?
By just anybody. I have to have an emotional connection with somebody who I'm.
Are you saying you can't be emotionally connected to people who aren't white? Like, what does skin color have to do with whether or not you're emotionally
connected? I mean, that's a completely different emotional connection. I have a really good, strong friendship with them, but that's a different connection.
Wait, don't you have black children? So you haven't developed an emotional connection with your black children because they're black? My what? What?
That's different. I don't have a sexual fantasy for my daughter.
I'm not talking about sexual. I'm talking about emotional. Again,
well, that's different. That's completely different when you're going to talk about emotional. I have an emotional bond with her as like a mother-daughter. That's completely different. That's my baby. But when I have a friend, is that Flash? Because if that's Flash, I'll have him come in here. I have a child that's
Please do not tokenize one of your children. Please, I beg you.
He isn't my child. He's just one of the guys who lives with us. And
please do not tokenize any other black person who's in that household.
He's absolutely
impossible.
A wonderful person. He should be tokenized. He's an amazing person.
He should be tokenized. He's crazy.
He should be put on a pedestal because he's an amazing person.
You did not.
That was the crazy dude. This is
so it's not okay for me to put.
You did not
a
just
really good friend on a pedestal because of the way he is. Because he should be on a pedestal.
He said he should be tokenized. No,
he should be on a pedestal for being the
think she
person
knows
he
what she's
is.
saying.
When I hang out with somebody, I don't hang out with somebody for their color. I hang out with somebody for their personality.
You just said you wouldn't date someone who's black.
Yeah.
I won't date them. No, that's different. And that's my right. I'm sure there was a whole bunch of people.
Giving a justification by saying it's your right is not a justification.
I mean, it's perfectly acceptable for me to say, okay, it is fine for me to say I will never date out of my race because of my own personal.
Yeah, but why is that your preference? It sounds like racism.
I had a trauma. And I will never go. I cannot speak about that.
What did the Asians do to you? Okay,
what wasn't an Asian. I can't talk about it.
So how come you're not able to also date Asians?
I won't. That one is specifically because of hearsay. What
hearsay? What hearsay? By the way, Parker, Smitty is in the request if you can find him. What hearsay?
Smitty, I don't know. Here, I'll look.
Their endowment is not.
Jasmine, think of the $4. And David, think of the $2.
My gosh.
$20. I mean, thank you. Wait, what'd you just say?
I've seen a lot of Chinese.
Their endowment. Really small.
What does that even mean?
She's basically trying to say like, oh dear.
I could not be.
She's assuming that they're small because they're Asian, and that's why she doesn't want to date them.
Just like I probably couldn't be with a black man because of my trauma with the penis being huge. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my god!
Oh my god, she's like, you are like the most racist person I've ever talked to.
How is that racist? Because I'm scared of a panther.
Because you're stereotyping black and Asian men.
Oh.
Listen, because you're stereotyping black and Asian men for their like literal pee sizes.
Like no stereotype. You should see half the black men on TV.
Okay,
oh, stop!
I can't.
Yeah, I'm sorry. To everybody here, that's the Mandingo complex. That is actually
How does
rooted-
she not think she's racist?
Yeah, that is rooted in the dehumanization and fetishization, objectification and sexualization of black men and boys. That actually historically is rooted in Western European colonialism and the transatlantic slave trade to make black men seem as if they're animalistic, like to... I don't even know. Please look up the Mandingo complex. It is incredibly harmful. It dehumanizes black men and boys. It was used to actively unalive black men and boys, making it seem as if they were a danger to white women and they were going to grape white women. It was also used to justify overworking black people and black men specifically and boys because they're animalistic and not human beings. So stop dehumanizing like our children and our men. I'm a black woman, by the way. The woman in the picture is not me, but the Mandingo complex, just overall dehumanizing black people. And she has black kids.
Yeah,
she has black
crazy.
kids. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm dropping because
I don't know what's been going on recently. I feel like these debates are just something different.
If somebody has clipped that, please.
Yeah, someone please send that to the Instagram or through the Discord, everyone.
Yeah, send that to the Discord or send that to Parker, and then Parker send that to me. My main is Covey. I'm probably going to be in the comments modding, but dear.
Sure.
Thank you,
I'll
Parker.
see you. Appreciate you, Athena. All right. Let's get to the next person. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Tap that screen. Let's get to 3 million likes. Everyone share the live as well, y'all. Share the live as well. Follow me here if you have not already. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Thank you so much for the hand, I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Let's get the next individual up here. I do apologize, everyone. Sometimes it takes a second in between to get someone up here. Let me get someone. Do tap that screen. By the way, everyone, this is my third account. I should get my main account back on like the 14th of August, everyone. It's like a really long like account warning issue on that one. So we're going to try to fix that. But appreciate the cap. Thank you so much. You can go to it and you can go watch the videos I posted on it, though. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Hello? Can
Yeah,
you hear me?
Trump? Yes.
So I am kind of on the fence right now. I have been watching you and Dean kind of recently, and I just wanted to see what your main reasons were why you're not, like, what's your reasoning?
Yeah, for sure. I am going to look for some people who are MAGA, but I will explain because she's not a convicted felon, a proven sexual abuser, a fraudster, election denier, who's undermining our American democracy.
Sure, but before, like with Joe Biden,
like what they did.
You know,
is that what you're asking?
Just convicted felon, sure, with everything that kind of happened, but you know,
is that not enough?
There's money to be paid. Well, no, there's money to be, and hold on a second. I see your reaction. Like I said, I'm kind of looking on both sides. I notice a lot of the times you guys kind of just say, he's a convicted felon, he's a sexual abuser, he's a rapist, he's this, he's that. But I want more of like the political standpoint, you know?
Like, what do you want to be expanded on?
Economy, all those things.
Yeah, so Trump's tax policy is inflationary. It is the case that tariffs specifically increase the cost of consumer products and make our goods less valuable in the global market. It would decrease imports into the country from China by 85%, which would decrease overall available supply of goods specifically to the United States, which would increase costs. So if you think inflation was bad, it's going to be even worse if Donald Trump's president again.
Okay, so you feel as though during his presidency, it's been good for every one of us.
No, I don't think every one of us have been good. I think it's better under a Biden-Harris administration, which is now going to be Harris, comparative to a Trump administration.
So
right? They're proposing
her?
a particular tax policy that would specifically bring back the child tax credit from 2021, which reduced child poverty by 50%.
Okay. So do you just, because he dropped out of the race, so now you're just immediately saying Kamala or whatever her name is,
yeah, Harris,
like right away you're just
Harris. She's been endorsed by basically everyone that's very relevant.
Okay. All right. So you feel like are you, so you're registered Democrat, and have you been raised that way? Like, is
I
there
grew up
an
in a conservative
influence?
Christian household. But I am going to look for some people who are
Okay.
MAGA, but I appreciate you coming
Yeah,
up.
absolutely. Yeah, you're good.
Thank you. All right, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Please only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. All right. Paid shill. Bruh, you're trolling. Bro is trolling. Let's get the next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
24.
You think I'm paid?
Yep, man, you're a fake advocate.
How am I paid and a fake advocate?
You and your buddy Dan. I wish Dan was up here too so I can get in his ass too. Invite Dan back up. I want to talk to him too, bro.
He's busy, but can you answer my question?
Oh yeah, I'm definitely gonna answer your question, bro. 100%.
Okay, well, what was it?
You're a fake advocate because you only come on here for money. It's completely obvious. You don't
How
talk
do you know
about that you only come on here for money. I mean, it's obvious. I mean, look at you coming in every day. You know, you plug your shit every day. Oh, catch up in the bio. I'm screaming. Oh, thank you for the $50 donation. Oh, you don't really care, bro. I already know. I can see it.
Wait, so just because I say thank you to people and people pay me because I do my job, appreciate that mustache, thank you so much, you're saying somehow that means I don't have genuine care for these things? So let me ask you the question. Why for years did I do this without making any money?
Just because you didn't get paid before doesn't mean it's not your motivation now.
So what was my motivation then?
I don't know.
Well, it was obviously that I cared about it.
Yeah, but you're obviously getting your pockets filled, so that it's a better motivation for you to come up here.
It allows me to continue to come up here and do this.
If you didn't make money, what would be stopping you?
If I didn't make money, I would still do this, but I wouldn't be able to do it as much because I would
Yeah,
have
but
to do a different job as
because
well.
you didn't make no money before doesn't negate the fact that you know, money could be a big motivation now.
You could say money could be a big motivation, but what I'm telling you is, for me, it's not. And if you're going to sit there and you're going to say, oh, I just don't believe you, well, then obviously, where are you going to get that evidence from? What evidence do you have to believe what you're saying? Because I literally am looking at my desires right now, I'm looking at my preferences, and I'm describing them to you right now.
Yeah, I'm about to answer your question, little bro. So the other day, I came up on your live, right? Well, no, it was Dean. It was Dean live. I came up on Dean's live. This motherfucker was begging for money for pots and pans, said all my money.
Reese, can you tell me why you think my main motivation is to get paid instead of you acknowledging really what's wrong with your candidate
I see you,
and what a threat he is to this country?
Yeah, I got you. I'm about to answer your question. So everybody that comes up here and says that they're not voting or they don't know who they're voting for or they're voting for RFK, you automatically kick them. You don't hear their sides out at all. And I feel like those are the most important people you should be talking to, the people that's undecided. You only come on here.
The people that are undecided are going to hear the conversation between a strong supporter of one side and a strong supporter of the other to know what specifically side is going to be more in accordance with what they're going to believe. The independents, right, I could talk to and I could do a live solely related to that, but that's not what the point is of this specific live. This specific live is to argue the reputation of one versus the other. Which one should you vote for? Not I'm still in an undecided scenario. If you're undecided, you should listen to the conversations. Appreciate the little crown, thank you.
Yes, but I feel
else
like
it's just going to be me
people
getting interviewed.
Yeah.
That's not a debate platform.
Yeah, I feel like most people are better, better understanding when they're having a one-on-one conversation. Those are the most important people. You think if you're talking to these Trump, MAGA supporters. Yeah, I'm a Republican, but I'm not no cultist. I'm not no fucking, I'm not a fucking brainwashed, type of person.
Do you believe
these
the election
people
was
that
stolen
come
in
in here,
2020?
huh?
Do you believe the election was stolen in 2020?
Well, I just told you I'm not brainwashed. I'm not a fucking idiot.
So you don't believe it was stolen?
And you're a hypocrite too. You never bring up how
I'm just asking you a question.
But you never bring up the fact that also in 2016, Democrats, some Democrats, said that they thought the election was, hijacked by Russians.
They didn't get the vice president to try to resist or to stop the peaceful transition of power.
But it happened.
Not certifying the listen. They didn't try to get their vice president to not certify the election results. They didn't specifically get tens of millions of people to believe in these election conspiracies. And I disagree with them, and I condemn the election conspiracies on their side. You know what I was doing right after the Trump assassination? I was going on live arguing against people on the left who believed in conspiracies, that there was a Trump blood pack, that he was doing it specifically to boost up his polls. So I'll sit up here and I'll argue against left-wing conspiracy, but where are you to argue against your own right-wing conspiracy, your own party, ever? Where are Republicans doing that? I never see it.
Yeah, you're generalizing right now because there are Republicans that do, give criticism to their side.
Name one on TikTok.
Parker, you're talking to idiots for 8 hours a day. You're talking
name
to
one on TikTok.
You're talking to brain dead fucking Parker.
Yeah, so am I talking? So am I talking to an idiot when I'm talking to you?
No, you're not talking to it because not everybody has.
So obviously, everyone who comes up to my live doesn't think that about themselves. Appreciate the hand mustache. Thank you so much.
Yo,
obviously, just your interpretation. If you think I'm destroying them, well, then that's just showing of I do this a lot. That's it.
I'm glad that you're getting most people, but I'm glad that you're talking to those people, right? But look, the fact is that most people that come on here don't even know 7 fucking continents, Parker. They don't even know fucking 7 continents. They don't even know the last 3 letters of the goddamn alphabet. You're talking to airheads 8 hours a day, and you think you're getting through to them.
Reese, can you name one policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than it benefit rich people?
Why are you pivoting right now?
Can you answer the question?
No, I can't name it. Bubba, why are you pivoting?
So you can't name it. I'm not pivoting. What I'm doing is I'm saying, you're saying they're all airheads? Well, how different are you? You don't know a single policy that benefit the middle class more than it benefit rich people.
Said I was
so
a
really,
Trump
you're sitting there and you're so busy calling other people.
Listen.
I want you to understand this. You're so busy trying to say other people don't know what they're talking about that you don't even try to figure out what you're talking about in the very first place. That's the issue.
Parker, I never came up. Look. The fact is, and I get it. Right? I get what you're saying. But I never came up here and said some stupid shit like the election was stolen or Trump, the Trump thing.
But then you're voting for a candidate who's undermining our American democracy willfully.
When did I ever say I was voting?
You want to vote for Trump, right? You're voting for Trump, correct?
I said I was a Republican. I never said I was voting. I'm not a cultist.
Well, if you're not voting for Trump, I will just go on to the next person. I'm being totally serious.
I am, but you're literally just trying to generalize right now. You're literally trying to go back. I can't name it. I can't name it. I'm gonna be honest with you. I can't name a goddamn policy. All right. I can't name a goddamn policy.
That's a big issue, right? Obviously, you should know what they're doing. Okay, listen. The reason why I say it's such a big issue is because Trump's character is so easily bad to identify. It's bad. It's very clearly bad. So the only way, from your perspective, you could be like, I might possibly vote for him, is if you relate to the policy. If you don't know a single policy, there's bad character, and you don't know a single policy. You just sound crazy to me.
Yeah. That's the exact thing I'm talking about. The people on the fence or don't know which side they're going to pick on, you need to have these conversations with these people. You're letting these RFK fucking people throw away their goddamn votes, right? They come up here and say they're vote. Okay,
they're gonna do it either way. And the point I'm
no, they're not. You don't even believe that, Parker. You don't even believe they're going to do it either way. Because if you did that, you wouldn't be up here talking to these Trump supporters. You wouldn't be talking to these other Trump supporters if you thought they were going to vote the same way.
Can you listen? They're going to believe it any other way if I talk to them, if they hear the conversation between the left and right and they understand that it's one or the other. That's when they will come to realize. It's not me sitting up here and telling them that RFK is bad, because saying RFK bad is not the way to debate against people who are particularly third party.
I know that.
How you debate against people who are third party is you debate the sides and you show them this is how our American political system works. I don't want it to work this way, but this is the reality of the matter. And that comes through the conversations of people from opposing sides debating. Not me just telling them RFK is bad.
But you're not acknowledging.
All I'm going to say is, there's no chance for RFK to win. Appreciate the sunglasses. Thank you.
And you also called RFK a fucking conspiracy theorist. I heard that.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You're letting the big ass
platform
that
conspiracy,
you have.
I'm going to argue against conspiracy when I argue against Donald.
Can I get out a word, please?
Sorry.
The big ass platform that you have 10,000 people watching this shit right now, right? You have an amazing fucking platform. Not even 1% of this platform can even fucking get half of the viewers. They can't even get half of the fucking viewers that you have. You should be voicing these things and not just being on the side of the fucking left and act like the left doesn't have shit wrong with them either.
I never did that, Reese. I literally just
But
told
you never bring it up,
that
though, Parker. You never
I did.
bring it up.
Reese,
When?
you're lying. I just told you. I gave you a specific circumstance. I went on live after the Trump assassination, and I specifically condemned the political violence. I specifically was arguing against people who believe in conspiracy theories on the left that there was a blood pack. Appreciate this, sunglasses. Thank you so much. I did
Would
a
you ever
whole
do
live
that
about
if-
that.
When have you ever hosted a live of you
I just told
being
you.
in? No, wait. Before that.
Before that? Oh, well, I debate. Like, I didn't host a live specifically, but I debate, like,
Yeah, I'm just
associated
saying,
topics
you
to
know what I'm
hold people
saying.
on the left to their conspiracies. I do religion, right? I talk to people of all different political ideologies, religious
see that.
beliefs, and get them to critically think. My entire time I've been spending doing this, I've been debating people and trying to get them to critically think. That's the very basis of why I came on here in the first place, is because I realized there was a lack of critical thought, and people need to have these conversations to get them to critically think more.
Parker, you're sitting up here lying to my face.
I'm not. I promise you I'm not. I'm being genuine. Why would I be having this conversation?
Because you just let a fucking dumbass be on this live for an hour and 30 minutes spewing racist bullshit the whole time. You think you were trying to inform
we were
her?
arguing against that. Yes, we were. We are.
No,
we
you
were
weren't. You
forming-
were
listen,
making fun of it,
listen,
laughing. You were having the fucking time of your life.
Reese, listen, what you're not
Hold up,
understanding.
Parker, let me
Reese, what
finish.
you're not
let me finish.
understanding. No, don't just say that and then not let me respond. What you're not understanding is that we're calling that out so people in the audience realize this is the problem and realize the arguments against these particular beliefs. Because if we don't talk about these types of biased and bigoted opinions, then they're never going to be dealt with in our society.
And be honest right now.
You sit
Be
there and
honest
you
with
don't wait. You understand every single thing I talk about. I talk about homophobia. I talk about racism. I talk about sexism. I talk about every single one of these topics. Why? Because I want to make sure that this is exposed and that people know the arguments against that so that they can learn and move on from it. Again, you don't address it, it does not change.
Okay, so what do you think what was your goal for sitting on the live with that last lady, Pink?
I talk to people for hours all the time. Why am I talking to you for so long?
Parker, let me finish. Okay, I get what you're saying. I'm not gonna lie. When you had that lady on, funniest shit I have ever listened to, right? But you got literally nowhere with that lady. She kept going back on our word. She was just saying the most racist bullshit, and you were just sitting here laughing. And be honest with me.
Yeah, we're
you
making fun of them. We're stigmatizing those racist beliefs. That's a good thing to do.
Okay, right there.
Appreciate the hand
You're
raise. Thank
making
you.
fun of them, okay? Are you trying to persuade these people? Oh, wait,
Yeah,
Parker,
that's absolutely persuading. There are thousands of people that listen to that now know arguments against these particular things. Do you remember any of the education that Athena was going through the entirety of the time?
Yes, Parker.
Do you
I'm
remember
not
that?
Yes, I remember.
Do you not think any of that was beneficial?
It was
educational
beneficial
at all?
Look, it was beneficial. But be honest with me. Do you think, like, I don't know, say you talk to 100 people a day, right? Sitting on TikTok Live, right? How many of these people you think are persuading when you're just sitting up here and bullying them the whole fucking time and laughing at everything they say?
I'm not just bullying. You're literally looking at one conversation and you're generalizing
Parker,
how I
watch
act.
you're lying to my face, Parker.
Reese, I'm not. Because I come on here every single day and I want to describe.
Yes, and I watch you every single day. And you're telling me that what you're doing is counteractive. What you're doing is counteractive. Let me explain. You just cut me off. What you're doing is counteractive. These people come up here, and I know that they hold terrible ideologies. I know that they say fucked up shit. I know that they say racist dog whistles, right? But do you think the way that you're going about that conversation, you're persuading them? What is your goal? Are you trying to persuade
persuading
them?
people in the audience.
But I'm
using the best arguments. If it persuades them, it persuades them. If it doesn't, it doesn't. You understand that it's solely predicated off on whether or not they have an open mind. If they don't have an open mind, it's solely the audience. Right?
Okay.
I'm persuading people in the audience. There are thousands of people listening in the audience.
Yes, I know.
It's not just the person in front of me.
Yeah, I understand that, Parker. And
I'm relaying this conversation. I'm letting you have this conversation, even though it's not even relevant to my live. Why would I do that? Why would I do that?
Okay, but I feel like it's an important conversation, though, Parker.
Oh, wait. So am I looking for important conversations, or am I just looking to make money? Which one is it?
I'm actually glad that you're having me up here so we can talk about this, Parker. But when you come up here, you can't
answer the
lie.
question. Answer the question. Am I looking for interesting conversation, or am I just trying to make money?
You're looking for entertainment, and you're looking for entertainment.
No,
You're looking
this
for
is not
entertainment.
entertaining to me.
And Parker, No, be honest with me, Parker.
I would rather be
Parker,
talking about
let me
the
finish.
topic right now. Appreciate the hand up,
Okay,
Nathan.
we can talk about the topic. We can talk about the topic, but be honest with me.
But I think it's important to talk about this because it is the case that people need to know about these concerns, and people need to know what I think as the reason why I do this. I think that's important as well.
Yes,
Thank you very
I understand, Parker. I understand. But do you think that the majority of the people that's watching this live right now, do you think they're in here for listening to you advocate, or they're in here to listen to you talk to dumbasses that entertain them all day? You just had
There's
that
a
lady
part
on
of
your
both. There's a part of both. You understand the entertainment is important in educating people. As
No,
well.
it's not. No, it's not.
You're
No, it is
lying to
not.
yourself. You're lying to
No, it
yourself.
is not.
Okay, so tell
No,
me
it's
one
not,
other
Parker.
platform that just deals with education that gets people in. Give me one.
What do you say?
Give me a single one that just does education that gets people in. Give me one. Thank you, community.
Mr. Jones.
That just does No, they do entertainment as well. Every single platform on
You just
TikTok
sitting up
does
here-
entertainment.
Yo, when you have funny, when I say entertainment, I'm not just
JJ, thank you for Galaxy. Thank
meaning
you so much.
funny moments. Okay, funny can happen out of terrible situations. But these people, they come in here and you say the same things. You say the same things and it's not changing. You bring up the sexual abuse. We get that. You bring up the
People
34
all the
felonies.
time. You don't
We get
understand
that.
how the TikTok algorithm works.
Parker, you bring up the same points. You don't bring up any other
wait,
fucking
Reese.
points.
What are you, Reese? I'm doing something. What are you doing? What the hell are you doing? You're on my live. You're
coming up here
complaining
and
about
pointing out
me
your fucking
doing
bullshit
things
and you're
effectively.
fucking
I've given
grifting.
you all the arguments. You think I'm grifting? You have no good reason to believe that. If I was grifting,
Yes,
I would have kicked
look at
you.
this.
I would have kicked you off a few minutes ago.
No, look at this quote. Show me your friends, and I'll tell you the person. Your friend Dean, I'm telling, and he's associated with you. I love that quote. Show me the person's friends, and I'll show you the person. Dean comes up here, right? I saw him on live the other day, up here begging people in the comments to send him money for pocket.
Literally, I don't know why any of this is relevant to whether or not
Because,
I
like I
come up
said-
here for this.
Like I said,
I don't know what you mean by begging. I wasn't there. I have no clue what you're referencing.
You weren't listening to what I said, Dean. I mean, Parker.
Dean,
you weren't
bro, like you came up here to argue against Dean.
I was
Appreciate the Galaxy. Thank you
I'm
so much.
not
You have
trying
this
to argue with-
argument.
I'm not
You
trying
have
to
this
argue with
argument
Dean.
made specifically for Dean. You didn't make it for me.
I'm not yet. It is for you because I called you on the same shit. I'm watching you every fucking day.
Really?
Stop trying to sit here gaslight me, bro.
Reese, what time do I start live? Do you know? Typically on
It
weekdays.
has to be like I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not looking at it. I know you live on the West Coast, so it has to be. You start live at like probably
How long
like
have you been
4?
following me?
Shit, like I don't know, like since like December, I guess. And I was
December.
like-
What topics did I do before I talked about politics?
You did why being GAY is wrong. You did prove to me that
I haven't
the
done
Christian
that
doctrine
one
is real.
since I haven't done that one since December because that's been banned.
Okay, yeah, why being les is wrong. Like
Yeah.
you did, yeah. You knew what I was talking about. Parker, stop trying to gaslight me. You knew exactly what I was
No,
talking
I'm
about.
not. That's not gaslighting. It's a difference in phraseology that was referenced.
you knew what
that
I was
relevant
talking
to like
about.
whether or not you've watched me recently.
But you knew what I was talking about. You did why being you did a live
What else?
on Easter about prove to me that Jesus was resurrected. Parker, I know my shit.
Are you religious? You probably watched that because of that. Angela, thank you for the
No,
$5.
I'm not fucking religious. Stop trying to stereotype me, bro. Stop trying to generalize me.
Well, no, I was just saying because that's the only live you've seen. What do you mean stereotype?
That's
or
not the
generalize? I'm
only
just saying.
live I've seen. That's not the only live I've seen.
Well, those are the
Stop.
two that you mentioned. I did plenty. of
Those were the two biggest ones.
I did a
I never saw
misogyny
you do a
topic.
vegan debate.
I did flat Earth.
Yeah, flat Earth. That goes in with God. That goes in with God. I don't
No,
care what
it
anybody
doesn't.
says.
No, it doesn't. It has nothing to do. No, most of the
Who else
conversations
believes the
do
Earth
not.
is flat besides Christians?
Literally, most of them I talk to are not Christian. Sydney, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I appreciate. Thank you so much on Venmo. They said grift away. Best money spent.
See, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Like, that's
Dude,
exactly.
Dude, I'm gonna make a joke because it's funny. Like you're telling me I'm a
but
grifter,
listen,
and obviously,
you-
Reese, listen. I know
you
that I'm not a
bait.
grifter. I know that I'm not.
You
I'm
bait.
just giving you the reason to believe otherwise. And I don't have to engage with this any further. I honestly want to get back onto the topic.
I do want to get back onto the topic, but you're sitting here trying to lie to my face, and I'm not going to just
I'm
let
not
you
lying.
slide, bro.
No, you're just like saying I'm lying when I'm not. Okay. So I'm gonna go talk to someone who's gonna relate to the topic.
Oh, so we're
I
not
would
going to talk
lo-
about Trump? Okay, whatever. All
Oh,
right.
if you wait, are you voting for Trump? You said you weren't earlier, and yet I
I
kept
said,
you on. I typically kick people off who do that.
Yeah, I know that, but I said I'm in the middle. I'm more leaning to the right. Like, but if you want to kick me, go ahead.
But are you gonna vote for Trump?
I'm in the middle. So I don't know if you want. I'm watching the fucking comments. See, you don't want to talk.
Asking if you're
you don't
want
to talk to people like me. You don't want to talk to people like me.
Reese, I want to ask if you're voting for Trump. Yeah, like that's the rules of the live. It's a debate platform. This is how it works. If you want to do something else, if you think it's more effective, Reese, if you think it's more effective to do other things, you should do them. You should have been spending the past months, past few years building things up so that you could do that.
I have my own platform. I can't go live on it.
Then do that. Then what lives do you do?
I don't do anything relating to social topics. Well, I do videos related to social topics, but I don't go live on the social topics.
So then why don't you? Angela, thank you for the $10.
I can't go live on my account.
Chelsea, thank you for the $8. Thank you. Because if you did it, right, and I liked your stuff, I would tell people to go there. I raid people all the time. I send people there.
I understand
that. So if you want to bring message, you want to bring stuff to something, do it more effectively than coming on here and just complaining.
I do every day. Every day, I'm replying to idiots on Twitter talking about Trump. And talking about the bad things. I'm talking about idiots that talk about Joe Biden.
Wait, so now it's okay for you to only talk about idiots, not talk to idiots. But apparently, if I were to do that, then it's bad.
Because you're bullying them. You're just making fun of them You just made fun of a lady for an hour and 30 minutes straight. You think she got anything out of the conversation?
She was fucking incredibly racist. I don't sit up here and just make fun of people. I give people argumentation.
But you knew that shit was going in one ear and out the other. She didn't believe shit you said.
I already said this to you a million times. It's specifically, you understand that people in the audience will hear arguments and change. You heard there was so much education. I'm not going over the same thing. Reese, I'm going to give you one more thing to say, and then I'm going to go to the next person. Because I've already addressed it.
All I'm saying is, okay, yeah, okay. One last thing. I know it's going in circles, but I'm going to drive after this. All I'm saying is, the most important people that you can talk to is the people that's undecided. Kicking them off, they're not going to sit here. Let me be honest. People have jobs and shit, Parker. I know you don't have a fucking job. People have fucking jobs.
This is a
people
job.
People come on here. Yeah, sure, buddy. Yeah, whatever.
What's a job? Define job.
Being employed. You're not being fucking employed. You're begging for money and playing 2K on the side.
Okay, so you literally you're saying people who are self-employed don't have jobs?
Who do you self-employed?
Edwin,
Parker,
thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Edwin.
Not a job.
Wait,
donate money.
Listen. Do you think someone who's self-employed has a job?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm self-employed. I have a job.
How is it self-employed?
So give me a definition of job. Legally, I'm defined as self-employed, Reese. I hope you know that.
People are donating money to you on fucking Cash App and Venmo. You're not
that's
sitting
how
up there
every
telling me that
business
you have a fucking job.
Reese, that's how every business operates. That's how every media company operates. They literally get money from businesses for
Cash App and Venmo. Saying thank you for the DNC. That's a fucking job.
Yeah, and I don't do any advertisements. Appreciate the money. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Come on, you're not being honest.
Yes, people pay me for what I do. That's how every fucking business works. Reese, that's how every business works. You understand that, right? In order to be able to have platforms that can continue to come up, that's how this works. Media companies do this. TV shows do this. Teresa, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
On TikTok, farming fucking donations.
This is technically a TV show, right? It's the same thing, same concept. Nathan, thank you for the $1. I appreciate it.
You're just sitting up here lying people's faces. And I hope people in the fucking comments can see right through your bullshit, bro. And I have nothing but respect for you, bro, because I love the fucking topic that you talk about. But you're sitting up here bullshitting me, bro.
I'm not bullshitting, I promise you.
Parker,
Alicia, I appreciate the $10. Thank you so much.
Parker,
Henry, thank you so much for the $10.
Parker, there's no difference between you and a homeless man begging for money on the side of the street. Every homeless man is employed.
$5. Thank you so much.
Every homeless man is employed just because of the way that you get your money. Going by your fucking logic.
Wait, so what's the difference between
homelessman isn't homeless?
Thank you, I appreciate it. Do you think Oprah has a job?
Doesn't fucking exist.
Do you think Oprah has a job?
Oprah?
Yeah.
Like fucking being on a TV show and shit like that?
Yeah, does Oprah have a job?
I guess so.
What's the relevant difference between Oprah's job and my job that means she has a job but I don't?
Because fucking Oprah isn't plugging our Cash App and Venmo.
Like Trump is?
Whoever said that was a fucking job, you're the one claiming that's a job.
Wait, you understand every presidential candidate, every person who does a social media platform. Do you think big streamers like Hassan Abi, do you think he has a job?
I wouldn't classify those as fucking real fucking jobs. I wouldn't classify them. They're not doing any type of fucking labor.
Does Mr. Beast have a job? They are doing labor. Like Reese, this is labor right now. I have to deal with you every.
You're sitting on your ass for 8 hours doing labor.
Wait,
Get
you
a
understand?
fucking
Wait,
load
so
of this dude.
people who have
Get a load
offer.
of this dude.
Listen, thank you for the money gun. Thank you so much. People who are in office jobs, do they do labor?
They're providing a fucking service. What first service are you providing?
So this is the service that I'm providing right now.
What are you doing?
10,000 people.
What are you doing?
Thank you so much. I'm debating people, right? Providing a platform.
So that's
You're not sitting
a
in,
fucking
so
job.
I'm gonna say thank you to all the people who sent money. Thank you so much. I appreciate it,
Yeah.
y'all. Thank you
Yeah,
so much,
go ahead,
Teresa.
go
Thank you
ahead.
so much,
So you-
Stephanie. Thank you for the $20 from the DNC. Layla, thank you so much for the $5. Dawn, thank you for the $25. Amy, thank you for that mustache. Thank you so much. Dawn, thank you for the $25. I appreciate it. Servo, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Kayla, thank you for the $5. Yvonne, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I appreciate it for my job. Thank you so much. Thank you for the little crown. I
It's nice
appreciate
to
it.
see that you're
Thank you for that
capitalizing
mustache.
off
Thank you for the
our
little
current
crown. Thank you
social
so much.
relationship.
Thank you for the hand heart. Yo, Peach, thank you for the $5. Kelly, thank you for the $50 for my job. Thank you
I'm
so
not
much
jealous. Why
for my
would you say
hard
I'm
work.
jealous? I have
Why
my
on
own fucking
why on earth
platform
would
I
anyone
can
do this for free? For sure. Yeah, seriously. Thank you for the
I don't
$7.
know
I
why
actually
people
did.
said I'm jealous. I have my home.
Beach, thank you for the
own fucking
$5.
platform where I
Alana,
can
thank you
make
so much
money
for the $1. Catherine, thank you for the $10 for PTO. Selena, thank you for the $10. Janet, thank you for the $1. Kaylee, thank you for the $10. Tree, thank you so much for the $15. Kelly, again, thank you for the $25. That must be a different Kelly. Missy, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. So yeah, you said I don't have a job.
You're telling me that's a job?
Yes.
Explain.
Thank you for that mustache. Thank you so much. I'm providing a service.
Let me break it down. Let me break it down real quick.
Mary,
Let me
thank you
break
for
it
the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Mary.
Look, I don't want to be disrespectful or anything, but let me break it down.
Crystal, thank you for the
Right?
$16 on Cash App. Thank you so much for the $16. Thank you.
Are you ready?
Yep. Morgan, thank
Okay.
you for the $5.
So you boot up a TikTok live, right? Somebody just donated like a $200. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, Brandon, thank you for the $100 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Brandon. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Joshua. Thank you for the $20. Can we have W's for Brandon in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Brandon. And Joshua, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. You were saying?
Okay.
Go for it.
Okay. People in comments saying I'm fucking jealous. I don't. Whatever. Okay. So let me break it down. So you load up a TikTok live, right? You sit on your ass in that chair with a microphone in your face. You invite idiots up, right? And then at the beginning of the live, you're plugging your Cash App and Venmo. Parker, I'm gonna ask you a question. Am I doing a job right now? Is this my fucking job? This fucking 20 minutes I'm on here.
$5.
Is this my job?
No, Reese, because you don't make reoccurring income from it. Oh, wait. Oh, thank you for the hand art. Thank you so much. Oh,
Wait, people are sending me gifts, so what are you talking about?
Oh, wait, you don't make income from it. Oh.
Why do you make income from TikTok but not just whatever? But you're telling me that you're sitting up here on your ass and you believe people giving you fucking
Jordan,
money.
thank you for the $5. Yo, Jamelia, thank you so much for the $6.66. Thank you so much. Brad, thank you for the $10 for employee wages.
People talk about Trump.
Well, I mean, you still think I don't have a job. I think that's hilarious. Tatiana, I appreciate the $10. Thank you so much.
You don't have a job. You don't have a job.
I just want I want you to give me a definition of job that tells me that I don't have a job. Kaylee, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Kennedy, thank you for the $2.
I'm literally I'm defining it right now.
Go for it. Him, thank you for the $5.
People are giving you money. How is that a job, Parker?
DeBoer, thank you for the $5. That's quite literally what a job is.
Asking for donations?
Kaden, thank you for the $20.24. Thank you so much, Kaden. Thank you. Thank you for that mustache. Thank you.
Okay.
Tattoo baby, thank you for the $2.
So about a few months ago, right?
The job fund.
So about a few months ago, or a few weeks ago, or last week, you were voting for Joe Biden, right?
Yeah, I still would vote for Joe Biden over Donald Trump. But
Okay,
I
you would vote for Joe
Kamala
Biden.
Harris to Joe Biden. Thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
And you don't feel wrong about the border?
So obviously, I think that there could be things that both Democrats and Republicans could do better as it relates to the border. But clearly, I do think that according to Republican standards, Beth, thank you for the $6.66. Thank you so much. I do think that even then, Democrats like Joe Biden didn't really do anything bad. Thank you so much. They specifically actually advocated for Republican policy, and Donald Trump actually blocked them from being able to do that by getting people in Congress not to vote for it. Maya, thank you for the $10 for being unemployed.
Okay, so you said both sides did bad thing wrong with the border.
Yeah,
and
I think there needs to be more judges. There needs to be more border patrol. There needs to be more people dealing at the border to get rid of the backlog, so it doesn't take 5 to 7 years for people to get into the country. 6 months maximum. right? And then also, I'm pretty pro-immigration. I think it helps us with Social Security, with Medicare,
Helps
with debt.
us?
Yes, it grows our economy.
Do you just want to see
David
my
Galaxy, thank you
neighborhood?
so much. It helps us with our fertility rates not being at replacement rate. Thank you, the Corky. Thank you so much. And Amy, thank you for the $30 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Amy. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Like the same thing that happened to Japan can happen to us if we don't have immigration. Brianna, thank you so
Okay.
much. I appreciate the $5.
Now, listen to this.
Joshua,
Listen
thank
to
you for the
this.
$5.
I just want to have a debate, bro. Like, you can't like call that shit out like in 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. I do forget. I actually have like a really bad memory. Tira, thank you for the $3. Kim, thank you for the
All
10.
right. So I don't want anybody to think I'm fucking racist or anything because I know people are like that. So during this year where I live at, okay, there are immigrants everywhere. And I'm not saying that they're doing anything. Well, I'm not saying that I have a problem with people of a different, background or anything like that. But my neighborhood, right? I live in the suburbs. But like if you go 5 minutes down the street, you hit the city line, right? So it'll be like the suburbs and then like the city because I live in the county. So there was this fucking up the street from where I live at. There's literally, illegal immigrants that's making. You know who the MS-13 is?
Yes.
They're literally rattling our fucking neighborhood, spraying it on people's fences where I live at.
Okay, so Reese, here's my points. If people are in here and they're here undocumented committing violent crimes, I have no issue with deporting them. If they're not committing violent crimes, I don't know what the issue is. I think that we should make the system go faster, and until we make the system go faster, we shouldn't be deporting everyone, right? Who's not committing violent crimes.
But these people should be checked when they come fucking through. These people should have fucking some type of sort of,
if you want it to be checked, you want people to be checked, well then you've got to make the system go faster, okay? And if you want people to be checked and have papers, everyone who's in the country undocumented, give them access to papers.
Okay. And can we talk
and
about
also, that was around in Trump's administration. I don't know why we act like that didn't happen under Trump's administration. But let me say
and it
something to
happened
people
under
real
Biden
quick.
administration.
Corey, thank you for the $4.
President that's supposed to do something about it.
Corey, thank you for the $4. Derek, thank you for the $5. Kim, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Gina, thank you for the $5 as well. Paige, thank you so much. I appreciate the $69.69. Can we get some W's for Paige in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. And Matt, thank you so much. I appreciate the $7.25. Thank you so much. But go for it.
So, what I was saying was, there's immigrants coming in this country living better than homeless veterans. They're living better than fucking black people that have been here, right? They're coming here. They're getting free food stamps. They're getting all this SSI. They're coming here getting houses
wait,
and living.
Can you give me a source?
My neighbor.
No, I need you to give me a source.
You can look this up.
I want you to give me a source
real quick.
Because you said they're getting federal funding. Undocumented immigrants are getting federal funding. So give me any evidence. Give me any evidence that the federal funding goes to undocumented immigrants.
I'm not saying all the federal funding, but I'm saying my main problem is.
Let me ask you a question. How do they get Social Security without a Social Security number?
Parker, ask fucking Joe Biden. Listen.
They didn't do that. That's not how it works. Reese, you just lied.
I'm just saying. I'm not saying Joe Biden fucking calls. I'm just saying he's the president. So I'm just saying, like, ask him. I'm saying is, I don't have a problem with these people coming into the country and getting what they fucking need, but they're getting put over people that's already fucking been here.
No, what you need to understand is instead of saying people shouldn't get help, what you need to say is we need to provide a basic standard of care for everyone. Okay.
And that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen.
Thank you so much. Appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. And that's more likely to happen with Harris. Okay. That's not more likely to happen.
I'm not against her. I'm not against her. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not.
Wait, I have a question. Who do you think is going to care about the concerns of women, the concerns of people who are black, the concerns of people who are Asian, the concerns of people who are Hispanic more? Donald Trump or Kamala Harris?
Obviously, Kamala.
Okay,
but
so how can you sit here and tell me that you're going to vote for Donald Trump given that you care about how these communities are impacted?
You asked me who I think cares more. It's obviously Donald Trump. I don't think any man...
Wait, you said it was Kamala Harris.
Wait, what was the...
You just said that who cares more was Kamala Harris, and now you just changed it to Donald Trump? You think Donald Trump cares more?
No. I didn't finish my sentence. I'm be honest with you. People like Donald Trump you know, YT men that was born like before like the fucking, I don't know, the 70s, they're obviously going to care about, you know, white, straight Christian men. I don't even think Donald Trump is Christian, but they don't care
Priscilla,
about fucking white men.
$5.
So
He is
it's
Christian.
obvious. They're more likely to be racist. They're more likely to be bigoted. They're more likely to be prejudiced.
So wait, why would you vote for him over her?
Parker, you dumbass, bro, please.
No, you said you were in the middle. I'm asking you, why the hell are you in the middle? Why would you ever take into account him over her, given that it's one or the other?
Because my views lean more to the right than more to the left.
Sure, say that. He's undermining our American democracy, right?
How?
Quite literally.
How?
He said that the election was stolen for the past years and no
Democrats
sufficient
said
evidence
that too.
indicate that he won.
Democrats said that too. Bring that up.
Listen, he got tens of millions of people to believe in those lies about the election. Not only did he do that, and that was after the court cases, by the way, but he also tried to get his vice president to not certify the election results. And then when they didn't, he got a vice president that then that then said that he wouldn't have certified the election results. Callan, thank you for the $5.
Can you ask your chat to stop calling me mad? It's very like fucking counteractive for me to calling a black man fucking angry. I'm just passionate about the goddamn topic I'm talking about and I'm debating. Get out.
Yeah, everyone. Just put baby bottles instead.
You see, that's the shit I'm talking about. They're just accusing me of being fucking mad and aggressive. Like, I know fucking Democrats are racist. I know people that lean to the left are fucking racist. Just go ahead and fucking accuse me of being fucking angry because I'm passionate about a topic I'm talking about. We're fucking debating.
I'm sorry, you definitely sound angry, like in terms of like yelling, right? You've been yelling this entire conversation. Like that's
Parker,
just being totally
let me
legitimate.
explain this to you. I have a half-deaf mother. I have to fucking yell. This is how I talk. I've been talking like this for my whole life.
Reese, that would make sense. And now that I know that context, I might be less likely to think you are mad. But obviously, the tone of voice does indicate you're mad.
Don't accuse anybody of shit that you don't know. That's what I'm talking about. You people are being fucking. You have
if
people
someone comes here and is yelling at me in the context of this conversation, obviously, I'm going to acknowledge that they're yelling at me.
But I'm not
Charles,
being,
thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. And Joe, thank you for the $5.69.
I might be cussing, but I'm not being fucking disrespectful.
You definitely came up on my live pretty disrespectful, but it's okay.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Okay, so what we're talking about is we're having a fucking crisis right now with a bunch of people supporting shit that we shouldn't support. Therefore, like
Sarah, thank you so much for the whale diving. Thank you so much, Sarah. I appreciate it.
I know that the right sometimes support delusions, and we don't talk about the left fucking supporting delusions. Okay,
you do. I've literally given you a live where I did that.
If we're gonna have a fucking a great fucking conversation, we gotta call out hypocrisy on both sides, which I see you barely do unless somebody brings it up. Unless somebody brings it up, that's when you talk about it.
I literally did my own live about it. I did my own live about it.
You're not gonna bring it up just because you're passionate about it. You're not gonna bring it up because you want to expose lies.
About it. I did my own live about it. I told you that when the people said that the presidential assassination, or when the Trump assassination was staged, they said it was a blood pact. They said it was ketchup packets. I was literally debating left-wing people the entire fucking day because I don't want conspiracy to become common. We literally argued and said this specifically in front of like 10,000 people. Samantha, thank you for the diamond gun. Thank you so much, Samantha.
Parker. That was a once-in-a-lifetime experience that you've so surprisingly had a fucking live on talking to people that you usually agree with. This is one time. You haven't did that before.
I'm
and
sorry.
Don't sit up and lie to me and say you did because I watch your lives.
Reese, here's the thing. I'm not going to put more of my attention specifically at dealing with people on my side than the attention on people I disagree with even more. That makes no sense. You're just saying I should most of the time just be like talking to liberals? That's incoherent.
That's
most
not
of the
what
time,
I'm saying. No,
like,
oh my god, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying sometimes or like more often in your life, you should talk about shit that Democrats
go to Trump
bad.
supporters and tell them that.
Like you're
go talk about someone else. Go talk to independents. Where are Trump supporters on TikTok doing that? Name one Trump supporter on TikTok that's done that.
Doing what? What do you say?
Name one Trump supporter who does TikTok lives that has done what you just said the other way around. Name one.
What, talk about their party? Or talk about the bad shit they did in their party?
Argue against
You're
their
acting
party
like I'm advocating for those fucking idiots. I'm not.
Name one. Can you name one?
Not.
They
I
haven't even
can't
done it
because they don't
once.
do that shit. But you're the only person. Look, I'm gonna be honest with you. You're the only person like people can realistically have a fucking conversation with. Dean, you can't fucking do that. Harry, you can't fucking do that. Chris, maybe. You're the only person that somebody can come up here and actually say something with. If somebody has a fucking question or something they want to talk about that's wrong with them, that's typically on your side, but they want to talk about, I don't know, something for like fucking 2 seconds, you kick them off. That's the whole point I fucking came on here, bro. Because you're not actually passionate
I have
about the fucking
particular
shit you're
conditions
talking
for
about.
live. I have particular conditions for live. I have boundaries. My bad. Right? If you ran a platform, you'd understand how necessary it is to have boundaries to make sure that people stay in your live, right? People
Yes, I
stay
get that you
attentive.
have boundaries, Parker, but it doesn't fucking ruin your life to talk to fucking one person that's undecided, and you're talking to fucking you talk to that lady for an hour and 30 minutes. It is going to hurt you to
because
talk to a
they're on
fucking
the other
rebel for
side.
2 fucking seconds.
Reese, respectfully, you don't fucking understand the algorithm. Respectfully, you have no clue. So
Parker,
don't tell me
that's
how
all
the
you
algorithm
fucking care about.
works.
That's only the algorithm. The algorithm. I thought it was advocacy. I thought it was that you actually care about the title. No, it's about the views of the fucking algorithm.
You understand that in order to engage in advocacy, the algorithm is relevant, right? It's better for me to engage in advocacy in front of 9.5 thousand people than to engage in advocacy in front of 500 people.
So you
Right?
think
That's
talking,
pretty obvious.
So you think talking to somebody that's a moderate or in the middle for 1 fucking minute is going to fuck up your views dramatically?
It's not just 1 minute, right? You understand that it would be if I do it one time, I do it all the time. I'm going to do it
Most
over
of
and
these
over and
people, they
over
come up here and have fucking
consistently.
questions.
People are going to come up here and they're going to do that over and over again, and then there's going to be like 50%, 25 to 50% of the guest box is going to be people who are RFK supporters or undecided. And now I'm specifically trying to add up people. I appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. Who are on the opposite side mostly because that's what the debates are about. So it's going to change the qualities of the people who are in my guest box and reduce the likelihood that I'm going to get people up here who disagree with me. Now, you don't understand any of this because you didn't have to go through the lives in order to build that up in the first place, right? Whereas I do understand this because I had to go through that personally.
I understand what you're saying, right? I do understand that if you let up one person that's in the middle, fucking 50 more is going to pop up. I do understand that. But I'm just saying, if
Gregory,
you answer just fucking one question that they have, you're just going to sit here and direct them to your fucking Discord, which nobody's going to fucking join, by the way, because most of the people that fucking talk to you are fucking grown-ass people, not fucking people that's fucking ages 18 to 25. They're not going to go in your fucking Discord, verify and ask a fucking question. Most people don't got fucking time for that. Most people don't even know how to fucking do that, Parker.
$10
and don't sit up here and say, oh, they can
There's
text
like
me in a
over
DM.
5,000 people in my Discord. What are you talking about?
How many of those people? Yeah, I get that. Most of those people are from 18 to fucking 25.
Actually, you can look at the demographics. It is most people who are in these lives and whatnot are 35 plus.
That's what I'm saying. I'm talking about your Discord.
Yeah, that's where most people who go to the Discord come from the lives. Did you know that, Reese?
Yeah, but most of these people are younger. You have type one in the chat right now if you're under the age of 25.
Reese,
please.
I've got 20 minutes left before I have to get off for today, so I'm gonna get on to someone else.
Yeah, go ahead, bro. Have a nice day. It was nice talking to you, bro.
I appreciate you, man. All right, let's get one more person on for tonight. And then I will get off, y'all. Tomorrow I should be on this account again. Michaela, think of the dollar best. Thank you so much for the corgi. I appreciate it. Do tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 4 million likes before we end it. Could we do that? Thank you for the handout. Thank you so much. Another 4 million like day. That'd be really cool. But yeah, chat. Today has been unbelievably insane. I honestly, on a third account for it to be sending out to this many people is wild. Because recently it hasn't been sending out at all. Claire, thank you so much for the $15. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'm getting used to it, honestly. You look like your PFP, Parker? Yeah, no, that's the point. It used to be what my main account was, but my main account's got that new profile picture. Here, let me get the next person up here, y'all. We got about 19 minutes left on the live, y'all. Yo, what's up?
Hi. I'm sorry, you totally caught me off guard here.
Are you voting for Trump?
So that's where I'm leaning towards Trump, but I want to, I've been listening to the live since that racist lady's been on.
Mm-hmm.
So it's I want to hear more perspectives. I want to kind of present what I know And like,
Thank you for the $10. Thank you. Yeah. So like, what do you want to know specifically? Do you want to know the reasons why I'm voting for Harris over Trump?
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, because she's helped influence to get passed a bipartisan infrastructure bill, the CHIPS and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Inflation Reduction Act. She was actually the deciding vote specifically on the Inflation Reduction Act, the largest investment in renewable energy ever, and the specific nomination of Ketanji Brown Jackson, the first black woman on the Supreme Court, who's like extremely accredited, very intellectual person. Thank you for the fruits, friend. Thank you so much. Which is going to be on the bench for a very long time, which is great. Thank you for the hands arts. Thank you so much. Next, right, her opponent is a convicted felon, proven sexual abuser, fraudster, election denier, undermining our American democracy for the past few years with no sufficient evidence to indicate that he won. So I think that's very bad. Those are all terrible things. His tax policy is inflationary. Tariffs specifically increase the cost of goods and services.
Right. Okay. So, I grew up I've always been conservative. I grew up going to different Christian schools in my area. My parents have always been Democrat, but, and I had a kind of, I want to say a phase in, 2020, we all had phases. Sorry, I'm like super nervous right now. I don't know why. And, like I would look at, stuff between Trump and Biden and then just immediately think, oh, Trump is horrible, which, I kind of realize is kind of what you're doing now. But I wouldn't really do my research and I would just kind of go along with what everyone was saying on the internet, stuff like that. And I've changed. I'm become a very skeptical person. And
I gave you things that were good in terms of policy, and I gave you things that were good
right,
in
of
terms
course.
or like bad in terms of Trump. So I didn't just give you one thing.
Right, of course. But there's also, I guess it's kind of different in what I've been exposed to. So since I've grown up in a Christian school, it's predominantly Hispanic. However, it's very right leaning. So, almost all of my friends are Trump supporters. So kind of listening to what they're saying about how, I know you presented it kind of ways that Trump is worse economically. What about like what I've heard that, I can't really bring up any examples, which is why I'm kind of coming on here kind of to be educated. Because I'd like to be educated. I'd like to speak with people about stuff and get to know things. So what would you say Trump has done that is good economically? And why do you think that? Well, it's kind of obvious why, but why do you think that Trump supporters are looking only at that?
Yeah, so like there are certain things within the tax policy that I think benefit like the middle class. Like there were certain tax deductions that were applicable to the middle class, which I would agree with, which particularly under the Harris administration they're keeping. They're just only increasing taxes for people who make over $400,000 a year. So retaining all cuts for people under 400,000, whereas they're increasing it for people over 400,000 to be able to bring back a 2021 child tax credit that decreased child poverty by 50%.
Right. Yeah. I'm sorry. I just completely blanked on everything. I'm reading comments saying that like Google is free, and I just want to say that like I want to speak to someone kind of in person, not in person, but I want to speak to someone on this because Google is kind of all over the place. So I want to like know exactly what I'm voting for, and why would you say that? I mean, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm like totally nervous right now.
Yeah, all you really need to know is he's been held legally responsible for sexual abuse, right? Like, is that not
Right.
bad enough? He's been undermining the democracy. Is that not bad enough?
Yeah, I would say so, but I really just don't know. I registered to vote literally this weekend.
So would you vote for
So-
someone that's been held legally responsible unanimously by a jury for sexual abuse?
I would not. But
Okay, well, so then you're not going to vote for Trump. He's X'd out. The only other person that has a shot is Harris.
And what would you say to someone like if I wanted to vote for RFK?
I'll play a video for you. I want you to listen to this video real quick. This is really crazy, all right, to be totally honest, what he just said. I'll show you. This is him responding to certain like essay allegations. Here, 1 second. Let me.
Not a comforting one. Sexual assault allegation from one of your former nannies. So I want to give you a chance to respond to that. I have said this from the beginning. I am not a church boy. I am not running like that. I said I had a very, very rambunctious youth. I said in my announcement speech that I have so many skeletons in my closet that if they could all vote, I could run for king of the world. So, this Vanity Fair is recycling 30-year-old stories, and I'm not, going to comment on the details of any of them, but I am who I am. You're talking there about the nanny situation. I mean, I do have to ask, sir. I mean, are you denying it or not? I'm not going to comment on it. All right.
Think of the galaxy. Thank you so much. How do you feel about that?
Right. It doesn't sound good at all. But I'm not gonna say but. I'm also us along with what kind of person I'm sorry, I'm just rambling on. And I see a lot of the people in the comments are saying that's not RFK.
That is RFK. That literally is RFK.
Why? Okay.
I can tell you, that's Sauger. He's like a known news person. That was literally an interview Sauger had with him.
Okay.
Sauger is literally like a conservative news person.
Okay, yeah. And yeah, so really, I want to come back.
Tessa, thank you so much for the $20.24. Thank you so much, Tessa.
I honestly, I want to come back when sorry.
Go ahead, you're good.
Oh yeah, I want to come back when I'm more like prepared to talk, because like people are like, I see like people are saying like next and to like another person, and I'm not prepared at all because I was just completely caught off guard. So
sure. All right, well I appreciate you coming up, man.
Yeah. So sorry. Thank you.
You're good. Have a good day. All right, let's get the next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. We got about 11 minutes left on the live. I got to text my girlfriend that. All right. Let me get this next person up. We got 10 minutes, everyone.
Oh.
Yosef, how old are you?
Hi, I'm 35.
You voting Trump?
I do plan on it, yes.
Why so?
I was going over the policies again. Some of it I kind of disagree with, and then some of it I do agree with. I do believe that the states should have more power on certain things, and then
like abortion?
Yeah, but like...
Okay, so you think certain women in certain states should be restricted from being able to get access to abortion just because of their location?
No, not really. I just think I think people should be able to vote locally.
Okay, so why not vote in their households, or better yet, as people, of whether or not they want an abortion?
What do you mean?
If you want to bring it back down to the states, why should we bring it to the states? More representation?
No, I don't know. I think you might have a easier say or a better say locally.
Oh, okay. So you'll have an easier say or a better say if it's just up to you yourself as a person.
Yes, I think so.
Okay, so then pro-choice, federally protected.
I guess. I would
Roe
say
versus Wade, codify Roe v. Wade into law. Kamala Harris, presidency.
Right. Yeah. I am pro-choice for everybody else. I personally wouldn't do it, though I do think there should be a little bit of like stipulations on it. And maybe there is like a certain time frame, certain trimester. I don't know if you agree with that or not.
Sure. So
on that side.
Okay, all right. So, like, you would say that, like, pro-choice, then you don't want to vote for Donald Trump, who, tried to leave it up to the states, or his vice president who said that there should be no exceptions for grape, and that there should be a universal abortion ban.
Well, when I was reading the policies, he did say there should be exceptions to grape.
Well, that's what Trump said, but his vice president says otherwise. His vice president says there should be no exceptions for grape, and that there should be a nationwide universal abortion ban.
And that's JD, right?
Yep.
I don't know much about him. That's why I said I was planning on voting for Trump.
Yeah, he also said that he wouldn't have certified the election results, which means he would have stopped the peaceful transition of power. Exactly what Trump wants, because Trump wants a loyalist. Doesn't want Mike Pence, who puts the Constitution over Trump. He wants him to put himself over the Constitution.
Right. No. Yeah, I don't know much about JD. So with the election thing, I don't know. In the very beginning, it kind of felt like things were kind of wishy-washy on if it was 100% like no fraud.
There's pretty good evidence indicating there was not sufficient enough fraud to overturn the election. 60 plus court cases around the nation. None of them indicated.
I know. I believe what you're saying. I said in the beginning,
now there's clear, and he still believes it. He still believes the election was stolen.
Yeah. Right.
So why do you want to vote for a candidate that still believes the election was stolen? He's delusional.
Right.
He's not as cognitive there. He's the oldest candidate
in
presidential history.
No, I agree with you there. That's what I'm saying. I'm kind of on the fence, but I'm not sure what the right answer is right now, because in my opinion, it's kind of like two sides of the same coin type of deal, or I
don't know. I'd rather take the younger, wants to protect women's rights, believes in climate change caused by humans, doesn't deny science like Trump. Literally, he was on a call talking about how vaccines are bad with RFK. He was denying climate science, saying that he knows more than the scientists. Appreciate the cap. Thank you so much for that. There was going to be global cooling, just science doesn't know it yet. Like, incoherent nonsense. Why would you want to vote for a delusional maniac?
That's what I'm saying. That's why I guess I'm kind of here in the debate, and maybe I can be persuaded. So I am, my husband's in the military, and so what can you tell me, I guess, on the Democratic side? Because I always know it's like less military involvement, or
I think they both have military involvement. I think both sides of the coin,
but I feel like
absolutely like do things that benefit the military industrial complex, which I disagree with. But one side is there for workers, for women, right? One side is for the fighting against the climate change, right? To protect humans, right? So one of them is for expanding access to the ACA. One of them is for getting rid of it and has no plan to replace it. One of them is for expanding access to childcare. One of them is for the child tax credit, that's 2021 version, that decreased child poverty by 50%.
Okay.
There's big differences.
Right.
Same tax cuts, but the ones that help out the middle class, not the ones that help out rich people. Tax cuts for rich people, adding trillions to the debt.
Okay. Yeah, so in the past, and maybe that's just misses my ignorance, is people will always say like conservatives are more for the military and more military benefits. So what can you tell me again that the Harris administration would do?
Yeah, so military pay has gone up to a greater degree under the Biden-Harris administration comparative to the Trump administration.
Well, January went up the highest it's ever been in history, which is great. But we also still get paid, or I would say we, because I'm not, and my husband is. The pay is still not very good. The housing all the time is, falling apart or mold infested. And
yeah, I don't think that should be the case. I think that we should apply higher standards to everyone in the United States.
Right.
And I think that is more likely to happen with Democrats comparative to Republicans. I don't think Republicans are out there advocating for increasing standards of care of where people live. They're like, do it for yourself. Pull yourself out by your bootstraps. Well, no, I think there should be a baseline standard of care for everyone. Appreciate the little crown. Thank you so much. Regardless of that.
Right. Yeah, I just want our, this, my husband will be in until retired. So it just, I just want to be able, I guess I see what you're saying, but I've always want to vote. Sorry, I'm just trying to get my thoughts together. I guess I want to vote like who's gonna, I guess, help us the most. And in the past, that was Republicans, but maybe things are shifting.
Yeah, I don't see that. The PACT Act, right? They expanded access to the VA to 1 million veterans that were exposed to burn pits or toxic substances abroad.
Yes, I did hear you. I think I heard Harry last night speak about that, which is great, and it is great to help our veterans, but it's also like needed to help people before they're out because, we have TRICARE, and I wish my husband got hurt and he had in another state, so he wasn't able to go to like a military base hospital, and like his care was rushed and all this stuff because the hospital doesn't really like to deal with TRICARE because they're not going to get paid properly, or they don't get paid as much, and I just feel like that kind of sucks in that sense. So it would just be nice to.
You got to make sure that there aren't issues in the system like that. I do think the VA is heavily underfunded. I would
100%.
argue.
And it's, I have friends, live in the neighborhood.
That's why I think there should be universal health care, right? Medicare for all. Whereas,
Right.
like in other countries around the world, they have better access to health care. They have better health outcomes, and they spend half as much per capita as we do here in the United States, right? Medicare for all is a bill that covers mental health, dental care, health care, like so many more things than what currently is for like most insurance. Yet
Right.
it would cost us $450 billion a year less, according to a Yale study. 4.5 trillion less over 10 years. That would help us with the debt. That would help us with insolvency of Social Security, and it would cover everyone.
Right. So I guess my only concern, because I do have TRICARE, and I guess it's, it's universal in the military aspect, is that it's not always the greatest. You get a lot of people, or like a lot of doctors that don't really listen to you or just kind of brush you off. So in just not getting sufficient care a lot of the time. I personally haven't had anything crazy because I haven't been severely injured or had something crazy wrong with me. But yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I was voting for Trump, but I've listened to Harry, and
Thank you so much, Macy.
I was watching Older Millennial a lot, and I know you guys have debated him, and
He's a terrible person.
yeah, I did see. I guess I missed the video where he talked about the people.
Go to my main account right here. This one.
Yeah.
Watch the one he said it's okay to throw.
Yeah. That's what.
People off a
That's what I'm
mountain.
talking
The
about.
galaxy. Thank you so much. He condoned political violence towards Harry. He called my friend Athena a terrorist.
Yeah, that's crazy. No. Yeah. When I saw that video,
And
him talking
he makes
about
videos and gaslights his audience.
the disabled people. I know a lot of people, like, I don't know them personally, but I know like a lot of people are like natural selection type people, and I think
Yeah, that shit's insane. He's
yeah,
pro
it is.
eugenics.
What's
Yeah, he thinks you
excuse
should
my ignorance,
sterilize
what
women
is
after
that?
abortion. If they get one elective abortion, they should be sterilized. That's his view.
No, that's crazy. I think that people should be able to pick if they don't like. I think it's crazy where like, oh, you can't get fixed or whatever because you don't have any kids, or you only had one kid, so you're 19. I think people should be able to, I guess, make that choice on their own.
All right. Well, I do have to get off right now, but I do appreciate you coming up, Haley. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you.
For sure. All right, everyone. I am going to get off for tonight. Make sure to follow me here if you haven't already. Go to my main account and watch some rally videos that I posted if you do want to. I appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. I'm definitely going to go to a new rally here pretty soon, but go there and check it out. You can also go to the link tree in my bio and check out the one I posted on YouTube. It's like 11 minutes long if you want to go watch it. Also, everyone, we can tap the screen. Maybe get to 4 million real quick. Just everyone tap real quick. Tap. Let's get to 4 million. Hurry, because I have to go. I literally have to go right now, everyone. So tap. Fuck. We're so close to 4 million. Once we hit 4 million, I can get off, everyone. Just like my brain has to do it, Let's do it, chat. Tap that screen. But yeah, I appreciate everyone coming on. Follow me here if you haven't already. Holy fuck, we've gained so many fucking followers on this account today. Thank you so much for the 4 million, everyone. I appreciate y'all so much. Y'all are fucking amazing. Have a fantastic night, everyone. Peace out, y'all. Is there a person I can send y'all to? You go to check out the rally videos on my main account. Go check them out, everyone. Go check them out. Have fun. Love y'all so much. Peace out, everyone. Also, here, I'll send everyone to Bobby G. Look up Bobby G. Spam Parker Raid. Spam love from Parker. Bobby G 0313. Look up Bobby G 0313.